Select Committee will come to order. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. And this hearing today is not just another discussion about long-term competition with China. This is about a very real, near-term threat and the narrowing window we have to prevent a catastrophic conflict in the Indo-Pacific. Sometimes this is referred to as the 2027 Davidson window, after former Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Phil Davidson. But while Admiral Davidson did warn us about Xi Jinping's ambitions this decade, 2027 is not an American date, but a Chinese one. Xi has ordered the People's Liberation Army to be ready to take Taiwan by force by 2027. Xi's directive is backed by the largest military buildup since World War II on land, at sea, in the skies, in space, and across cyberspace. And that date, 2027, also marks the end of this Congress. That means that the 119th Congress may be the last full legislative session with a chance to alter Xi's calculus. We cannot delay. We must close critical gaps now. Weapon stockpiles, forward posture, contested logistics, cyber defenses, and Taiwan's readiness. Every decision we make on defense spending, arms deliveries, posture planning must be driven by that urgency. Because deterrence delayed is deterrence denied. We have a great group today to deliver this critical message and discuss our plan and our path forward to deter the Chinese Communist Party's catastrophic ambitions. So today, I'll be asking tough, necessary questions every member of Congress should be thinking about. What does China's military buildup really tell us about its intent? How do we help Taiwan turn its strategy into reality and actually get U.S. systems delivered on time? What are the most urgent gaps in U.S. force posture and capabilities, especially across the First Island chain? What cyber threats could blind or cripple our response before a shot is even fired? And what steps can we take now with our allies and partners to build multilateral deterrence that Xi can't ignore? Let me close with this. We are not seeking war. We are trying to prevent one. And prevention only works if Xi believes that the cost of aggression is too high to bear. That requires action, serious enough, visible enough, and fast enough to shift the risk calculation in Beijing. That's the work ahead. This hearing is part of that, and I thank our witnesses for helping us to get it right. So let's begin. I now recognize Ranking Member Raja Krishnamurthy for his opening statement. Raja?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for convening this important hearing on this critical topic, the deep ties between Taiwan and the U.S. and the CCP's growing threat to Taiwan and, by extension, America and the world. But first, there's a problem we need to address, Mr. Chairman. Americans don't know much about Taiwan. Take this scene from the latest season of the hit HBO series White Lotus, which takes place in Thailand, but one of the leads, Victoria, confuses it for somewhere else.
We're here to check out this meditation center because I'm gonna live there for at least the next year.
You want to live in Taiwan?
At least she confuses Thailand for Taiwan, not China. But Victoria is not alone in her geographic illiteracy. 3 years ago, I had the privilege of visiting Taiwan for my first time with then Speaker Pelosi. After the trip, this poll by Morning Consult was taken asking Americans if they could find Taiwan on a map. It turns out that only 34% of Americans can correctly identify Taiwan, which is that green dot on the map. A lot of people thought Taiwan was in other places, where these yellow dots indicate even up in the Arctic Circle in Russia. This hearing is important for many reasons. not necessarily to teach geography, but as an opportunity to clearly explain to Americans why Taiwan is so important. First, I want to talk about values. When I've been to Taiwan, I've been bowled over by how amazingly vibrant Taiwan's democracy is. Let me show you this scene here. This is the celebration in Taiwan after President William Lai was inaugurated last May. Now, Mr. Chair, you and I were in Taiwan right before this particular celebration, and I'm upset that we missed the party with street dancers, tiger costumes, and that big blue horse. In contrast, this was the CCP's recent celebration of Xi Jinping getting an unelected third term, setting up to be dictator for life. So here you have the contrast. On one side of the strait, you have a one-party dictatorship, and on the other side is Taiwan, a democracy doing everything it can to make sure that, in the words of one great Illinoisan, government of the people, by the people, and for the people does not perish from the earth. This brings me to my second point, which is about the economy. A lot of Americans may not appreciate just how essential Taiwan is for our own prosperity in America. Taiwan is America's 7th largest trading partner, and it is a huge, huge market for U.S. exports. Take my home state of Illinois, for example. Taiwan, believe it or not, is the 2nd largest importer of Illinois corn and the 3rd largest importer of Illinois soybeans. Soybeans, Dusty. Taiwan is also a major investor. Since 2022, Taiwan's investment in America has skyrocketed, surging from $1 billion in 2022 to $14 billion just 2 years later in 2024. This includes the first installment of $165 billion in investment that one Taiwan semiconductor company alone is going to make, namely TSMC. This brings me to my final point. Before Taiwan's election last year, the CCP said that the results would mean, quote, peace or war. I showed you how Taiwan celebrated its successful democratic election, but the PLA responded just a little differently, practicing a blockade and a missile attack on Taiwan. This is a clip courtesy of Chinese state television. A little ominous, if you ask me, but that's how they greeted the results of the election. We know that Xi Jinping has ordered the PLA to be ready to invade Taiwan by 2027, and that clip gave you a visual of what a prelude to a possible invasion could look like. According to a recent study, a conflict over Taiwan would be absolutely devastating for the world. It would drop global GDP by a staggering $10 trillion, or 10% in one single year. And as you can see, a war over Taiwan would be much, much worse than even the COVID pandemic at its height. Losing access to Taiwan semiconductors alone would push the U.S. into a, quote, immediate Great Depression. People would die, and our economy would crash. America, as the chairman mentioned before, America does not want a war over Taiwan. A CCP attack on Taiwan would be unacceptable for our prosperity, our security, and our values. Chairman Xi, know that America, on a bipartisan basis, stands for peace across the Taiwan Strait. However, we will not tolerate actions that put peace at risk. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. If any other member wishes to submit a statement for the record, without objection, those statements will be added to the record. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses today. I want to start with General Charles Flynn, is the former Commanding General of the United States Army Pacific, a 4-star command that made him the Army's senior official in the Pacific. We're grateful for his decades of service and for joining us today. Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery is the Senior Director of FDD's Center on Cyber and Technology Innovation. He previously, for more than 30 years in the United States Navy, including as Director of Operations at U.S. Pacific Command and as Commander of Carrier Strike Group 5. And finally, we are joined by the Honorable Kurt Campbell, who most recently was the 22nd United States Deputy Secretary of State. He currently serves as Chairman and co-founder of the Asia Group. I want to welcome all of you and appreciate you being with us. With that, I want to recognize General Flynn. You're now recognized for your opening remarks.
Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee, thanks for inviting me to testify today. The threat of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan is no longer distant or theoretical. The urgency to restore credible deterrence in the Indo-Pacific has never been greater. Taiwan's security is not only about protecting a vibrant democracy, it is about preserving regional stability, defending U.S. interests, and maintaining the credibility of our alliance network from Japan to the Philippines, from Australia to India. It's about defending our homeland and gaining forward positional advantage. The People's Liberation Army, the PLA, is China's primary instrument for forcibly invading and unifying Taiwan. And among its branches, the PLA Army is the decisive force. We must stop pretending that this is just a naval or air power problem. If the PLA Army cannot land, cannot maneuver, cannot hold ground, and cannot subjugate the people of Taiwan, it cannot win. If we can prevent them from even attempting to cross, we deter the war altogether. For far too long, we've invested in exquisite systems to fight a sea and air campaign, but left ourselves exposed where it matters most, on land, where wars are won or lost. Land power, not in isolation, but as the backbone that enables the interdependencies of the joint force, is what enables deterrence. It creates persistence, builds partnerships, is resilient, and develops the deep infrastructure that sustains the fight, providing the operational endurance we need. No other service delivers long-range fires, integrated air and missile defense, theater sustainment, command and control, and mobility across scale like the U.S. Army. These are not future capabilities. They are being fielded now through multi-domain task forces, logistics hubs, and joint fires networks in Japan, Korea, the Philippines, Australia, and beyond. But we need to go further and faster. We must establish a distributed, resilient land power posture across the first and second island chains, backed by rapid access agreements, robust joint exercises, and pre-positioned equipment that accelerates our response times. This is not just a U.S. Army issue. Our most capable partners in Asia, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Australia, India, and Indonesia, all field large and capable armies. If we integrate them, if we train and network them to operate with U.S. forces, we create an Indo-Pacific land power network that multiplies deterrence tenfold. The PLA does not fear our ships and aircraft. In fact, they expect them. It has built an A2AD arsenal to deny them. What it fears is a credible force that can counter its army on its flanks, in its interior, before it assembles and loads, and before it ever reaches Taiwan. That's what forward-positioned, allied land power brings to the table. This approach is more sustainable and more affordable than betting on billion-dollar platforms that are vulnerable to missile saturation, electronic warfare, fragile supply chains, and other emerging threats. Instead of chasing perfection, what we need is persistent presence. Hard to kill, hard to ignore capabilities anchored in both geography and partnerships. This includes asymmetric defense investments by Taiwan. I support President Lai's emphasis on mobile survivable systems, but these must be paired with deep civil-military integration, reserve reforms, territorial defense strategies, and above all, training, and more training. A resilient society helps deny the PLA the quick, clean victory it seeks and shifts the cost calculus back onto Beijing. Now, how do we operationalize this? Let me highlight 3 key Army capabilities that matter most in the Indo-Pacific. First, mobile ground-based strike systems like Typhoon and HIMARS can disrupt PLA planning and decision-making. We need more of these, longer ranges, reloadable, mobile, and fully networked into a joint fires web. Second, the Army's multi-domain task forces. They bring together long-range sensing, cyber, space, AI, electronic warfare, and fires into a seamless operational construct. These units provide targeting, deception, and control across all domains and must remain a top investment priority. Third, none of this works without sustainment. The Army leads in logistics, medical support, engineering, depot-level supply, maintenance, and inland transport. It's the backbone of the entire joint concept. Without Army sustainment, agile combat employment from the Air Force and expeditionary basing cannot function. We must push forward AI-enabled manufacturing, co-production, maintenance, and pre-positioned stocks now, not later. Army forces also build lasting regional partnerships that no other service can. These relationships secure terrain, both physical and human terrain, and they build the security architecture that binds the region together. That's real deterrence. So I'm going to urge this committee to consider a strategic realignment, expand joint campaigning with Army-led partners, invest in long-range precision fires, integrated air and missile defense, AI, EW, resilient networks and theater logistics, build and strengthen the land power coalition that already wants to work with us, and recognize the PLA Army as the decisive threat vector for Taiwan. You can't invade Taiwan unless you can generate an invasion force, and that is what we must prevent. So let me close with this. Deterrence is not a speech and it's not a flyover. It's not a sanction or a carrier patrol. Deterrence is the sum of this equation: posture plus capability plus messaging plus will. It requires persistent presence, it demands deep partnerships, and it is the certainty in the mind of the adversary that aggression will fail. We still have time to prevent war, and we must, but time is not on our side. A focused land power strategy integrated with our allies and synchronized across the joint force is how we deny the PLA its objective: preserve peace in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you, Chairman and members. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. Admiral Montgomery, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Molinar, Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, and distinguished members of the committee. This hearing today, I think, is really well-timed. As we speak, America's ability to defeat a Chinese attack on Taiwan is eroding. Beijing's military readiness has benefited from a 30-year investment focused on advanced technologies that specifically target U.S. vulnerabilities. In the face of this threat, America's ability to deter China is withering, and thus the risk of a conflict is growing. One of the biggest challenges that the United States and Taiwan face is that we need to prepare for the most dangerous scenarios, the cross-strait invasions, the maritime blockades, but in addition, we have to prepare for the most likely scenario. That's a comprehensive, cyber-enabled economic warfare campaign. Because a cross-strait invasion or blockade would cause the most destruction on Taiwan, I think Beijing will want to force Taiwan's capitulation through less drastic methods, like a comprehensive pressure campaign that targets the financial, the energy, and the telecommunication sectors. And I think this will be facilitated by malicious cyber activity and military feints that further stress Taiwan's societal resilience. And back here in the American homeland, China is also going to employ the same malicious cyber activity to weaken our critical infrastructures and paralyze our American military mobility and readiness. China is also certain to conduct influence operations aimed at weakening Taiwanese and American public support for action and freezing our national security decision-making processes. But as tough as things may look, continued congressional action can reverse these dangerous trends. My written testimony identified 20 recommendations across two broad lines of effort that Taiwan and America can take. That first line of effort is about siege-proofing Taiwan and enhancing its ability to defend itself, because no country can or should do more to prepare Taiwan to defend Taiwan than Taiwan. To confront the most dangerous scenarios, Taiwan has to properly resource its military forces. That means Taiwan needs to spend 3% of their GDP on defense this year, and they need to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP by 2028. And this money should be used to build both counter-intervention ground forces to oppose that cross-strait invasion, as well as fund air and naval capabilities to oppose a blockade. Deterrence will only work if Taiwan credibly prepares for both of these most dangerous scenarios. But organizing and equipping Taiwan's forces will also require the United States to be a better, more effective partner. The stories of egregious foreign military sales delays are not anecdotal. They're persistent. And alongside that foreign military sales, the U.S. should maximize its military assistance to Taiwan through FMF, Presidential Drawdown Authorities, and Congress's new Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative. Taiwan is too small to handle the Chinese challenge alone. We should also pre-position munitions in Taiwan by establishing a stockpile program similar to the ones that we have in Israel and Korea. And we should expand our joint training and exercise programs. And I'd start by growing the joint training team developed by General Flynn out to about 1,000 people. Alongside this military-oriented preparation, Taiwan also has to prepare for that most likely scenario, a cyber and economic campaign designed to break Taiwan's societal resilience and force Taipei to bend the knee without a damaging ground war. The second line of effort's about us, protecting America's ability to respond to and win a war in the Western Pacific. China is pre-positioning disruptive and destructive cyber capabilities in U.S. critical infrastructures. They're also developing cruise, ballistic, and hypersonic missiles that can impact the U.S. homeland. Beijing wants to disrupt America's ability to fight, and we must not let that happen. In the cyber realm, the United States needs to improve the security of our rail, aviation, and port sectors to ensure that we can reliably move forces from forts to ports. Congress should investigate using the National Guard to conduct some of this defense of America's critical assets. Similarly, we need to build our societal resilience against Chinese malign influence. Last year, Congress wisely took a critical step by requiring the sale of TikTok. Any White House effort to save TikTok must ensure ByteDance is divested of its control over the TikTok algorithm. In missile defense, the Golden Dome effort could be a great first step if it focuses on a long-term, space-based approach to defending the homeland. And we need to double down on America's investments in hypersonic defense. At this moment, we have no answer to Chinese maneuvering hypersonic missiles. Finally, we need to create an independent cyber service in order to maximize cyber force generation and allow U.S. Cyber Command to compete with China's exploding cyber capabilities. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Admiral. Dr. Campbell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Let me commend this committee for the manner in which you've undertaken your business. It's been bipartisan in an environment that there's scarcely very much cooperation. The work that you've done has been path-breaking and informed our work over the last several years, and it continues today. And I want to just suggest to you that it is a model of how we should undertake our work. It is also the case, first of all, I'm grateful to be joined with such wonderful patriots who've devoted so much of their careers not only to the maintenance of peace and stability in the Western Pacific, but also to American power in the Indo-Pacific. I will say that this peace and stability which we enjoy across the Taiwan Strait is largely a result of legislative action. This is the example of legislative leadership, beginning with the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, continuing with the work subsequently, enhancing Taiwan's defense capabilities, ensuring that both parties remain vigilant to the threats and the challenges, and that we stand firm behind Taiwan. So that needs to continue. I think it's critical and vital. Second point, just very quickly, the ranking member described Taiwan. The truth is, this is an enormous achievement by the Taiwanese people, but we should take some credit for that. What Taiwan has achieved technologically, democratically, the resilience of their society. To be honest, I can remember visiting several years ago during a very difficult election period thinking, oh my gosh, look at the challenges that they're facing. Their democracy in many respects is more resilient than our own. This is a remarkable achievement. They are a partner with us in so many different ways, and this should be commended and embraced. Third thing, just to underscore, for decades, it was only the United States that was recognizing and supporting Taiwan's importance. But over the course of the last several years, something remarkable has happened. Many of our allies and partners are joining with us in engaging Taiwan, and they are speaking out publicly that they too have an interest in the maintenance and peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Now, the gentleman sitting next to me can tell you all the important elements of deterrence on the military side. But I will also tell you Beijing takes notice in how other countries respond. And the fact that we've gone from one or two countries talking about the importance to Taiwan to absolutely dozens now is an enormous achievement, not only of this body, but the United States, and that should continue. Fourth, just quickly on capabilities. You've heard a lot about what needs to be done with respect to the indigenous military and defensive capabilities to Taiwan. I stand with the gentleman here on those issues. I would differ slightly with the general. I believe that this is a naval theater, but that's probably sort of an intramural thing that we can get to. I'll talk to you mostly what I think is as important as anything else. The Taiwan Relations Act insists that we maintain the capabilities to maintain peace and stability, to respond to challenges in the Western Pacific. And I do fundamentally agree with my colleagues that we need to do more about our own capabilities. And I'll just, from my own experience over the past 30 years working on these issues, I'll just tell you where I think the big issues are focused. First of all, I do not believe we can take this challenge on by ourselves. We need much deeper engagement with our allies and partners, and that means Japan, that means South Korea, that means Australia, that also means increasingly countries like India and Vietnam, and I will also tell you countries in Europe who also believe that the maintenance of peace and stability is in our interests. We need much greater integration militarily and strategically. We need to embrace these partnerships that go way beyond what we've done in the past, and I think that's critically important. Shipbuilding, something that you all have focused on that we've struggled with. Critical munitions. I was struck very early in the Ukraine crisis at how difficult it was for us to produce what we needed domestically. We're going to need to do this more with allies and partners. And so while I think it is critical that you focus on what Taiwan needs to do and how we need to support Taiwan, remember that we are the ultimate backstop, and we must keep our capabilities, shifting more of our capacity to the Indo-Pacific, recognizing that this is where the ultimate challenge to American power is in the 21st century. Last thing, I'm going to say this carefully if I can. I agree that we are facing enormous challenges from Beijing. But we must be honest that some of the biggest challenges that we're facing are debates here in the United States. We occasionally hear discussion about spheres of interests and influence, and maybe this is too far for us and it's in another major authoritarian country's neighborhood and we should look at this differently. Those concepts are contrary to our strategic interests. They are un-American, and they do not align with our historic responsibilities, our commitments, and what we all believe in. And so I'm asking, not only are you inviting us in today to discuss with you, I'm asking for this committee's leadership to make clear that our interests stand clearly with continuing our vibrant support of the Taiwanese people and what they've achieved technologically, politically, and strategically over the course of the last 40 years with our strong support. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, and all three witnesses. Now we'll move to questions, and I'd like to begin with General Flynn. In your testimony, you mentioned that America's window for strategic decision-making is closing, and that we must accelerate our own preparations. Can you help us better understand the stakes in the starkest terms possible, given your decades of service, and are we currently moving with enough urgency to, as you put it, accelerate our preparations?
Chairman, no, we're not. I guess I'll just describe, from 2014 to 2024, when I left command, what the Chinese military were doing 10 years ago compared to what they're doing today is dramatically different. And that trajectory that they're on is what we actually have to slow down. The problem is that our organic industrial base is a precursor to our defense industrial base, and they're anemic. And so when Mr. Campbell mentioned about precision munitions and shipbuilding, I'm for all of that. In fact, we need that. In fact, the region needs it because they don't have big air forces and big navies. The U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force must keep the global commons open. But part of the problem is that the thing I lacked as U.S. Army Pacific Commander, and I would say that the combatant commander did as well, was sort of persistent logistics hubs forward, where you could have stores, co-production, you could have distributed and agile locations to be able to draw on those stores. And of course, this requires a really important dance between the Department of State and the Department of Defense to have those locations open and available, although we have things available today. And so I just think the window, Chairman, is narrowing, but it's also narrowing for China as well. So it's not all bad news. You know, President Xi is 71. He'll be 81 in 10 years. And I know that this window of 27 is still, sort of on the table. Are they rehearsing? Are they preparing? Absolutely. But I also think that we're in a very good position to be able to counter them because we have this advantage, and that advantage is the partnerships of the allies and partners in the region. So when we can bring them together as a counterweight to the thing that they try to fragment and fracture every day is our network of allies and partners. So in summary, what I would say is our organic industrial base and defense industrial base, we need your help to get those things moving much faster. But that's not going to get us out of the problem because China is still moving with great speed. Therefore, we have to put capabilities forward, gain positional advantage forward in the region, and we have to do that with our allies and partners, the thing that we enjoy most. And I'll make the point, on the ground where people live, out in these countries, out in these districts, out in these various interior lands in the country, that's where Army forces, along with special operations, along with Marines, along with the sizable armies that are in this region. I mean, one statistic that I want to put on the table right now, the Philippines is 7,500 islands. It's an archipelagic nation. 70% of its military is its army. They have more divisions than the U.S. Army does. They turn to their armies, they turn to their land powers to be able to protect their territorial integrity and protect their national sovereignty. And what I'm saying is if we match up with them, we're going to be in a much different place in terms of assurance and deterrence because those things are going to have to happen on the ground. And back to the organic industrial base, the more we bring systems forward, the more that they become closer by way of interoperability. I just read yesterday that the Taiwanese did their first live fire with HIMARS. They just bought 29 HIMARS. And you all know where we're going with HIMARS. I had that comment in my opening. That is an incredibly important system. The Japanese, the Philippines are each buying long-range anti-ship missiles. So the point being that that's the connection between technology, the organic and defense industrial base, and the work that we actually have to do on the ground to have hard power forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And just quickly, Admiral Montgomery, you talked a little bit about cyber and resilience for our cyber security. What 2 or 3 things could we be doing to help with that?
So the most important thing for us is to get our rail, aviation, and port systems secure. And the way we do that is through legislation. And that legislation will need to address, and appropriations, it'll need to address the sector risk management agencies. That's U.S. Coast Guard, Transportation Security Agency, and FAA. These are not normally what you think about in a war with China, but they're going to be the front line in the war with China. They have to be properly resourced in order to build the partnerships with the critical infrastructures. And the other problem we have is these ports, rail systems, and aviation, we're not talking about, these are county executive, county and state-run authorities. They don't have 2 wood nickels to rub together. They're going to need access to grant programs to fix the problems. As long as they do an assessment according to a government standard, find that flaw and fix it. But the government's going to have to get involved in this because the military needs these systems to function so that we can get, as I said, from the forts to the ports and overseas.
Thank you. Now I recognize Ranking Member Krishnamurthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think people in my district and across the country are a little bit on edge economically today. They're worried about access to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. They're also worried about rising costs and a potential recession. But Secretary Campbell, I feel that U.S. economic ties with Taiwan are one of the few bright spots in an otherwise economically uncertain world. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Very much so. And I would just underscore, as you yourself mentioned, what Taiwan provides to us technologically is unique globally. They are the most important ingredient in the global economy with respect to TSMC. But unlike other countries that would hoard those capabilities, as you well understand, they are building fabs now as we speak in the United States to help with that supply. They are really an outstanding partner. I think they believe fundamentally in the partnership with the United States. I completely agree that their role in the global economy should not be underestimated.
Let me show this graph. It shows the remarkable increase in Taiwan's investment in America in recent years, which, as I mentioned before, spiked to $14 billion last year. But this is just the beginning. Apparently, the numbers are going to skyrocket, mostly helping my colleague Greg Stanton in Arizona. But basically, they just announced $100 billion in further investments, TSMC did, in the U.S., which will allow us to produce 30% of the world's most advanced semiconductors shortly. Let me turn to my next topic. This is a sound of an air raid siren. It goes off 3 times a day in Taiwan when Chinese warplanes fly dangerously close to the island. Imagine Russian planes approaching American airspace. Last year, Russia flew warplanes into Alaska's air defense zone 36 times. In contrast, last year, Chinese warplanes flew into Taiwan's air defense zone more than 3,000 times. This is what it looks like. These red lines around the island are basically the path of Chinese warplanes as they traversed the air defense zone surrounding Taiwan. Admiral Montgomery, by doing this, the CCP is trying to wear down Taiwan's defenders and probe Taiwan for weaknesses, right?
Exactly. This is what we would call a maximum pressure campaign. They use these military tools, cyber tools, and other financial and energy tools to put a constant pressure on Taiwan's societal resilience. And then at some later date, they can just dial that up when they see that there's no Western response.
Let me turn to my last topic. While these air crossings happen almost daily, making invasion seem possible, a more likely scenario is a CCP-led blockade of the island. And here's how it could unfold. Step 1, the PLA calls snap exercises like those after Speaker Pelosi's 2022 visit. You see all these ships surrounding the island. Step 2, instead of leaving, PLA warships stay in place, and then Chinese Coast Guard and militia vessels fill the gaps, creating a de facto blockade, which of course is an act of war. Step 3, the real test comes when imports like corn and soy from Illinois, Michigan, and of course South Dakota try to reach Taiwan, as you see here, but they are stopped by the CCP. In that moment, we are on the brink of war. In the Cuban Missile Crisis, we were famously, quote unquote, eyeball to eyeball with the Soviets, and the Soviets blinked first. But we don't want to get to that point where we need to be eyeball to eyeball with the CCP. So, General Flynn, you'd agree with me that one way Taiwan can deter a blockade is by stockpiling, for instance, corn, soy, natural gas, and so forth, right?
Yes, Ranking Member, absolutely.
What more, Secretary Campbell, do we need to do to show Xi Jinping that he should never think about trying to blockade Taiwan because it would fail?
Thanks. It's a multi-pronged strategy, frankly, Congressman. I completely agree with my colleagues about the things that we need to step up both Taiwan and our capabilities. I will say that deterrence comes with a recognition that if such steps were taken, that China would face the most brutal financial steps taken against it, not just by the United States, but by other countries as well. We also need more stepped-up military capabilities. I think the scenario that you paint, Congressman, is the most likely. Our answer to that, frankly, is our submarine force more than anything else. It is our jewel in the crown. What you all have done recommending that more steps be taken here. I'm a huge supporter of AUKUS. I believe if the United States, Australia, and Great Britain can step up our joint capabilities, that is a major deterrent. We need to keep that area of advantage where we are still 10, 15, 20 years ahead of Beijing and in operating in the undersea domain. As long as we have that, it would be very difficult to effect a successful blockade against Taiwan with those capabilities. That's the area that we need to double down on.
Sir, if I could add one cost-free idea, we need to begin practicing escorts and reflaggings with Taiwan. The other, you didn't mention it, but LNG, liquid natural gas, is the real, I think that's the first thing that's going to tighten them up during this. And we need to, ahead of the event, do reflagging and convoy escorts with the Taiwan Navy, practicing with LNGs, and even try to pull the Japanese into that as well, who are equally vulnerable to this. To me, that's a good cost-free way of signaling to China, we're not going to let this happen.
I would add that the picture you paint also is why it's so important for training on the ground in Taiwan for them to be able to see that picture and then be able to paint what they can do by way of countermeasures. This is not just a U.S. problem. This has to be a Taiwan problem, a Japanese problem, a Philippine problem. It's got to be the entire First Island chain to include South Korea. And there are angles and things that we can do from areas to counter what you were just outlining there with the air and the maritime pressure from Taiwan, and that's why that training on island and the technology integration with those forces is so important. And again, I'll just remind people that at the end, the objective is to invade it, and that's the most dangerous scenario. So you can't get that force across 100 miles without us seeing it. And my point would be that we have to have the indications and warnings of what's actually happening in China with the invasion force. So we watch a lot of the air and we watch a lot of the sea, and I agree with the submarine force of the United States there's nothing close to it. However, to be able to extend our indications and warnings, we have to collect on the very thing that they need to actually invade, and that's the forces that are in the Eastern Theater Command. And I'm just saying, if we want to increase our indications and warnings and buy time for diplomacy and political intervention, then we need to be watching the thing that they need to actually invade, because they're not going to invade with the Air Force and they're not going to invade with the Navy. You need a gun on the ground to be able to subjugate those people. And that's the most difficult thing that they can do. And my point is, we need to be watching that and putting the technology against watching that. So we buy more time for the United States and others to say, please, what are we doing here? We don't want another war.
Thank you. Representative Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Flynn, you do make a powerful case for land power and collecting intel on the invasion force in advance as part of enhancing deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. I'm particularly interested in your testimony and the operations to place systems like Typhoon and HIMARS to deter PLA planning, deployment in the Philippines, shifting the Chinese calculus. I've read about the bellicose response from Beijing related to deployment of these systems in the theater. So we've got them rattled on that. That's a piece of deterrence. I am curious to know your thoughts on cooperation from our partners in the Philippines and Japan on pre-positioning those assets at the EDCA sites in Japan, in the Philippines, and then given, I know we were just in Tokyo, the bipartisan group, their cooperation is spectacular, but with the potential relocation of the Marines from Okinawa to Guam, what is the cooperation we need on these systems in the south of Japan and in the Philippines?
Thanks, sir. Let me start in the Philippines. First of all, the benefit of having 9 EDCA sites is exponential. And I'll use another example. In Aguila Harbor in Subic Bay, we lease 3 million square feet of warehouses. And so we were trying to establish a joint theater logistics center there to be able to have commodities that we could use often. That's one location. And it's not an EDCA site, but it certainly benefits the United States, benefits the Philippine government, and benefits really the network of allies and partners to be able to have those capabilities there on the ground. On the ground, you can do co-production, you can do maintenance forward, you can fix forward, you can arm forward, and then you can distribute to the 9 EDCA sites in the Philippines. So you can see how valuable that port, and it's a deep water port, and the warehouses are. You know, you mentioned Tokyo. I'm going to go to Japan for a minute. Last year, I was down in outside of the metropolitan Hiroshima area. There's 2 Army ports down there and 5 different small installations that were built by the Japanese after the Second World War under the U.S. Leadership. We're only using about 40% of the storage on the ground in those facilities. Never mind Sagami Depot outside of Tokyo, never mind the stores that we have in Kadena and Okinawa, and of course the preposition equipment that we have in Korea. I guess the point I'm making is that we have physical access right now. What we don't have, and what I mentioned in my testimony, is that we're not putting the equipment on the ground fast enough. One example, there are 7 vessels that were loaded with prepositioned equipment afloat in the Pacific. We were taking those vessels and just having the equipment float out there. My point was, let's get it on the ground and keep it distributed and give the ships back to the Navy to recap them.
Well, so General, thanks for your service, and I represent the Bluegrass Army Depot, part of the Army Materiel Command. We need to do exactly what you suggest and pre-position over in the theater. Let me ask a quick question to Deputy Secretary Campbell. Strategic ambiguity. This has been a diplomatic debate. Should we abandon strategic ambiguity? Would deterrence be served by shifting to clarity as a policy of deterrence?
Congressman, my own view would be that the policy that we've adopted over the last 40 years, which I believe has substantial elements of clarity within it, but our declaratory position that you described, I believe, has served our strategic interests. And I believe there's still elements of that can and should be sustained going forward. So I'm more focused on the steps that we're talking about here in terms of preparation, but I also believe we've been unmistakable strategically in our public declarations about what we stand for and what we're...
Let me drill down on a detail of that. As you know, the PRC uses UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 to isolate Taiwan by misinterpreting the resolution to justify its fraudulent one China principle. Although the resolution makes no mention of Taiwan, does not authorize the PRC to represent Taiwan in the UN system, and certainly does not state that Taiwan is part of the PRC. What should be the U.S. position on China using 2758 to claim that Taiwan is part of China?
We should resist that at every possible effort, both in New York, in Geneva, and all the other UN activities that we're undertaking. Look, the truth is that the UN is a pretty important battleground for hearts and minds in the global South. We're frankly hurting our ability to operate in many of those capacities. I think one of the reasons to engage here is that it is essential that we get all these other countries in Latin America, Africa, and elsewhere that are buying into this approach to understand that it's contrary to their interests as well.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank the distinguished witnesses for your years of service to our country. And I tell you, I've certainly have had a lot of interactions, especially with General Flynn and Mr. Campbell, and you've always been incredibly bipartisan and thoughtful and really focused on the national security concerns at stake here. So thank you for that. The ranking member is right that many Americans don't know where Taiwan is, but what's most dangerous is how many don't understand why Taiwan is so important. Don't understand how many chips they carry with them every day that can only be produced on this tiny island. Now, sitting on the Armed Services Committee and the China Committee, I can tell you I am confident that if Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party do what they have promised to do and try to take over this island, try to start this war, we will win it. We will defeat them. But hundreds of thousands will die. We could lose the satellites that enable GPS, so no more Google Maps to get home. And it would be a horrific worldwide economic calamity. So the point is that we have to succeed at deterrence. Now, General Flynn, you said that deterrence is the sum of posture, capability, messaging, and will. I would posit that you can win without posture. Armies have won throughout history without the best capability, and we don't often have the right messaging. But my concern is will. I don't think it's helpful to have a president equivocate on whether we would defend Taiwan as President Trump has. Given where we are today, how do we ensure that Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party understand America and Taiwan's will to fight?
Sir, I think this is why we have to have positional advantage forward. There's no substitute for hard power being forward. And as cited earlier, the Typhoon system and others that are in the Philippines, they get the attention of President Xi.
That's a good answer.
And I think what we're trying to do is sow doubt and feed paranoia there because they did not calculate for those systems being brought in there.
Admiral Montgomery, what do you think? Sorry, we don't show on time.
I agree with your assumption that your presumption that we need to deter them. What I would say is that I do think that the real deterrence is us in Taiwan becoming more integrated. I don't share General Flynn's optimism about Japan, Philippines, Australia actually contributing. They may give us access during combat. I'm not sure they can contribute. The one country I know will contribute to the defense of Taiwan is Taiwan. And currently, our military coordination our military interoperability is down at the deconflicted level, the lowest level. We have to raise it to coordinated, integrated, and eventually unified. And this normally takes 10 to 15 years.
That's
we need
very
to
helpful.
do this the next 2 to 3.
Thank you, Secretary Campbell.
Frankly, I'm much more optimistic about the role of our allies. I've seen over years countries like Japan, Australia, South Korea, even.
Okay, but how do we reinforce this will?
Are you talking about the will domestically?
Yes.
Frankly, hearings like this, we need much more discussion. Frankly, just having people understand that our economy grounds to a halt without our access to the key technologies of Taiwan. This is an educational effort. I will also say I think the real strength of what we've seen in our engagement in the Indo-Pacific, it has been largely bipartisan. It needs to stay that way, and major policy things need to be debated and discussed and not sort of decided from on high without appropriate consultation.
Thank you. Just a quick diversion to Rear Admiral Montgomery, your comment on Golden Dome, because I think it's really important that we're investing in the right things here. How long will it take us to design, build, and deploy this capability?
Look, if we do it right, we're going for the long term. The worst thing we can do right now is go by.
It's been estimated 15 years. How long do you think it will take our adversaries to
So I think
to get around?
a space-based system is now 5 to 8 years away.
Okay, so where would these space-based satellites reside?
And they would be both.
So if is willing to launch a massive attack against us, which this system is designed to stop, thousands of intercontinental ballistic missiles, don't you think they'd be willing to detonate just a single missile to take out every LEO satellite, to take out that defense system?
So this is not about stopping a nuclear exchange. What will stop a nuclear exchange is mutual assured destruction. are what we need Golden Dome for is the hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, and and conventionally armed ballistic missiles that China and Russia are now building.
What you just said, I think, is incredibly important, and it's lost on a lot of people in understanding Golden Dome. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Dunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses as well for the testimony today. And let me just say, Mr. Chairman, you've put together an incredibly distinguished panel this morning. It's a real pleasure to drag myself out of bed just for a chance to talk to these gentlemen. It's incumbent upon us in Congress to decisively put a stop to the PRC's plans to forcefully annex Taiwan. Taiwan is our strategic partner, shares similar commitment to democratic values, and we cannot allow the PLA, PRC to continue to run amok, bullying and jeopardizing the security of our allies throughout the world. To accomplish this, we have to optimize and revitalize America's defense industrial base and the defense workforce to maintain competitive military readiness, and America has to close the gap in defense production capacity. Otherwise, our enemies, China, Iran, and Russia, will continue to threaten our allies throughout the world. As policymakers, we must continue efforts to establish comprehensive security strategy that prioritizes a ready military posture. And I'm a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I'll present a report on the need for defense industrial base shifts in America, Canada, and in Europe at the upcoming NATO PA Summit next week in Dayton, Ohio. The U.S. has to lead these global efforts, I think, including in cyber deterrence, strengthening partnerships, and I mean beyond the Five Eyes intelligence alliance to build collective defensive alliances. We've heard through our previous work in this committee that the PRC will stop at nothing to control, dominate, and exacerbate any and every vulnerability to carve out a strategic advantage for itself, and it remains critical that we establish comprehensive security strategy to respond to that, and I look forward to continuing this work with my colleagues and with our allies. And let me say, I think this panel exemplifies the American commitment to that goal. General Flynn, good to see you again, sir. First, could you talk about the critical infrastructure challenges in the Indo-Pacific and how they impact the military's ability to operate throughout the region?
Admiral Montgomery mentioned, I'll just refer to them as power projection platforms. They're vulnerable. They're vulnerable to cyber attacks and infections, essentially, that are on those networks. I would also say that, as I mentioned in my remarks, because it's tied to the comment you're making, our ability to have the raw materials of steel, aluminum, magnets, batteries, even the microchips, as he held the phone up, Representative Moulton, right? Those come from the rare earth elements that we need. So we're not going to be able to get this organic industrial base back on its feet until we can gain access into those markets and make sure that we have those here. So the combination of our ability to project power is vulnerable from cyber, and then our ability to actually move the power is tied to our organic.
Thank you for calling attention to the basics. I mean, it really is blocking and tackling. Sometimes it's not just, high tech. I do want to say also, Admiral Paparo, I'm sure you know, Commander U.S. Indo-PACOM gave China's armed forces last month high marks for their ability to prevent the U.S. forces from achieving air superiority in the first island chain. Do you think that's true?
Yes, I do.
Ouch.
Hey, can I add to
yes,
that? I think
Admiral?
that's true for the first 2 weeks. Our goal, and maybe only 1 week, our plan is to roll back Chinese air power. If we can't roll it back in under 7 to 10 days, in my mind, the ground forces that Charlie's been talking about, the Taiwan ground forces, will get overrun by a Chinese lodgment. So I think we really have to get it back pretty rapidly.
We have to get it back, but the challenge that we're talking about is getting it back is at what cost,
we have work to do. I do want to get to the Honorable Kirk Campbell, the one man who may have spent more time in Indo-Pacific than everybody else in the room put together. It's good to see you again, sir. Could you speak about how investing in our allies, partners, and particularly through infrastructure projects impacts America's competition with China, specifically in Indo-Pacific?
Great, thank you, and I very much appreciate the comments that you've made, Congressman. I do want to just underscore one other point that was just made about investment into the United States. If you look over the last 5 years, the countries, by and large, that have dramatically increased their investment in our infrastructure in the United States, enhanced battery projects, semiconductors, just down the list. It's Taiwan, South Korea, largest investor of any country in the world in the United States, Japan, and Australia. So those trends are very positive. That work is well underway. I do want to just point out something that you I think, alluded to, but something that we have to take seriously in this forum. If you ask me, what is the most formidable partnership, militarily, strategically, on the planet today? It's not the United States with any of our allies. It is Russia with China. And the fact is, what China is doing to help Russia on the battlefield in Ukraine is truly concerning. But remember, it's the reverse that's going to affect us as well. Russia has capabilities, hypersonic capabilities, silencing of their submarines, things that they're going to provide to China that are going to provide a real threat to us. And so understanding that this relationship is affecting not only peace and stability in Europe, but in the Indo-Pacific as well. The only thing I would say, look, I understand what we're doing, trying to balance the books on some of our trade engagements. Frankly, I'm more focused on that relationship with Beijing than I am going around and hitting some of our allies really hard. I would be much more focused on seeing what we can do in partnership with them, infrastructure, technology, military. I'm more ambitious and more bullish about what we can do together. I think we've turned a corner with many of these countries who see the threats on the horizon, and frankly, they want to be with the United States, and I want us to be up to that challenge.
You've given us sobering thoughts to leave with. I look forward to continuing this conversation. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Takuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Flynn, aloha, good to see you here. So I sit on the Armed Services Committee, so I understand the need to be hawkish in this particular environment, but I have a basic question for the panel. Does China even need to invade Taiwan to achieve its reunification goals? I mean, could they just economically isolate Taiwan as the U.S. imposes and threatens it with 32% tariffs? Could they undermine Taiwan's democracy through intensive disinformation campaigns? We know that China is using generative AI to ramp up their disinformation campaign and conduct what is ultimately, I think, is, you said, General Flynn, psychological warfare that divides Taiwan's people. We also recently shut down the State Department's Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference Hub, which was key for us to coordinate with allies and expose disinformation. We've also eliminated the U.S. Agency for Global Media that was our counter-messaging arm to get at this disinformation. Could they literally force Taiwan into submission by causing Taiwan to question its, the U.S.'s commitment to its defense as a result of our actions and words in the region and in places like Ukraine? Simply without even firing a bullet, as a result of our action and inaction in this particular case, could China achieve its goal?
That was in my testimony. I agree with you completely. That's what I laid out. In my mind, the most likely scenario is they're going to try this cyber-enabled economic warfare campaign, abetted and facilitated with cyber malicious activity and with military feints. And what they do is just drive the pressure up on Taiwan and try to break their societal resilience. Taiwan, the President Lai and his team feel this is the most likely scenario as well, and they have set up a task force on societal resilience to deal with it. It includes information operations, cyber, financial, communications, and energy. We've run tabletop exercises in Taiwan and with the Senate Foreign Relations Committee looking at exactly this issue. We're happy to run them with you to show you exactly what will happen in an energy-driven, cyber-enabled economic warfare campaign. You're exactly right.
If you don't, what I would say is that, yes, However, the threat is very real. So from a military perspective, we have to take the actual military instrument that they have built and what they do with it, and we have to counter that. So the ultimate, the goal would be to subjugate Taiwan without invading. However, we cannot discount the threat that they pose by what they do with their air, maritime, and ground forces, or cyber, space, et cetera. So that has to be countered in a very real way, and that's my position is forward positional advantage gives us hard power forward to deter that.
Absolutely. Maybe, Dr. Campbell, if you could elaborate briefly, you mentioned the China-Russia relationship. In this area in particular, are we underestimating that particular bond and their ability to use their joint assets to really come at Taiwan and create this divide?
Yeah, at the same time that Russia is deeply and actively engaged in this brutal, illegitimate campaign in Ukraine, they're also increasing their operational dynamics with China in the Western Pacific, operating around Japan, in the Taiwan Strait. You've seen statements from Russia indicating that they would be prepared to potentially participate with China in actions there. Look, I agree, ultimately, we've got to step up our deterrent capability, but I would also say the real challenge that we face, if we have a faltering of our will, if we have statements that somehow, gee, we're not as interested in this, or gee, let's figure out how to get along with Xi Jinping. Ultimately, what that will lead to are questions in Taiwan about the United States, about our role and our commitment. And that's what China wants. That's what China wants, is not to cut a deal with us, but to have us signal somehow that we're waning in our commitment, and they will then use that to go to Taiwan and say, see, your backer has lost its will. That is why the work of this committee is so important.
Well, you set me up for my next quick question, because I know I'm running short on time. I mean, clearly, we know this. The CCP is the single greatest threat to global peace and security. We all agree on that. But across the world, we also know right now our allies and our partners are increasingly worried about us. A poll this spring in Japan showed that 48% of Japanese respondents believe that the international community cannot rely on the U.S. A shocking 77% doubted that they would come to Japan's defense in an emergency. In Taiwan, a poll showed similar trends. Over 57% of Taiwanese respondents felt that the U.S. was no longer dependable, and a Brookings poll showed similar declines in perception and trustworthiness, dependability, and favorability. And in Taiwan, does this concern you that these perceptions are there in the first, second, and third island chain?
Is that to me?
Whoever wants to answer. I know I'm short on time.
I mean, what I would say is on the military side, that's not what I've seen. I've seen nothing but strengthening in our partnerships. The fact that we are actually there and that confidence that's gained by us being in those locations, I've seen nothing but a tightening of that, at least the military-to-military partnerships. And in a period of time when diplomacy is fractured or there's political fracturing, this is the power of having a mill-to-mill relationship and being able to overcome some of those, rough waters.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I know I'm out of time, but I will just say, again, this is public perception, not the military action. It's what I'm getting at. The war will be fought on multiple fronts. We are secure in the defense side. We know that, but it's the war of the mind, and it's the war of the people and their will.
I would just say right now, I think the biggest challenge we face in terms of maintaining peace and stability is if our allies and partners lose confidence that we are the America with all of our warts and flaws that they've known for the last 40 or 50 years, and that we're backing away from our commitments to the maintenance of peace and stability. If we lose that edge, then I think the global circumstances will be very dangerous. Yes, indeed, Congressman.
Thank you. It is about trust. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
When the ranking member, the chairman, and I were in Taiwan more than a year ago, I had the sense, I was hearing all the right things. It seemed as though the government had taken major changes with regard to the compulsory service, moving back to a 12-month period. Lots of, I think, important conversation about increasing defense spending. We've had some conversations about that today. I had the sense that the likelihood of an invasion was moving down and that maybe the window of opportunity was being pushed further into the future. I think the last 6 or 12 months maybe has brought that window of opportunity a little closer. And in fact, last week when I was reading The Economist, there was an article that in essence said that. The quote that struck my eye was, "If America weakens its commitment to defending Taiwan, then Taiwan may lose the resolve to resist. And if Taiwan is not prepared to defend itself, America will be less likely to come to its aid." I think that in my mind that really brought forth this idea that the will of our country and theirs interacts with one another, and we can get kind of a dismal feedback loop if there isn't the will to fight and, of course, the capability to fight. So, General Flynn, I know you're not an expert on politics, but you talked about President Lai understanding the importance of mobile survivable systems. Of course, Taiwan's a split government. It's always a little harder to get things done in that environment. What is your assessment? I mean, is there broad consensus around that idea?
Thanks for the question. The way I would frame it is this way. I get asked the question a lot about their will to fight. I don't know, because until somebody puts a bullet through the person next to you, you're not sure if they're going to fight. But what I can tell you is this. In my view, over the last 3.5 to 4 years, their will to prepare, like to go to practice every day and to train and to get better, from the political side and the military side, in my view, that is moving in a very, very positive direction. We have momentum, and we can ill afford to lose the momentum. And therefore, being able to give them a system, like a HIMARS that I mentioned, that's interoperable with our systems, then we have a much easier way of being able to network these forces together so that they can do the things that they must do, enabled by the United States.
Is everybody on board with that? I mean, I know in years past there was a sense that maybe the military and the government was more interested in exquisite systems, right? Really expensive, shiny platforms. Is there a broad consensus around your recommendation?
I think it's getting there, right? I'll use this example. We can give them 400 Harpoon systems, but if they don't have 400 crews that actually know how to man them, use them, employ them, sight them, and have a primary, alternate, and supplementary firing position, it doesn't matter how many things they have. So my point is training and more training allows them to understand how to actually do a defense in depth. And this is where our value as a training body is so important.
Let me add to that we absolutely have to grow the joint training team in Taiwan so that it can do, that's a U.S. team there that's about 500 people now. It needs to be 1,000. If we're going to give them billions of dollars in assistance, sell them tens of billions of dollars worth of U.S. gear, it makes sense that we'd be over there training and working. Your Taiwan Enhanced Resilience Act directed the department to do it. I would say gently they've been slow. So the answer to the question is we can drive their preparations, we can help their preparations, but it's going to take U.S. engagement and involvement in this to kind of get them to the point where they really have a true counterintervention force.
So, Admiral, you talked in your testimony about the importance of siege-proofing and how that's really tied to being properly resourced. You talked about 3%. Again, in divided government, it doesn't look like maybe everybody's on the same page there yet in Taiwan. Then you talked about stepping up to 5%. Did you choose that number because you think that's what's politically possible, or does that number actually get siege-proofing accomplished?
So it's based on three things. One, it does get siege-proofing accomplished. That kind of budget will do it. It'll buy them not just the systems they need, but readiness. They will get to 3% this year. They're going to spend several $billions on readiness. That is actually small arms equipment, things like that, the training ranges Charlie mentioned and that he advocated for in his last job. And the other thing about the 5% is historically looking at democracies. That's about where democracy can end up. The only one that's been above that is Israel. And in fact, it went below it before October 7th.
I mean, it is aggressive, though, right? I mean, the United States is there. Poland, I think, is now there. But is kind of anybody else at 5%?
We're not there. We're 3.4%.
Oh, yeah, right, sure.
So,
South Korea in some respects.
South Korea is 3.5%. 5% is going to be the three Baltic states, Poland, Israel, and Taiwan when they get there. One last thing I'll say is, I keep hearing like people in the administration say 10%. 10% would mean they would have to buy $40 billion worth of FMF from us every year. I think you all are well aware we can't crap out $3.5 billion worth of FMF a year. So unless our FMS, unless our foreign military sales program gets absolutely revitalized and improves 1,000%, they're not going to be buying. They're not going to be at 10% of GDP.
Thank you.
I'll add one thing about, so part of that lift in their investment is also, there's some indigenous capability that they need to get up and running right now in Taiwan. So it's not just about bringing stuff in from outside. It's also about them creating the capabilities inside to be able to feed their stocks and stockpiles and stores and have some reproduction and manufacturing capability forward.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Chairman Molinar and Ranking Member Krishnamurthy, for holding today's hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. The topic of today's hearing could not be more timely or consequential. With President Xi Jinping directing the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, to be prepared for a Taiwan contingency by 2027, the window for strategic investment and deterrence is narrowing fast. As a member of this committee and as someone committed to strong federal oversight and forward-thinking technology policy, I want to focus today on how we align policy, posture, and planning to meet this pivotal moment. I represent Ohio's 11th district, where families, workers, and veterans believe in the promise of democracy, the value of peace, and the need for safety. And they deserve to know that their communities and this country are protected, not just from the threats they can see, but from those they may not often think about, threats that advance online and infrastructure or across the Pacific. Today's threats go beyond missiles and military drills. They include cyber attacks, disinformation, and gray zone coercion by the Chinese Communist Party. These efforts are designed to disable our networks, divide our alliances, and destabilize democracies like Taiwan, all without firing a single shot. We've seen what the CCP is capable of in cyberspace. The FBI recently disrupted Chinese state-sponsored malware planted inside American routers and infrastructure. The malware is pre-positioned to disrupt U.S. logistics and communications in a crisis. We cannot afford to ignore that. Our digital defenses must be as strong as our physical ones. At the same time, we've passed $8 billion in new Indo-Pacific security investments. I supported that funding, but money alone isn't enough. We need urgency in implementation. Taiwan still faces a years-long backlog in arms deliveries, and if our own systems remain exposed to cyber attacks, and our deterrences could be derailed before it ever gets started. At its core, this is about defending freedom. Taiwan is a vibrant, self-governing democracy, and the CCP's aggressive posture, military, economic, and digital, isn't just a threat to Taiwan's autonomy. It's a challenge to the idea that free people have the right to choose their own future. That principle is worth standing up for, and that's why today's hearing matters. So, General Flynn, you've spoken about the role of Army forces in the Indo-Pacific. Given growing cyber threats to our logistics and communication systems, how should Congress support efforts to harden military infrastructure and ensure our forces and our allies can operate even under cyber duress?
So a couple of ways. First of all, having cyber support teams forward, again, as part of the multi-domain task forces that I mentioned. Each one of these countries also, including Taiwan, they're looking for how to organize their forces to do that, and then also how to, I'll say, improve their tactics and techniques on how to operate in the cyber domain. Just the simple act of being able to perform forward to be able to do that is incredibly important. And then, of course, being able to share information, intelligence, and some of the nefarious activities that are going on their networks with these countries is incredibly important. And it also shows the value of what we offer them by being able to see a broader landscape of what's actually happening against their vulnerable networks and those vulnerable points with which they are attacking.
Thank you. Deputy Secretary Campbell, what more can the United States do either through diplomacy or regional coordination or otherwise to counter cyber-enabled coercion and disinformation from the CCP? And how are we working with allies in the region like Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan to ensure gray zone attacks result in real consequences?
Yeah. Great. Congresswoman, can I just commend you on focusing on this critical dimension? My colleagues have already mentioned it. The cyber dimension is the area that, frankly, we have not been as attentive to. I think we've doubled down with the support of this committee and others on working on our own defenses. The challenge is that, as you point out, some of the areas where we are most vulnerable requires a partnership between, frankly, the U.S. government and private entities. Some of that work is, frankly, yet to be done. It is also the case that some of our closest allies face similar cyber challenges from the PRC and other actors. We've increased our ability to work with those countries. I think we've been able to address some of the challenges, rebuild systems with greater resilience in them. But at the same time, I would just have to say that this is a work that is barely in progress, that needs much more effort over time, and you're absolutely correct. We can take all of the steps that we're discussing here, but a few flips of a few switches in a couple of places in Beijing can basically disable some of the things, the critical infrastructure in the United States, which is frankly essential to our ability to respond.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the Admiral that I'd like to submit for the record, and thank you for the extension. My time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's been a really interesting hearing. I don't really care to fight China's war or fight them in their own neighborhood. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but would you say that China's weaknesses are food, energy, and exports? Somebody want to debate that?
I would.
Okay. You think they are capable of producing all the food they need?
No, they're not.
Are they capable of producing all the energy that they need?
No.
And the export, they have a totally dependent economy based on exports because their capacity to produce far exceeds their capacity to consume. Is that correct?
I would agree.
So would it behoove us to take the fight further out? In other words, if they want, you talk about blockading Taiwan, what do we blockade them? But not right next to them, but blockade them way out. All right, so you can't get their food supply, they can't get their energy supply. And what if we develop partnerships, mainly with Europe, and say, if you indeed attack Taiwan, then we'll put an embargo on your exports and wreck their economy. Would that be a deterrent?
Yeah, I think it would be. I think we've been looking at what kind of economic security authorities we should pass ahead of time. In other words, I think it's incumbent on Congress to say to the President, if these things happen, this is what we expect, these are triggered. If you do that, that's that strong deterrent effect that says to China, if you attack, you will feel this economic pain. And I do believe that we could use legislation to then pull in our allies and partners to agree to that and create the kind of deterrent effect that gets at exactly what you want, which is pre-boom.
Yeah, if you don't mind, that's why I think these relationships that I'm talking about, like, we're talking a lot about Taiwan. I mean, maybe because the hockey playoffs are going on. Like, Taiwan's like the puck, but there's a whole game going on around, and the movement elsewhere in South Asia, the work we're doing with India, Thailand, Vietnam, the work that we're doing with ASEAN countries, the work that we're doing out in Oceania, the work that we're doing in Northeast Asia, all of these areas are having massive pressure put on them by China. And so our partnerships, and again, geography and partnerships matter, and that's why having those forces out there to stay engaged, again, this is where the Department of Defense and the Department of State have to be hand in glove with these different areas because we can put pressure on China by that network of allies and partners and then countering them in each one of these areas where they are absolutely putting their thumb on the scale, trying to disrupt and fragment and fracture our network of allies and partners that we enjoy.
If Xi Jinping wakes up one day and says, hey, the math doesn't work, I mean, even if I take over Taiwan, the impact on China as a whole is much greater than the gain that I get from China, then, maybe, it's not just about, treasure, blood, okay? It's about, and the number of men they're going to lose and the assets they're going to lose. It's about, hey, this is really going to hurt China. I mean, right now, when just with the threat of high tariffs, orders ceased, and China was looking at full warehouses and then people getting out of work, all right? So the pain inside of China is going to be much worse. Hey, all right, I got Taiwan. What's the gain to that? Versus what's going to be the pain inside China if the world stands up and says, no, we won't tolerate that. Yes.
Could I just give you one other way to think about this, Congressman? I appreciate the approach. For 30 years since China's opening, the logic of global economics was a massive investment in China. And so as a result, until a couple of years ago, the greatest interdependence economically between any two nations is frankly probably between the United States and China. And if you ask what two countries are more interdependent but more uncomfortable with that interdependence, it's both the United States and China. And the only thing I would say, Congressman, we often discuss among ourselves, can you take this act and hurt them and put them under pressure? I have a different reading of what played out over the course of the last couple of days. I don't think it was just China that reevaluated. I think both countries blinked, because the truth is, if we take dramatic steps to distance ourselves economically, it will have consequences in both countries. The way I think we got to go about doing this, we need to invest more in capacities in the United States. We need to work more with allies and partners. We have to diversify these supply chains. But that is not an easy process, because we built up this interdependence for 30 years, and it will take more than just a couple of days to separate us. That is the direction that we're going, but it's going to be harder than we realize, Congressman.
I know my time is up, and just my one comment is this. It took us 30 years to become addicts, all right? And we're not going to, wean ourselves off off this drug, really quickly, but wean ourselves we must. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Stanton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chinese aggression can come militarily or economically. We've heard a lot about military threat today, but the second, coercion without violence, should also be of great concern to this committee. American commitment to Taiwan security is a commitment to defending American economic and national security interests. Taiwan has a special relationship with the United States, especially with my home state of Arizona. Taiwan is Arizona's third largest trading partner, and for decades, the two democracies have collaborated in key sectors like technology and defense. America has depended on Taiwan, the world's top manufacturer of semiconductors, to power everything from consumer electronics to our weapons systems. Now, Americans' over-reliance on Taiwanese chips has long been a bipartisan concern, one this Congress has sought to address, especially through our bipartisan Chips and Science Act, which encouraged chip makers like the Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to build more in the U.S., more specifically in Phoenix, Arizona. TSMC's investment in Arizona, $165 billion under construction and announced in total, is the single largest direct foreign investment in American history. They've broken ground on 3 fabs that are poised to make some of the most cutting-edge chips in the world, chips that will propel advancements in century-defining technology like AI, and make sure American defense systems remain the most sophisticated in the world. This much is clear. The strong economic ties between our two nations has been a boon to Arizona's economy and to American national security. As Ranking Member Krishnamurthy pointed out, a war over Taiwan would drop global GDP by $10 trillion, and losing access to Taiwan semiconductors would put the United States into an immediate Great Depression. The strong economic ties also act as a deterrent to Chinese aggression, whatever form they take. We can take a step now to strengthen that economic relationship between the U.S. and Taiwan by getting rid of double taxation. The House passed bipartisan legislation to do just that in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote in January, and now we call on the Senate to act immediately. Taiwan is the United States' largest partner without tax treaty. This limits TSMC suppliers' ability to easily invest in the United States, and with it, limiting the strength of the U.S. conductor ecosystem. Secretary Campbell, can you expand upon this a little bit? Why are economic ties between the U.S. and Taiwan so critical to curbing Chinese aggression?
Great. First of all, let me commend you and this committee and this group on the work you did on the double taxation treaty. I think, as you probably understand, you had allies inside the U.S. government that thought that this work is long overdue. We have certain agencies in the U.S. government that were reluctant to take this on. Through your support, I think we've seen the wheels start moving. I also join with you in calling on the Senate to take these actions. To be clear, this should just take place no matter what, because we have every possible interest in increasing and deepening the economic integration between the United States and Taiwan. I think what we saw for years is Taiwan's primary engagement economically and commercially was with China. And those ties continue, but what we want to see is a diversification, not just with the United States, with other allies and partners, and that's taking place. If there is only one source of engagement economically and commercially, that creates the ability for another country to put a stranglehold on Taiwan. That's not in our strategic interests. I also want to just commend you, Congressman. I know the work that you have played in Arizona. We've faced some challenges over the course of the last couple of years. It's been your intervention, carefully building bridges with Taiwan, both on the industrial side and the political side, that has helped us overcome some of the challenges. I commend you on that.
I appreciate you saying that. It was a bipartisan effort in Arizona.
I know, but you can take a compliment.
Thank you. I believe that this administration's tariff policy has really hurt trust in the United States around the globe, sending unnecessary shocks through the markets, creating whiplash with each declaration, pause, and hike. And they stick a fork in the eye of our allies, the very allies we need to work with to compete against the Chinese Communist Party. That's not speculation. According to a recent poll in Morning Consult, tragically, China's global standing has surpassed that of the United States in 47 of the leading nations across the globe. As America retreats from our alliances, we leave open a void that CCP is all too happy to fill. Secretary Campbell, how does damage from the tariffs lower Taiwan's economic resilience to the PRC propaganda and economic coercion?
So, look, there have been some other discussion, Congressman, about public sentiment globally. I think we're all concerned by that. But it is important that I think the world understands that Americans believe in these partnerships and these relationships. And they hear voices like yours and others that speak out about how this is, frankly, a bipartisan commitment in the United States and has been for decades. Ultimately, my own concern is countries, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, they're going to be prepared to take steps if we put forward a predictable policy. And they may not like all the tariff stuff, but if they have an understanding of what is to be expected, they'll respond accordingly, even our closest allies. The challenge is the changes. So the administration in the last 3 months, about 55 to 60 different tariff actions, changes, sometimes announced in the morning, changed in the afternoon. That's not the way, and if you had business people here, they would say the same things. Need greater predictability. I commend the administration on the steps they're trying to take in a number of venues to try to reestablish a careful dialogue. We should see that through in the next couple of months, but we've got to get out of this, we're going to raise it in the morning and then we're going to change it tomorrow. That creates an environment where it's impossible for both governments and businesses to plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses today, Mr. Secretary, Admiral, and General. Thanks for your important conversation. our strategic partnership with Taiwan is, in my opinion, one of the most important, and it's one that we must strengthen in the face of the threat of invasion, and frankly, because China is trying to isolate the United States and exclude us from influence in that region across the board. The U.S. has to take steps to stop that and to bolster our ally. In January, as Representative Stanton mentioned, we took a really important step in the House by passing the U.S.-Taiwan Expedited Double Tax Relief Act. I would join his call for the Senate to take action on that matter, to pass it and to get it to the President's desk. This legislation stops the double taxation of American workers, reduces dependency on China, and provides a pathway for a more robust economic partnership by establishing a tax treaty with Taiwan. But this is just the first of many steps. You guys, I know Admiral and I have had lots of conversations. It's a multifaceted approach, as you know. It's not just economic, but it's diplomatic. It's a military approach. It's a holistic approach that we have to take to push back on the CCP's malign influence across the world. I'm really glad that Ranking Member Krishnamurthy emphasized the importance of the longstanding trade partnership that we have between the U.S. and Taiwan, which is mutually beneficial. Over 90% of Taiwan's energy needs and approximately 70% of its food are imported, as you know, and a lot of that happens in and out of Texas. I want to ask Dr. Campbell, Secretary Campbell, other than importing more LNG from places like Alaska and Texas, how can Taiwan increase their energy resiliency?
So what I'd really like you to do is ask the Admiral a question. One of the things that he's worked on is efforts to strengthen energy independence and capacity inside Taiwan. There are challenges on nuclear energy, but I believe some of the work that the Admiral has done in deep engagement with our colleagues in Taiwan have opened the door for certain new areas of cooperation. There is, I think there are plans underway to think about major new investments in natural gas in Alaska that could be important for Taiwan, but ultimately they are facing some urgent needs over the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe if I could.
Yeah, Admiral, pick up the ball from there and talk more about the work that you've done, because it's critically important.
So yeah, I agree that of their three sectors, telecommunications, energy, and finance, I think the one that's most vulnerable and will break their societal resilience is energy. They get one LNG ship a day. Once they've missed 5 LNG ships, they're going to be out of LNG, right? That's a problem. That's liquid natural gas. From my point of view, they need to bring the 2 nuclear power plants back. They're shutting down their final one today, in fact. They need to bring them back. That'll bring back about 8 or 9% of their grid. And then we need to figure out how to protect LNG. That means we need to set up, as I mentioned earlier, convoy schemes, reflagging schemes. We need to work with Australia, and we need to work with Alaska, because right now they're heavily dependent on Qatar. And despite whether we get a 747 for them or not, I think in the middle of a crisis, China's going to turn to Qatar and say, we buy 15 times more LNG than Taiwan. You need to stop delivering to one country. And Qatar is going to choose very quickly to stop delivering to Taiwan. So we need to get them secure in LNG.
General, I'm going to come to you, because this idea of partnerships and collaboration around the world with our allies is a theme that I'm hearing from each one of you. So let's talk about it militarily. We know we need to strategically partner with folks that were mentioned earlier, like Australia, Japan, Korea, India, Vietnam, in the economic world. But talk about the military world and how important our alliances are with Australia in particular, but also Japan and Korea, and what we need to do to strengthen those partnerships.
Well, since they've not been talked about much, I'll talk about Korea and Australia. I'll start with Australia. I mean, Australia, first of all, the AUKUS Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 are really important. I think we need to be paying more attention to Pillar 2 sometimes. It's AI, robotics, quantum computing, machine learning. By the way, the Australian military in the last number of years has basically decided to buy the ground and air systems of the United States Army as well. So it's not just the subs that are working together. That interoperability is strong. And I'll just jump to Korea very quickly. In my time out there here recently, in my time previously, I never saw South Korea, allow us to use equipment and capabilities from the Korean Peninsula into the region. But last year and the year before that, they did. And that is a sizable step forward, because South Korea needs to be seen in the region because of the strength of the alliance that we have between the United States and South Korea. And South Korea's presence out there in the region, again, when you look at South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Australia, that right there is the connection of a couple of continents, okay? But more importantly, the militaries there all share interoperability. And those interoperabilities are both human, technical, and procedural. So the value of that as a counterweight to what the Chinese are doing, in my view, that slows this trajectory down that they're on of their, sort of irresponsible, insidious, and incremental path that they've been following for the last number of years. So it's incredibly important.
And I think Secretary Campbell has one more comment to make, and I'll let you have the last word, but I will say I love what you guys are saying today, because it's not just a check the box on any one specific action that will do everything we need. It's not just an economic act or it's a military act or diplomatic, but it's continuous, multifaceted, multi-regional approach across the board to box China in and to keep ourselves from being boxed in. Secretary Campbell, I'm going to give you the last word.
I was just going to say, what the general described is, I think, a process underway in each of the countries. But what he underscored what happened in the last couple of years in Korea, allowing U.S. forces to be used in regional contingencies or training, extraordinarily important. So I am more bullish about what's possible if we continue to build. I do want to just make one last point.
Can you make it quickly?
I will. Very quickly. I'll do it very quickly.
Here.
On energy and the importance of natural gas. In the immediate aftermath of the attack on Ukraine from Russia, in which there were huge shortfalls in natural gas heating in a desperately cold winter in Ukraine, what countries stepped up immediately to provide and to defer their shipments of natural gas from the United States? Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. And so don't underestimate this linkage between the Indo-Pacific and Europe. They understand what happens in Ukraine is going to have significant long-term implications about what happens in Taiwan.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Khanna, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Campbell, the big news today is Walmart CEO saying that they will have price hikes that are unprecedented in Walmart's history. Basically, Americans, Walmart is saying, are going to pay more for their groceries, their toys, and ordinary products. And Walmart CEO is saying these blanket tariffs are hurting ordinary Americans. Do you agree with Walmart CEO?
I agree with what he said and his statement, and this is going to happen. And so I think everyone has pointed out the tariff efforts are like a wave on the horizon, like we've seen it coming, and then now it's going to hit. And we're going to see it in a variety of different things. Last couple of years, we had problems with eggs and baby formula. This is going to be across the board. We're going to see price hikes in a number of areas.
Secretary Campbell, you've seen a lot of presidents. Other presidents have faced external shocks. OPEC does something that causes inflation. Pandemics cause inflation. Have you ever seen, Republican or Democrat, a modern president implement a policy that ends up causing inflation and hurting ordinary working class Americans?
You know, I'm personally, look, there are problems, the economy that President Biden handed over in terms of inflation, but overall, the engines of the American economy were humming pretty well. I am concerned about some of the steps that have been taken, the erratic nature, the start and stop, and I do think it's going to have impacts on our economy. And if you're going to take some of these steps, you got to make preparations. You got to have stockpiles and stuff. We've done none of that, and so yes, I'm concerned about the next couple of months. And what I'm also concerned about, you didn't mention this, but the people that are going to be hurt are the poorest in our country, and that's something that we have to be really concerned by.
It's going to be people who shop at Walmart and work at Walmart, for example.
I shop at Walmart. I like Walmart, but it's going to be. It's going to affect people who have the least, ability to absorb even small changes in food bills and the like. And so, yeah, I think you know.
And this would be a fair distinction between President Biden and President Trump's policies. President Biden said we're going to build manufacturing by taxing wealthy people in my district and having funding for new steel and new manufacturing. President Trump saying, no, don't have the wealthy people in Rose District pay for it. Let's have the poorest working class Americans pay for it. Would you say that that's a fair distinction?
Look, I'll just stand by what I'm saying. I don't think these steps are being undertaken in a carefully orderly way. And look, I worked on the transition. There's some very able economic folks. I think.
Where are they? Well, I guess Bassett, at least.
No, Secretary Bassett, I think understands some of the challenges and is responsive to markets.
But you would agree that this has been a destructive policy so far.
I think elements of this have been erratic and they have hurt the United States and hurt our people.
What do you think of some of the folks, and I'm not taking the president out of context, I think his real view when he said, okay, we can only have 3 or 4 dolls, 3 or 4 toys. You know, when I used to have people visit the United States, relatives, they used to go in the grocery store and you know what they loved to see? 45 cereal boxes. That's American exceptionalism, that we've got 45 cereal boxes. Do you know any American who only wants 3 toys or 4 toys?
Look, my daughters love dolls, and so I'd like them to have as many as they want.
President Trump, of all people. Yeah. I mean, he put up the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Look, I think we can all agree that some of these steps have been hard to follow. They've been a bit erratic, and I do think they're going to have some concerns.
And let me ask a last question. There's a way to have strategic tariffs to protect American industry in a way that wasn't as erratic as this, correct? In a much more rational way of doing them with China.
I would agree. So, I'm still not exactly clear, if you listen to various voices in the administration, what this has meant for. Are we trying to increase more capacity in the United States? Are we looking to be able to export more, better deals? I don't really see a clear statement about what we're looking for. And frankly, it concerns me that every one of our allies and partners comes to the United States. We meet with them in advance. They're all nervous about what's going on. And so I understand a little bit more on the China stuff. I have less comfort and patience with what's going on with our closest allies who are investing in the United States and that count on us for being a bolster of peace and stability.
I appreciate your service and your perspective.
Thank you.
Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much, and I want to thank all of you for your service. We appreciate you. Admiral Montgomery, on May 7, 2021, a ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline captured headlines around the world. In Florida specifically, I represent the 12th Congressional District in the Tampa Bay area. Our port and airport operations were severely impacted, both of which are critical to the economic health of my state. Since China has so heavily prepositioned itself in our critical infrastructure, I shudder at the thought of such attacks across the country, beyond the current frequency of China's recent wave of cyber attacks. In your testimony, you mentioned the National Guard's role in cyber capacity to defend our infrastructure. Do you believe the National Guard could adequately respond to numerous nationwide cyber attacks on the scale of the Colonial Pipeline attack, and what can we do now to develop that capability?
Thank you for the question, and you're absolutely right. Tampa, about 9 months later, was hit with a water attack as well that turned out to be an insider, exactly. I think an insider job. Yes. Look, what China's doing is operational preparation of the battlefield. They are putting in this malware or gaining access so they can come back at a later time and disrupt or destroy systems. And by the way, if they did the same thing with like 1,000 satchels of explosives and put them in the same port, electrical power, water systems, the American people would be going crazy right now. But because it was cyber, we've kind of backed off. You're right. To get at it, the National Guard is our best asset. I don't think we have enough offensive cyber operators in the active service We can't use the intelligence agencies. We can't use the FBI. The National Guard is the natural natural place. The National Guard is, and I think the National Guard, we'd have to develop a little more capacity in it. It's at about half the capacity it should be for this. It should go from about 4,000 or 5,000 on-net operators to about 9,000 or 10,000. So a little bit of investment. But they have unbelievable authorities, not just DOD, but Homeland Security, and most importantly, state governors' authorities, which are significant. So I absolutely believe they're the right people. And the best part is they know who they're working with because they come from the community. They'll have the relationships. So to me, you all should be pushing hard for a National Guard solution to becoming more offensive in the defense of our networks.
Excellent.
I think,
Thank you very much.
sir, if you don't mind, I think the connection with the governors that the Admiral mentions is really important about the Guard. And we have teams in there, but they, to be next to first responders and know those relationships, in a timely manner, they can respond to those attacks. Because often you find out about them after they've already happened. And that's the unfortunate part, whereas if you're in a defensive, protective posture, then you can respond a hell of a lot quicker, or you can do things to counter that before it even gets in there and disrupts your IT backbone or your electrical grid or your water system or what have you.
Agreed. Thank you, General. Appreciate it. Admiral Montgomery, I also wanted to ask you about the hypersonic missiles and American leverage regarding the semiconductor production and export controls. Do you believe if the U.S. were to adopt the stronger controls, including controls over Taiwanese semiconductor producers, that we would mitigate the strategic imbalance, or should the U.S. be more focused on hypersonic defense?
So I think it's going to have to be both. First, I'll tell you what worries me most are the Chinese parts in our own missile systems, and your committee is doing a great job looking at this, and there's some legislation I think you need to push through to just get China out of our systems. But second, you're right. Taiwan, we need to monitor what's being transferred to Taiwan, and I would say that the chips are actually come from U.S. companies that I'm most worried about in those export controls. I'll be honest, though, most weapon systems are based on chips that are from the 15 to 20 nanometer size, 5-7-year-old chip systems. Believe it or not, it's your phone that has those, the really whammy-dime chips in them. So we really do need to get hypersonic defense. This is crazy. We're allowing an adversary to field a conventional weapon system for which we have no defense. No one believes we're going to nuke them if they send a couple conventional warheads against our systems in Guam and Japan or even Hawaii. Therefore, we need a conventional defense against this conventional weapon system. And the last administration took a busman's holiday on this. They passed on having the right system, which was ready to go in 2029 to meet your congressional direction. They defunded that system and then funded a system that'll come in 2036. They did it because it would have less cost over the fiscal year defense plan. They did it for financial reasons. Our children, my son who's out on a ship out there, needs to have actual hypersonic defense today, or at least by 2027, 2028, 2029. And we need to review that system and have the Missile Defense Agency go back and begin to procure both hypersonic defense systems so we can have a viable system in a few years and an exquisite system that they had pushed for 6 or 10 years from now.
Can I just add one point on this?
Quickly.
Yeah, the chip packaging that has to be done in the United States, when those chips are made in the U.S., the packaging is different from ones that are made overseas. So to Mark's point, we really have to make sure that we're able to bring those in and do the packaging so that we don't find chips that are made from a foreign country inside of one of our systems.
Thank you, General. I appreciate it. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Castor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service to the country and helping us to on a strategy to deter aggression from the Chinese Communist Party. And I hear you loud and clear. It has to be militarily and economically. Over the past few years, it hasn't just been bipartisan in this committee, but we've had a real strategic focus. And I am a little concerned that we're viewed around the world as not maintaining that strategic focus right now. I saw it in Australia, watched some of the Malabar exercises. and then with AUKUS, the ASEAN, everything we've done to bring the Philippines in. Thank you all for your work on that. We've done it domestically. There was a strategy to invest in our industrial base. China wants to control all of the future clean tech, and they were doing a pretty good job, but we decided we were going to invest, and we saw 380 new clean technology factories, a manufacturing boom across the country, but we're having a policy debate here in Congress on reseeding that, and that's a gift to China, giving those jobs back to China as the world moves to clean energy over time. So now these tariffs come down, and even a tariff on Taiwan. And I wonder what you've seen economically and militarily. Go a little deeper, Secretary Campbell. It was distressing to see right after these arbitrary tariffs were announced, boy, China rushed to meet with South Korea and Japan and that. So what is happening? Go a little deeper on some of our most important partners, and are they hedging? And what do we need to do to get the upper hand back?
So thank you for the question, and it's a hard one. I agree with the general that our military contacts are ballast in our boat. They sustain us in difficult times, but ultimately they will not be able to operate unless there is strong support in both countries, and we've seen that time after time. I would say right now, you're absolutely correct that China is determined to try to pick off countries that are wavering or alienated or worried. They're having their best luck probably in Southeast Asia, which is their own backyard, and in places in the global south. Most of our allies desperately want to have a close relationship with the United States for a variety of reasons. It's a little bit like, you know, it's a little older for me. You probably didn't even know this movie. There's a great scene in An Officer and a Gentleman in which Lou Gossett Jr.'s got the hose and Richard Gere, he's trying to get him to quit, and he says, I got nowhere else to go. Many of these countries recognize that their best and frankly only strong partner in the maintenance of peace and stability and sort of a steady, stable world is that partnership with the United States. They are disoriented right now about what's taking place, but they're trying to do everything possible to maintain a good relationship with the United States, try to, you know, kind of fend off the most dangerous steps economically that would hurt them, try to figure out a way forward. I commend them on that. The truth is, we just don't know how hard it's going to be for them in the next couple of months.
Okay. And militarily, General, do you point us to any areas that you recommend that we need to focus on? Have you seen a change in behavior among some of our partners and allies that we need to be aware of and focus on?
Well, I would say that South Asia is an area that we need to pay more attention to from, I would say, from the India-Pak border all the way to Vietnam. I mean, I think the challenges in there are extraordinary. I think what China has done along the line of actual control in at least the last 5 years that I've been watching it, by putting rail and road and surface-to-air missile sites and heliports, and then the damming that they do along the Mekong Delta to choke water to these countries. The smaller ones are challenged in there. You can see the situation in Myanmar. You can see the situation in Bangladesh and Nepal and Bhutan, Laos, Cambodia. So, you know, that soft land underbelly of China gives them access to the Ottoman Sea. It gives them access out into the Indian Ocean. They need those access points as a means to diversify the challenge that they have with the Malacca Strait and the South China Sea. And so, I mean, I think the countries there are incredibly important. We need to pay attention to it. I think there's things that have gone on in Southeast Asia, mostly ASEAN, that have gone quite well. But, you know, it's every day, ma'am. You have to be out there every day. This persistent partnership is what really brings the leadership of the United States to bear. And the security partner of choice has always been the United States. And we can never cede that. The challenge in the region is the economic partner of necessity sometimes, because it's in the neighborhood, is China. And so the countries out there are trying to balance all of this, and that's why it's so important that we're present.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the witnesses for being here today, for your valuable testimony on this important topic. I also serve on our House Intelligence Committee and are heavily focused on this issue. The title of today's hearing, Deterrence Amid Rising Tensions, Preventing CCP Aggression on Taiwan. When I explain to my constituents back home the issue of Taiwan, I think back over the last 25 years with China, and there's a narrative there that goes like this. 25 years ago, 20 years ago, Tibet was the big issue in China. Everybody talked about Tibet, human rights, sovereignty, the Dalai Lama. We don't talk about Tibet anymore. CCP has won in Tibet. They've suppressed all human rights. They've used forced labor and education camps, and so in many ways, they have won in Tibet. It's not even in our vernacular anymore that we talk about Tibet. Fast forward to Hong Kong and what's happened in Hong Kong. We all see it. We've all observed it. We talked about, a democratic movement in Hong Kong, and it was going to be different. It's a surveillance state. And there's a reason why everybody has left, or lots of people have left Hong Kong to Singapore and other places because of what the Chinese have done in Hong Kong. But they've essentially won in Hong Kong. In terms of what we were supposedly going to do or what our allies were going to do, didn't work out. Now, in Xinjiang, little different story, but they're using the same tactics that they've used in Tibet and in Hong Kong. And as I think about Taiwan, they seem more emboldened than ever based on what they've been able to do through non-military efforts in Tibet, in Hong Kong, and in Xinjiang. And so there's that narrative there, and my question is, as we look at Taiwan, it doesn't seem like there's been any type of deterrence that worked in Tibet or Hong Kong or Xinjiang. Walk me, I know Taiwan is a little bit different than those other two in many different aspects, but the narrative that I just laid out, talk to me about the Chinese thinking as it relates to what they've done there and what they're going to do in Taiwan. Admiral, I'll start with you.
So first, I do think it's a different scenario. It's a scenario where by the Taiwan Relations Act and by actions we've taken over the last 30 years, we are committed to ensuring that China does not impose a non-consensual solution on Taiwan. And we've made a lot of investments in that. So I do believe that there is an opportunity for deterrence here. But your implication's right. Deterrence is not just a capability or capacity to do something, but a belief that you're willing to do it. So I think what's really critical for us is a lot of the recommendations all three of us have pushed out here are about either building capacity to do something and prevent a Chinese coercive action, and then a credible belief that you're going to do it. It's been brought up here, our withdrawal from Afghanistan, our how we've supported Ukraine. Both those factors kind of make allies nervous about our commitment. They should make Taiwan nervous. So our job, Congress's job, is to be out there aggressively pushing legislation that makes the proper investments, both in weapon systems, munitions, but also diplomatically and economically, to signal to Taiwan that we're willing to fight and die with them. That's a tough signal, but it's one I believe in. I think it's one General Flynn believes in, and we spent our careers pushing. So I do believe we can do this deterrence, sir.
General Flynn.
What I would say is there's been some stops and starts, even though the Taiwan Relations Act, created that. But I'll just tell you from a military perspective, when I looked at and sized up their forces a couple of years ago, it was apparent to me that it was two-pronged problem. There was a part Taiwan problem, there was a part U.S. problem. But I do think, as I mentioned in my earlier testimony, that has changed. And I think that has changed dramatically because of the introduction of being able to train those forces. And so it gives them a degree of confidence that the United States is going to be there, and that the importance of them defending themselves and protecting their national sovereignty and their territorial integrity with their forces. And it is a whole of government effort on their part. I mean, their first responders, their military police command are incredibly important to protecting their people. And so I just think that in answer to your question, I think this momentum that we have right now has to be sustained. Otherwise, it will create doubt in the minds of the Taiwanese, and I don't think that's what we need there. And by the way, that will also go to the other countries in the region. If there's doubt there, there'll be doubt elsewhere, and I don't think that we can afford that as a country. We certainly can't afford it as in the region.
Thank you. Mr. Torres.
Thank you. America to me is the greatest country on earth, and there's no challenge that American ingenuity cannot overcome. But when it comes to the strategic competition with China, America is in a far more fragile position than most Americans realize, and China is a far more formidable rival than most realize. And so there's a sense in which we've been lulled by our superpower status into a false sense of security. And I want to ask about a few areas, starting with critical minerals. Dr. Campbell, do you agree that critical minerals and rare earths are central to the defense and decarbonization of the United States?
Yes.
Which country controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining?
China, and as you understand, I know it's not just the...
Well, you're anticipating my next question. Sorry. Which country controls almost all of the critical mineral processing and refining?
China.
Yes. Do you think the United States is in a position to deter a foreign adversary who has a chokehold on the core components of our military defense?
Makes it that much more challenging at this moment.
Let's speak about the future of war. Do you agree that the future of warfare is autonomous?
I believe that will be an important element, yes.
Which country is leading when it comes to drones?
China is formidable. The United States also has capabilities as well.
But who can manufacture at scale?
China.
And scale matters in a war.
It does.
Which country is leading when it comes to robotics?
China, again, has formidable advantages here.
The U.S. has spent trillions of dollars on large legacy systems. Can you imagine a world where those large legacy systems are easily shot down by a swarm of autonomous systems?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to shipbuilding. During World War II, the United States emerged as the arsenal of democracy, building a total 270,000 vessels, including 2,700 Liberty ships in just 4 years. Which country is leading at the moment when it comes to shipbuilding?
China dwarfs us both in commercial and military shipbuilding.
And the former Secretary of the Navy would agree with you. He said that one Chinese shipyard has more capacity than all of our ships combined. China's shipbuilding capacity is over 23 million deadweight tons. The United States, less than 100,000 deadweight tons. The difference is a multiple of 230. Do you think the United States is in a position to deter a country that has 230 times more shipbuilding capacity than we do?
I think over the long term that becomes more challenging, yes.
Energy, the future of energy. Solar is emerging as the dominant driver of new energy generation. Who is the leader in solar?
China.
And China not only has an advantage in a single stage of production, it dominates the whole supply chain for solar energy. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm not really sure what my role here is, just to say yes.
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah. But I think the point that you're making. Yeah.
But I'm going to summarize, and then I'm going to ask each of you to.
All right.
So, but because I think it's important, the depth of America's vulnerability is poorly understood, even here in Congress, I feel. But China controls the critical minerals core to America's defense and decarbonization. It has 230 times more shipbuilding capacity than we do. It is so far dominating the autonomous future of warfare, and it is so far dominating the future of energy, you can give a much longer answer now. Is it fair to say, and I will ask this question of each of you, is it fair to say that we are catastrophically unprepared for a strategic competition with China?
So I think the point that you made in any comparison between the United States and China, China has substantial advantages in a number of areas. You didn't talk as much about technology, which I think is the key area that we have to worry about. You also touched a little bit on manufacturing.
We're slightly ahead in AI.
Well, I would just simply say if you look at the critical technologies, AI, 5G, synthetic biology, and robotics, and look at where they came from 10 or 15 years ago and where we are today, I think even if we have a couple of months lead in a few areas, you got to be concerned. And so I think the general picture that you're painting is accurate. What we often hear right now are folks that point to a couple of weaknesses in China's overall approach: aging economy, indebtedness. The truth is China has substantial capacities that we're going to have to deal with, and ultimately they do have significant advantages in a number of areas that are going to be critical. So I'm completely aligned with you on
Although speaking of indebtedness, we, the United States, are presently spending more on debt service than we are on our national defense.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any further thoughts.
I'll make a couple comments. I mentioned earlier steel, aluminum, battery magnets, microchips, and rare earth elements. These are things that we are way behind on, and the processing and manufacturing has left the United States. So we have to get it back so we can be able to protect the very things that we have to protect in order to build the things that you're alluding to: ships, satellites, airplanes, ground sensors, you name it. One other point not mentioned here today, though, but I'd like to make a comment, is that, so in order to diversify our supply chains, we also have to prevent tech piracy. And we have over 300,000 Chinese students that are doing PhD research, and they're in our graduate programs. And if even 10% or 5% of those were stealing because the research they're doing is being sent back to China, puts us at a huge disadvantage in trying to regain some of that space. And so I think it's not just the industrial strength of the organic industrial base with raw materials and rare earth elements, it's also preventing the tech piracy that's going on widely across our country. And that has to be addressed at the same time that we are talking about industrial strength.
Let me add one quick thing. I do agree. Actually, our greatest strength to counter everything you said is our academia, is our research. I would not ban any one country's students for being here, but I would put strict procedural controls to make sure we don't lose intellectual property. But we need everyone, as we've had, to come in, share their ideas, think with us. Our entrepreneurship is our biggest strength alongside that academia, and I think we should fully exploit that. And any foreigner that wants to come in here, get their PhD here, and make money here for the United States tax base, I'm all for. We just need to have strict controls.
And yet we're defunding academia at the moment. So.
Yeah, can I just say that ultimately our greatest...
Thank you very much. The gentleman's time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Torres. Very good line of questioning. With that, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Gentlemen, thank you for being here, your decades of service. I'll begin with a story. It starts with a pineapple in Taiwan. 90% of Taiwan's pineapples go to mainland China. When mainland China decided they wanted to change prefecture races in local elections, they sent out a massive dictate that they would be embargoing local farmers in Taiwan. I'm from a farm state in Iowa. That makes a real impact. As a result, the Chinese effectively turned multiple prefectures across Taiwan against their own government in Taipei by electing communist-leaning local leaders. Admiral Montgomery, you're a senior director at the Center for Cyber and Technology. You've spoken about CCP propaganda, false flag operations in the digital domain. This is an opportunity for the CCP to change leadership in Taiwan, like the Taiwanese pineapple, without a shot being fired. Do you believe the CCP is capable of setting off a false flag invasion in Taiwan itself?
I do, sir. I do think that, I don't know that they could overthrow the government with it, but I do believe that information operations and deception run by the Chinese Communist Party will absolutely weaken Taiwan's societal resilience. When you combine it with the other tools, cyber attacks, economic pressures, energy pressures, cutting off communications with magical anchor drops on cables. When you combine that all together, it's that cohesive, comprehensive attack that breaks societal resilience. So I think it'll take more than just the one thing, but everything contributes to a weakened Taiwan.
That's just in Taiwan. Let's talk about the rest of the world. Does the Chinese have a dedicated campaign plan in the information warfare space to influence other allies, not just in the Indo-PACOM area, but the entire region, or the entire world?
Well, they do, yes. And they're running it aggressively. If you want to read Chinese language products in the United States, 92 to 95% come from the Chinese Communist Party. This is a real problem for us. We need to absolutely push back. I do feel like We need some of our tools back, like Radio Free Asia and others, to push back in, to get the truth out, the truth about American exceptionalism, the truth about what we're pushing forward, the truth about our allies and partners in Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. So you're absolutely right, sir. We are competing with a monolith in China, and we're going to need every tool possible.
Could I tell you a story?
General Flynn?
So
Yeah.
This is happening not just in the United States, it's happening in other countries. Land is purchased. Land is purchased near critical infrastructure. On that land, there's a Chinese company where the majority shareholders own a telecommunications company. On that land, they put towers. From those towers, they disseminate information. They go and purchase a media company, and then they buy bot farms that spread that disinformation and misinformation throughout all these countries. We know what's going on. We're watching it. We don't have enough capacity to go into each of these countries and counter it. But it is so pervasive out there in each one of these countries, it is damaging to the credibility of the United States.
General Flynn, Admiral Montgomery, and certainly Secretary Campbell, I would propose that this committee look at a subcommittee specifically on Chinese propaganda and the way that it's softening the battle space for what will surely become a kinetic conflict if we don't stop it early. Very briefly, General Flynn, I want to talk to you about the need for large quantities of low-cost strike vehicles if it does become a kinetic conflict in Taiwan. Specifically, is there value in diversifying the types of missile capabilities on hand during an invasion to repel China's attack?
Absolutely. I mean, again, the mid-range capability that we have, the PRISM systems that are coming on board, I'm aware of another missile that is, aside from the PRISM, that's lighter weight, longer distance, greater lethality. And again, we have the HIMARS system. I mean, in the reorganization of what the Army's going through right now, I would have 97 HIMARS launchers just in the U.S. Army Pacific. Add that to containers that are out there for deception, and you can create a mosaic of a challenge that the Chinese did not calculate into when they built their A2AD arsenal. Add to that Type 12s and Type 88s that the Japanese have. Add to that BROMAS, which is what the Philippines have. I mean, you can create this ring of fire there that prevents them from even deciding to load up these Ro-Ros and start going across this strait. By the way, you know, the most high-risk, highly complex operation is a multi-mode assault into a country across a 100-mile strait. I mean, I get the 27 window, but honestly, I mean, I see they're rehearsing and preparing for it, but doggone, that is one hell of a complex operation.
You're absolutely right.
So for them to be able to pull that off, that's why we have to slow them down.
And General Flynn, I think you open the window here that this cannot be America alone. This has to be an integrated operation, both what we do on the ground, in our communications, also in our kinetic response here, using a diversity of weapon systems. Very briefly, I want to thank the Secretary for being here. You know, we've led on the 6 Assurances to Taiwan Act. I'm leading the Fortifying U.S. Markets from Chinese Military Aggression Act. We have seen the shortcomings of the foreign military sales, just its scope there. Could there be an opportunity to increase partnership in the defense of Taiwan by expanding our direct commercial sales, our licensing for dual technologies, to facilitate a rapid transfer of critical needs to Taiwan from both us and our allies?
I believe that is entirely what's possible, and I think with your leadership from the committee, it helps push the executive branch. One of the things that both my colleagues have underscored is that the limitations bureaucratically that have existed for decades that make it difficult to fulfill some of our defense commitments to Taiwan. Slowly but surely, those are being pushed away in favor of greater efficiencies and the like. I think it is, in fact, the case that the executive branch responds best when it hears from this committee on these issues. And I just, again, thank you for your guys' commitment and service on these issues.
I want to thank both of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, very focused not just on national security, but on pragmatic ways that we can get ahead of this problem so we don't end up in these kinetic situations that this team has so articulately displayed, in a situation where we do not want to be in if we can prevent it on the front end. With that, seeing no other members wishing to speak, I would like to add any documents that have been presented to the record. Without objection, it will be added to the hearing for the record. I want to thank all of our witnesses today for your service, continued service to this country, and what you do. Questions for the record are due 1 week from today. Seeing no objections, the committee is adjourned.
The hearing will come to order. Thank you for being here. This morning, the committee welcomes 3 experts to testify on how the United States can equip our allies and partners with more U.S.-made weaponry. And this ought to be a very good hearing because we've got Dr. William Greenwalt, Dr. Lisa Som Manning, and Mr. Keith Webster, experts in the field with government expertise also. Thank you, all 3, for joining us. On May 12, 1940, American playwright Robert Sherwood was quoted in the New York Times, but not for any commentary about theater. Mr. Sherwood said, "This country is already, in effect, an arsenal for the Democratic allies." It is fitting that we are holding this hearing nearly 85 years to the day since these words were published. We face a threat environment that feels eerily similar to that of 1940, and we're seeking to rebuild the arsenal of democracy in our own time. That brings us to the FMS, Foreign Military Sales System. FMS is the principal mechanism by which we transfer arms to our foreign partners. It is the FMS system that allows us to work with partners to strengthen conventional deterrence and bolster allied burden sharing. In the executive branch, the State Department is responsible for coordinating FMS, including considering what to sell. In the Senate, that job belongs primarily to our colleagues down the hall, the Foreign Relations Committee, to Chairman Risch and Ranking Member Shaheen. But the Department of Defense and this committee have significant responsibilities in informing and implementing those decisions, and that's why we're here today. Similarly, the Pentagon plays a leading role in international armaments cooperation, activities such as co-development, co-production, and the integration of American and allied industrial bases. Today, we hope to discuss how the Pentagon can better run both the FMS and international armaments cooperation processes to maintain deterrence. To respond to our current threat environment, the DoD needs a dramatic shift in mindset, one that embraces the key fact that arming allies and partners is a core function of the U.S. military. Unfortunately, over the past 3 decades, the Pentagon's ability to implement FMS and to develop mutually beneficial weapons deals with allies has deteriorated alongside our defense industrial base. A bureaucracy that is over-specialized and slow. While it is capable of producing exquisite systems, it cannot do so at scale or with speed. In 2024, the United States sold $118 billion of weaponry, a significant increase over recent years and multiple times more than the next closest country. $118 billion is equivalent to 70% of DoD's own procurement budget for 2024. The potential of even more weapons exports is massive. Nearly all our allies and partners have allowed their weapons production to deteriorate. They are now scrambling to rearm amid a worsening security environment. We are at the cusp of a manufacturing revival in this country. We could be at the cusp of a manufacturing revival, which can dramatically expand the types of weapons available for export. To harness that moment, I would propose we focus on 4 areas. First, DoD should make FMS and international armaments cooperation a core mission of the military. DoD should have a dedicated workforce of FMS experts. No one at DoD would ignore $100 billion of additional weapons spending if it were called anything other than FMS. Our production is a weapon, and DoD must reorganize itself to recognize that fact. So be prepared to give us some advice about that. Second, we need to tailor requirements to the weapons they regulate. Requirements to the weapons. A 3D printed one-way attack drone is not an aircraft carrier. Our regulations should recognize this. The technology, security, and foreign disclosure community should adjust its approach to risk management when considering technology release, especially for close allies. Third, we need to build exportability into our weapons development. Build it into our development. Here's what I mean. We frequently ignore allied requirements when developing weapons. As a result, it should surprise no one that these capabilities are often not approved for release to the very allies we plan to fight with and defend. This needs to stop. And fourth, we need to partner with our defense industrial base to make the right investments to expand production. If we build it, they will come. And right now, we have allies and partners waiting years and years for weapons that we cannot produce fast enough. So help us there. Over the past 2 decades, each administration has reviewed the FMS system almost every year with the same results. The Trump administration's recent executive order is directionally correct and holds the promise of real generational reform, but it will take hard work by this committee, our colleagues on the Foreign Relations Committee, our colleagues in the House, and our 2 departments to reimagine the fundamentals of our FMS system and integrate our industrial base with allies. With that said, I look forward to hearing from our experts today and a lively round of questions, and I now turn to my friend, Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome the witnesses, Dr. Greenwald, Mr. Webster, and Dr. Som Manning. You each bring unique and important perspectives to the conversation about foreign military sales and international armaments cooperation. We're fortunate to have such a distinguished panel before us. I want to acknowledge up front the foreign military sales, or FMS, is largely the jurisdiction of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as the chairman indicated, but we're fortunate to have Senator Shaheen here, and Senator Rich is someone I know will be interested in cooperating with us as we move forward. The Department of Defense plays a significant role, although the jurisdiction is perhaps mainly in another committee, and it's my hope that the 2 committees can join together and develop an overall plan that will accelerate and make more efficient the FMS process. It's well established that America's greatest comparative advantage against our rivals is our network of allies and partners. From Europe to Asia and the Southern Hemisphere to the Northern Hemisphere, our relationships with foreign nations are fundamental to our security and prosperity at home. Many of our friends and partners rely on the state-of-the-art military equipment that we provide through FMS, and this arrangement is mutually beneficial as our military capabilities are reinforced by those of our allies. When executed well, FMS strengthens the connective tissue between our respective militaries. FMS provides our partners with capabilities to advance their own defense and deterrence capabilities, and it provides us with the ability to draw upon our allies when we need them. We can dial up or dial back partner and allied support as the situation dictates. However, I feel that many of the aspects of the FMS process are not working as well as they could be, which means ceding our advantage to adversaries rather than capitalizing on FMS. In my overseas travels, I have often heard from foreign leaders about the difficulties and delays they experience in acquiring weapons and hardware from the United States. Time and time again, I have heard that the foreign military sales process has become too slow, too rigid, and too outdated to keep pace with a changing world. During today's hearing, I hope our witnesses can help us better understand the complex FMS roles and responsibilities across the Department of Defense and how to potentially make these more efficient. This committee and the Defense Department may not be able to fix the entire process, but we should start with improving functions that fall within our jurisdiction. I would also appreciate our witnesses' views on the workforce requirements to support FMS and the potentially harmful impacts of recent efforts to dramatically reduce the workforce at the Pentagon and critical supporting agencies like the State Department. Where the activities of FMS and international armaments cooperation intersect, with the acquisition community, I would ask our witnesses to discuss how we can align roles, responsibilities, and expertise to deliver better performance outcomes. I look forward to the hearing and the insightful advice of the panelists. I hope we can work together to develop a better understanding of the Department of Defense so that they can adapt quickly to a rapidly changing world. And thank you again to our witnesses, and I look forward to your testimony.
I have a live microphone this morning. Thank you, Senator Reed. Let's get right into 5-minute summaries of testimony, and we'll begin with Dr. Greenwald.
Terrific. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and other distinguished members of the committee.
Have you pressed your button?
I did.
Okay.
Hello. Can you hear me? There we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Hope I already lost 10 seconds. I can't believe it. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning on both FMS and international armaments cooperation in general. How the U.S. decides to share existing technology or work together with other countries on new defense solutions is a critical component of our national security. Unfortunately, the way the U.S. international arms cooperation system works, at least for our closest allies, is fundamentally broken. This springs not from a failure to be diligent or to dutifully carry out the law, but from a failure to keep up with the times. Quite simply, the world has changed, and the tools of arms cooperation created in the mid-1970s no longer make sense in this new world. These tools were designed around an era of U.S. defense technological dominance that now no longer exists. DoD is no longer the main or only driver of innovation in the globe today, and yet we continue to act like it still is. We make it really hard for our allies to gain access to legacy technologies that many of them would produce on their own or get from somewhere else. We make it even harder for them to bring in superior knowledge and capabilities into the United States. And then even harder than that, to jointly work on something new. National security threats are now fundamentally different than those posed in the Cold War. They are of such a scale that the U.S. needs to leverage the resources and capabilities of a much larger, more innovative, commercially driven industrial base to support an interoperable allied force. And yet our tools of cooperation, designed to keep 1970s technology out of the hands of the old Soviet Union, conspire to prevent that from happening. Breaking down the barriers to effective arms cooperation is vital. If we want to enhance our own capabilities as well as those of our allies, we need to first take a look at all of our arms export and technology transfer processes, not just FMS. In their place, we need to adopt a time-based, cooperative approach that positively differentiates between a select group of allies and partners. Reform would not mean a wholesale elimination of current controls and deliberate processes for the vast majority of the 223 countries and international organizations that the U.S. has deemed eligible to buy our weapons. Decisions on whether to transfer weapons capabilities to those entities can still be based on a less than urgent step-by-step approach, shaped by a debate on our foreign policy goals in each of those countries. But for a critical segment of our closest allies who already share our values and interests, there should be a series of fast lanes backed by incentives to favor the joint development of the next generation of capabilities. These allies should also be tightly integrated into our industrial-based planning. How would this work? Well, countries already identified in law as part of the national technology industrial base and then selectively expanded to other close allies should face a streamlined process that reflects a greater sense of urgency. This process should be based on certainty, predictiveness, and timeliness, rather than the current one-size-fits-all, time-consuming, years-long methodical approach. For these allies, there should be an upfront agreement within the U.S. government on a pre-approved list of specific types of systems these countries can buy. A contracting vehicle that allies can buy off from should be established with pre-negotiated prices for these capabilities. Next, a stockpile should be established to store U.S. weapons readily available for immediate export. Perhaps more importantly, a broad-based waiver from the international traffic in arms regulations needed, beyond the inadequate limited waiver that has been provided under AUKUS and to Canada. This waiver and exemption would be designed to incentivize and enable American and allied engineers and scientists to quickly work together on new military capabilities. Finally, leadership DoD needs to be aligned to enable these changes. This could be done by creating a Defense War Production Board or something like that, chaired by the Deputy Secretary of Defense and staffed by 2 assistant secretaries, one for international production and a resilient supply chain, similar to what we have right now with the ASD for industrial policy, and another for international cooperation and production. This board would provide a formal senior decision-making and oversight mechanism over the disparate stovepipes that govern international arms cooperation in DoD, as well as for guiding defense industrial production. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Greenwald. Mr. Webster, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify before you today. I have the honor of serving as President of the Defense and Aerospace Council at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, as well as President of our Federal Acquisition Council within the Chamber's Center for National Security Policy. Prior to joining the Chamber, I served 32 years in the Department of Defense in various roles associated with international political military policy and related programs. One thing is clear: the time for bold action is now. The foreign military sales process is cumbersome, and after nearly 3 decades of attempts, no meaningful reforms have been made. Together, we can change that. Beginning in 1998, we saw initial public criticism of the Foreign Military Sales, or FMS, program and demands for change. In the past 27 years, there have been approximately 15 DoD Tiger teams to look at issues of speeding up processes, meeting demand on time, reducing costs. As we sit here today, little has changed. Within 6 months of the first Obama administration, the National Security Council signed a letter to then Secretary of Defense Robert Gates directing the department to improve the FMS process. As a result of that assessment, then Secretary Gates explained to the NSC that significant FMS reform requires a task force led by the National Security Council, since issues of concern cut across the entire interagency. The NSC agreed with this conclusion. However, such a task force never materialized, and DoD once again was on its own to determine what could change within its limited control. So why does the FMS process take so long? The informal congressional notification process for complex and contentious programs can take months to conclude. Once concluded, the formal notification to Congress can proceed, and when complete, the DoD and the buying nation can proceed with finalizing the FMS agreement, which is a bilateral agreement, not a contract. Once that agreement is signed, by both nations, and funding has begun to flow, the DoD contracting officer is now legally allowed to begin negotiating a contract with U.S. industry. It's worth thinking about that an FMS contract is a DoD contract, developed and executed by the same DoD personnel buying the same capability for U.S. forces. On average, a DoD contract to implement a major FMS program takes 18 months to award. The delay is in part because over 2 decades, the DoD contracting community has been understaffed annually between 15% to 30%. And quite simply, most FMS contracts are not a priority within DoD. Once on contract, U.S. industry is authorized to begin production, and it's at this point that stresses within our defense industrial base become painfully clear. The Pentagon continues to face supply chain and industrial-based challenges, all compounded by continuing resolutions and an increasingly inefficient annual defense appropriation cycle. Now's the time for bold action. The DoD must take steps that it hasn't before, including reorganizing the international sales and cooperation offices, placing them under a newly formed Assistant Secretary of Defense reporting to the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisitions and Sustainment, amending DoD program executive officers and program management charters to include a rating element for their development and execution of international programs, incorporating AI and automation to help speed up the DoD contracting process, re-examining what should be an FMS-only case or sale. Now's the time to transfer as much as we can into the direct commercial contracting processes led by our industries with U.S. government approval. Finally, the Secretary of Defense needs to form an International Cooperation Advisory Board to solicit other ideas and recommendations for improvement. Congress and the administration have a role to play as well, including increasing congressional notification thresholds and developing a list of allied and close partner nations and pre-approved capability, thus eliminating ambiguity and debate on select future sales. The business community and the administration must also work closely together to better understand the challenges in ramping up production to include supply chain stress, delays in appropriations, changing capability strategies, and top-down mandates. True FMS transformation is a task for the interagency in partnership with Congress, the administration, and the private sector. Without a unified approach, true FMS transformation will remain elusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Manning. You're now recognized.
Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to testify on the findings of RAND's research report, Optimizing Foreign Military Sales Roles, Responsibilities, and Authorities. The FMS program is authorized by the Arms Export Control Act and is a vehicle through which the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, or DSCA, operates the program, and at no cost to the U.S. taxpayer because it is funded by administrative charges paid to the foreign purchaser. FMS is a vital U.S. foreign policy tool that strengthens allied contributions to U.S. integrated deterrence. In FY24, FMS totaled $118 billion, and this week, the White House announced a potential $142 billion sale to Saudi Arabia, underscoring the program's strategic and economic significance. Despite this significance, our research found that the complexity of the FMS process can result in unacceptable delays, which in turn risks undermining U.S. credibility with our partners and provides openings for strategic competitors. We interviewed over 100 FMS stakeholders across government and industry, representing more than 1,300 years of collective experience. Frustrations were consistent, from senior leaders lacking authority to direct the process to frontline personnel struggling to navigate it. I'll highlight just several challenges that we identified. Strategically, first, the Department of State and DoD lack a unified front on and process for prioritization of our partners, making it difficult for the FMS enterprise to forecast the demand signal for FMS requirements. There are also missed opportunities to engage in each other's internal efforts to reform, and as we've heard, there are a lot of reform efforts that have gone. Second, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy may be missing opportunities to effectively advocate for the role of FMS in achieving U.S. security objectives. Operationally, first, DSCA is charged with overseeing FMS, but lacks adequate management, oversight, and enforcement authorities. Second, the military department's implementing agency similarly lacks such leverage to hold acquisition stakeholders accountable for delays or underperformance. Third, the FMS system relies on the DoD acquisition for procurement, but is often a secondary player behind domestic defense acquisition. As one of our interviewees noted, training, equipping our foreign partners is well below everything else. If this were baseball, it's definitely the minor leagues. Fourth, acquisition offices are micro-federated, meaning they're dispersed among myriad stakeholder organizations with their own systems, processes, and priorities, most of which do not pertain to security assistance cases. This can make it difficult to identify responsive points of contact when choke points arrive. Some offices also describe being understaffed. Fifth, industrial-based bottlenecks further slow the progress. And then finally, data is fragmented across micro-federated systems lacking standardized formats, governance, or sharing protocols. As one stakeholder put it, we are data-rich and information-poor. We've got several recommendations that came out of our study, many of which align with the recent executive order, in addition to other reform efforts that have gone in the past. At the strategic level, first, amend DoD directives so that USD policy can aggressively assert themselves into the FMS process, for example, by advocating for FMS among combatant commands to incorporate partners' FMS-derived capabilities into planning and exercises. The Joint Staff might develop a defense planning guidance that factors in ally and partner contributions. Second, amend DoD directives so that USD policy, in consultation with state, is responsible for codifying the criteria to inform an annual DSCA-led partner prioritization process to help forecast the equipping demand signal for future purchases. At the operational level, strengthen DSCA's ability to manage and oversee the FMS process, and hold key stakeholders accountable. First, require the military departments to provide regular reporting to DSCA on the status of FMS cases. Second, the DSCA director should participate in the process for selecting implementing agency key leaders and provide input into their performance evaluations. Third, DSCA should establish a government-wide data czar to lead enterprise-wide FMS data governance with an aim to set data sharing standards, approve transparency across agencies, industry, and international partners. And finally, empower implementing agencies. The military departments should amend service regulations to allow giving the implementing agencies more influence over internal FMS activities, including leadership selection and performance evaluations for relevant offices outside of their chain of command. There's no silver bullet to FMS reform. The FMS enterprise involves a diverse network of actors and varied missions and priorities. However, the need for reform is urgent. Implementing recommendations that foster a more agile, transparent, and accountable FMS process is essential for enabling our partners, deterring adversaries, and reinforcing America's global leadership. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue, and I welcome your questions.
Dr. Sum Manning, RAND just released, when did RAND release this report, and how long did you work on it?
We worked on this report for a year. It was a year-long study, and we published it in the end of 2024.
Okay. I think all three of you, gave great testimony and very thought-provoking, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of good questions. You had recommendations. How much of the problem do you think, we'll start with Dr. Greenwald and going down the table, how much of the problem is mindset in the various departments, and how much of it is a need for statutory reform? Dr. Greenwald.
I think the mindset issue is a critical one. I think I would say non-traditional defense firms here in the United States face many of the same issues about working with the Department of Defense as far as the understanding of breaking in and bringing their innovation and technology to the mix. I think there's a mindset that our allies are supplicants for our technology, and this technology is just so wonderful that everyone will jump through hoops to get it. The reality is there's a lot of technological leveling going on out there, and right now there's a great opportunity for U.S. to sell weapon systems because a lot of these countries haven't built up the manufacturing facilities to do so. But if the incentives don't change, they will do that, and we will lose sales. I think there is some issues on the legislative side, but mostly a lot of the problems are on the regulatory side. It's just how the department are interpreting what Congress has put into place.
Regulations that are in place, not just practices.
Regulations that are in place, like the international traffic in arms regulations.
So that regulation needs to be retooled.
It needs to be retooled and relooked at least for our closest allies. Again,
okay, well, I think let us know on the record, because time is fleeting, what statutory changes we need. And so, Mr. Webster, you're next on the very same question.
Okay, sir, the issue of mindset, let's start where technology development begins. It begins for the U.S. warfighter, and the U.S. warfighter fundamentally does not desire to have a proliferation of the latest and greatest technology around the world. So when we look at technology security foreign disclosure decisions, it starts with the services who have tasked their community and their industries to develop capability for them.
Okay, if you were running the State Department and the Defense Department, what would you do today? What would you start doing?
What I would do today is convene the leadership, both in uniform and political, in a meeting to say that let's start with our allies. It is absolutely necessary that we harmonize technology release and be risk takers and be creative in finding ways to support their needs. It's an issue of taking risk and willing to take risk.
We typically pass one bill a year out of this committee, and that will not come for months. You could do a great deal, I'm taking from the first two answers to my question. You could do a great deal without the Congress, House, and Senate passing anything.
That's correct. It's an issue of leadership.
Dr. Sam Manning. And you speak for RAND.
I speak for RAND.
Okay.
That's right. So I do think that it's a cultural mindset, and I don't know if you can regulate culture. As I mentioned, FMS can be sort of considered a secondary player. We're focused on the U.S. warfighter, equipping the U.S. warfighter, and our allies and partners come in second. So in my mind, the way that you work on this is to incentivize leadership so that those within these organizations and offices really prioritize FMS if that is the priority. Give them reasons to prioritize it. Again, looking at performance, looking for metrics, looking for performance evaluations, ways that you can hold our leaders accountable for taking this serious.
Okay, quickly, you mentioned continuing resolutions, Dr. Sam Manning. Here. Do CRs reduce the national debt? Do they save us money?
Our study did not look at that, and I don't think I have.
Webster?
Not aware. No idea, sir.
Okay, so you don't have an opinion as RAND does about the harmfulness or helpfulness of year after year continuing resolutions?
Oh, no, sir, I do. That was in my remarks. It is absolutely a disaster to have continuing resolutions. Even the one that was passed this year, which has enormous flexibility, is helpful. But DoD budgets need to be passed. They need to be passed on time. Industry needs that certainty. Our Pentagon needs that certainty. These CRs are not a wartime footing.
Disastrous, Dr. Greenwald.
I think if you give the department greater flexibility for a larger pot of money, it may not be as disastrous, but if you tie them to the rigid PPBE budget accounts that create inflexibility, then yes, they would be a disaster.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses. I wholeheartedly agree with most of what each of you have said, and certainly believe that the lack of budget certainty and the continuing CRs are detrimental, not just to industry, but to our national security, and that needs to change. I think we've got another issue with respect to how FMS works also, and that is the tariffs that have just been imposed. I visited a company in New Hampshire that makes ball bearings for the aerospace industry. They do a significant amount of their business with the Department of Defense. Because of the steel tariffs, they had one domestic supplier. They had been able to get an allied supplier that now they have lost. And their lead time went from 20 weeks to 2.5 years. We can't provide what we need for the industry with that kind of problem. And their ball bearings are in almost every major exportable U.S. platform, whether it's guided multiple rocket launch systems, Patriot air defense, joint direct attack munitions, to all of our NATO allies, Gulf partners, Taiwan, Singapore, others. And one of the things in my role as ranking on the Foreign Relations Committee, I sign off on our military sales. And recently I reviewed a proposal for AMRAAM air-to-air missile sales. That's going to take 7 years to deliver. So clearly we can't continue to operate in this way and assume that we're going to get what we need for national security. And I think several of you pointed out that in order to be successful, we don't just need a cross-agency collaboration. I think we also need to get the private sector involved in this, because clearly one of the big challenges is the defense industrial base and their inability to produce, because we have made the process difficult. We have not given them the budget certainty they need in order to invest. So to go back to the tariffs, let me just ask you, one of the things that we raised this in a previous hearing and talked about the fact that DOD is not tracking what the impact is of tariffs on increasing costs and lead times for production. So can anybody speak to what you think the challenge is there and how we could actually track that in a way that would allow us to make better decisions?
I had wished the DoD had tracked inflation impact as well, too. That hit a lot of companies very hard. On tariffs, the issue is down in the third, fourth, and fifth tiers of the industrial base, which a lot of that is commercial. And how that impacts those commercial sources of supply and increased costs will more than likely drive increased costs throughout the system. There's another potential impact, and that's when we use foreign subsystems and foreign imports. Those imports should be, under the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulations, exempt from taxes, from tariffs. But there's still that risk because that's just based on a memorandum of understanding between the countries of whether that really, and so actually Congress could actually ensure that and clarify that. That's one thing that could be done to ensure that those type of tariffs aren't impacted on any subsystems we happen to be buying.
Do either of you have views on that? Mr. Webster?
Yes, Senator. First of all, I can sympathize a little bit with the Department of Defense because of the fluid situation of what percentage are we applying to tariffs. Sure. Once that settles out, then I think data will be able to be collected. That's our challenge at the Chamber as well. But let me share with you just a couple of data points that we have confirmed, if you will. Steel prices have gone up since the tariffs have been in effect for over 2 months now. In response to these new duties, U.S. steel benchmarks have risen to roughly twice world prices. For aluminum, the widely tracked Midwest premium benchmark for that metal has doubled since November, reflecting the fact that more than half of U.S. demand is met by imports, chiefly Canada. Companies are not only reporting increased lead times, to your point, but also expected higher input costs, followed by increased sales prices and potential employment reductions. These are firm fixed price contracts, often very thin margins, as you know, in the supply chain, and these small mom and pop companies, they will suffer.
Thank you. Dr. Somani?
And I will just say that RAND, all we do is study. And so this sounds like a really interesting sort of quick turn study that we could do to kind of look at the cascading effects of tariffs along the way. It's just so quickly happening. And so I wouldn't want to venture sort of a response to that right now, but I think it's something worth studying really quickly.
That would be very helpful, I think. Thank you.
That's a helpful answer, Doctor. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Somani, you said at RAND you study. I appreciate that. And we'd earlier talked about the report that came out in 2024, I think you said. It highlighted a number of insufficient authorities and inefficiencies within the department's FMS process and organizations, and provided recommendations. Do you know if the department has followed up on any of those recommendations or the status of that?
I don't know if they have followed up on them, but I have seen that in the recent executive order, some of the same recommendations are in that. So my assumption is that they remain as challenges.
With regard to the executive order, do you have any suggestions on which areas would be most ripe for improvement?
Well, I think the looking at the manpower restraints, doing a study to kind of understand where the resources are needed, training, where that training is being held up or where it needs to be doubled down. I think that looking at partner prioritization is another one, so trying to figure out which partners do we prioritize in the system, to the point about we sort of have this one-size-fits-all process, and so how do you get the DOD and Department of State obviously has a role in kind of understanding what the criteria are and let DSCA lead a prioritization sort of framework and process.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Greenwald, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, or ITAR, regulates defense exports for the United States. There are methods in place for companies to obtain exemptions for this process, which I believe is cumbersome, to support our allies. But it's not always clear whether certain programs are even eligible for those exemptions. And that means that interested companies, they're forced to perform that extra due diligence, and it might end up being fruitless, a fruitless exercise if the program turns out to be ineligible for an exemption. While many larger contractors can absorb these costs, small businesses have a harder time doing that. How can the United States government work to make it clear whether new contracts would fall under ITAR exemptions?
That's one of the really difficulties of ITAR is new companies trying to understand where their technology is classified. And what happens is a lot of these companies do go through incredible amounts of legal costs and so on to try to figure this out. And many of them come to the conclusion, with some of our best technology in the United States, that they want to do everything they can to stay away from ITAR. And that impacts negatively on our innovation base and negatively on those companies doing business with the government. So I think there's a need to be clear. There's a need to provide better guidance. I think, frankly, if we start with some of our closest allies, like we have under AUKUS, to try to create a freer trade, freer zone between the U.S., Australia, and the U.K. But even though that exemption is very, very limited. And so a broader exemption and just clearer guidance to industry on what can and cannot be exported would be very helpful.
Do you have other suggestions on what we could do to make it more accessible, these exemptions more accessible to the smaller businesses?
I think the key thing would just to have greater transparency into the system and a greater ability for these companies to get their questions answered a lot faster. Right now, it takes potentially a year or more to go through such a process, and by that time, it's just not worth it for them.
Mr. Webster, in a couple seconds, do you have anything to add on either of those questions?
No, I agree with everything that's been said. Legally, the costs are huge. Small companies that I advise that they have on staff or on call an attorney that can advise them on ITAR.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I recognize Senator Reid, let me clear something up. Dr. Sam Manning, I put words in your mouth. In looking at your testimony, I see that footnote 1 says opinions and conclusions expressed in this testimony are the authors alone. You've made that clear, and I'm now making it clear. I notice also Dr. Greenwald views expressed in this testimony are those of the author. And Mr. Webster, whom do you speak for?
I speak for the Chamber of Commerce and for myself.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad to clear that up and make that certain. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Mr. Webster, you made it clear in your opening remarks that already the workforce of the SMS project in both state, I believe, and DOD is not adequate. Now we're seeing firing of probationary employees, incentives for early retirement, across-the-board reductions just to meet a number, not a mission. Can you comment on what's happening to the workforce, and is it going to be extremely detrimental going forward?
It is going to be extremely detrimental. I'm advising all my clients, if you have a contract close to award, get it awarded, because I think that 30% gap in contracting personnel is going to get worse. I'm advising 8 senior executives in DHS, DOD, State Department, NASA, and Commerce Department who are 50 years old and taking the early outs. You're going to have a huge brain drain. Anyone who's a senior executive career official, for the most part, is looking most likely to get out. So you're going to have a knowledge gap. You're going to have a mentoring gap. You're going to have a recruitment challenge, a retention challenge, and the situation's only going to be compounded over the coming months. That is why we need to exploit automation and think differently about these processes, because the people are just not going to be there.
No, I appreciate that. That's a very thoughtful and succinct response. And I agree, we do have to think about automation, but we also have to understand that it'll take us several years, even at a fast pace, to get into the degree that they can replace some of these persons. Dr. Som Manning, do you have any views on this whole workforce program?
Well, I know RAND does study security cooperation, in particular the workforce. We've been working on this for years. I myself was not involved in those studies, but I can say in the interviews that we've done that the security cooperation workforce, the security cooperation offices and the members thereof can struggle to get the right training. Those positions within sort of the chains of command aren't particularly valued in terms of on their promotions, like this kind of a skill set isn't necessarily valued as much as others. So they struggle to get people in there that really like the sort of high-end kind of personnel that they would need to do such a complex job. And so making sure that this kind of role is valued and the importance of it, I think would go a long way in recruiting the top-tier talent that's needed.
Thank you very much. Dr. Greenwald, any comments, thoughts?
Yes, I think the department had a tool called the Defense Acquisition Workforce Development Fund back about 10 years ago. And unfortunately, Congress changed that authority and made it more difficult to use. And I think that would have been a helpful tool to resurrect, or would be helpful to resurrect the way it was funded prior to. But yes, as the workforce declines, you have a couple options. One, you can do less. The other is you can stretch things out, or two, you can remove the requirements for the processes that you have. I think more than likely FMS will probably be put to the end of the line, and those cases will stretch out if that's the case.
I think you're very perceptive about that. Dr. Greenwald, I believe you are aware of this, that the FMS Tiger team made a recommendation to develop methodology to facilitate non-programs of record. For the information of the committee, could you explain non-programs of record, and then also whether or not we should go ahead and urge the establishment of some type of joint program for non-programs?
So a program of record is something that you all fund every year, whether that's a ship or a tank or an aircraft or something like that. And these are things that you're buying, traditionally every year. A non-program of record is something, say, a new small business or a Silicon Valley firm creates a capability that the department hasn't yet bought, or maybe bought and experimented with. But you could essentially take that and sell it to one of our allies who really wants to use it. And that would actually help the Department of Defense test it and see if it's good, and also help our industrial base. But non-program records don't necessarily get the same type of attention because those contracting officers are extremely busy doing other things, and they're put even further down the line.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your excellent testimony.
Dr. Greenwald, I've got a bill called the Forged Act, which is based on a white paper, Restoring Freedom's Forged. Have you looked at that? And doesn't that attempt to answer some of the very questions you just raised in response to Senator Reid?
I have, sir, and yes, there are some provisions in the bill that would try to address some of these ways of getting those type of new technologies out into the field faster with not only the United States, not only with the U.S. government, but with our allies.
Thank you, sir. Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very interesting discussion today with regard to FMS, and I'm thinking out loud to begin with about what my thought process had been before listening to all three of you about what I thought were challenges for foreign military sales. And my first assumption had been that on a policy basis, we had been using FMS more as an opportunity to incentivize some of our near allies or individual countries that were out there that wanted our weapon systems to perhaps change policies that we did not like, that were separate from what our policies were. But after listening to you, I'm finding that it's not even so much that as being the primary reason why we're not having more military sales, but rather internally, our system is not set up and focused on the value of FMS to our own well-being. Mr. Webster, I just want to begin by asking you a question. Do you have any data with regard to U.S. companies that are in the military and industrial base portion of our economy, and how much they may have lost in terms of opportunities for sales outside? What's been our loss, do you think, in terms of opportunities that we haven't been able to take advantage of?
Well, I do not have data specific to opportunities lost. I can share that for our prime contractors, on average, 70% of their funding comes from this body here, and 30% on average, it's a very crude average, but 30% comes from international sales. The European Union and NATO in Europe, on average annually, 60% of their military acquisitions are with our companies. We expect, if onshoring in Europe is where they decide to go and they actually find the money to onshore some production, that 60% annual number will diminish a bit. That's assuming that they actually secure the money and pour concrete and start onshoring production. But right now, just as a data point, 60% of European acquisitions of defense material from our contractors.
I had also assumed that perhaps the major issue that many of our contractors had, I mean, looking back at the delays it takes right now to get our own munitions, that it was a supply chain issue as much as anything else. And I'm just simply going to ask all of you, if you were to prioritize supply chain versus other one or two items in a quick nutshell, where does supply chain issues stand in terms of the delays that we've got? And I'd begin with Dr. Greenwald.
I think the most important issue is decision time and certainty of decision. That's up there. Supply chain will be, companies will make decisions about supply chain if there are certainties of decisions and countries know what they're going to be able to buy.
Mr. Webster?
Yes, so the supply chain criticality is huge. We have been operating for decades in a peacetime mode. Now we're trying to ramp up to a wartime mode. It's going to take a lot of deliberate analysis and funding and attention to the second and third tier suppliers, some as small as 18 people that have been in business for 30 years doing one thing exquisitely, and they're not prepared to pour concrete to double production of that critical component for precision fires unless we take attention to the matter and help them get there.
I'm going to come back to you on another question in a minute, but Dr. Sam Manning, would you care to respond to that as well?
So I'm going to have my answers a little bit of a punt here because we did try to study that and we relied heavily on DSCA and their data to be able to kind of inform our analysis. And they struggled to get this data beyond their own, what's in their own remit. It's very difficult to get information on the supply chain, for example. So one of our recommendations, again, and I go back to this, is the idea of having a data czar that's able to go in and access this kind of information so they can understand where these choke points truly lie.
Thank you. Mr. Webster, looking at FMS, would mandating that FMS demand be factored into the total munitions requirement, would that improve the management of weapons production at DoD?
The challenge with international sales, whether accomplished via foreign military sales, government to government, or direct commercial sales, industry to a foreign government, the challenge is trying to understand and predict when a nation will actually sign a contract or sign an agreement. So there's a lot of uncertainty there, unlike appropriations or program authorization appropriations here in the United States.
Thank you.
So fundamentally, it's helpful, but it is unpredictable.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rounds. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the testimony. This has been a very productive hearing. Dr. Greenwald, I was struck by what you said in your opening statement. One of our asymmetric, or I think our principal asymmetric advantage in terms of national security is our allies. And yet we put them through this long, arduous process, and there should be, I think you suggested, I don't know whether you call it an exemption or a bobtail process or something, so that we're not, so that we can have greater cooperation with our allies. Is that a fair interpretation of what you said?
Yes, I might even call it an easy pass lane.
Well, I think that's, and the other piece of this, and as I travel and meet with security people in other countries, we're missing an innovation multiplier by not working with our allies. Countries like Japan and Australia, Europe, Germany, UK, all have brilliant scientists who are working on a lot of innovative areas, and instead of having innovation be siloed by country, it's always occurred to me that it would be much more, as I say, a multiplier if we could work more closely and have better cooperation with the countries that are aligned with us. Is that a fair observation?
I think that's a fair observation. We're a country of 340 million. Our allies together, the EU, NATO, Japan, Korea, kick us up over to over a trillion. We're close to the Chinese population, and
we're squandering that asset by siloing innovation.
The number of scientists and engineers working together would be critical in the future, and unfortunately, right now we're all stovepipe working on these things separately.
Well, I do want to. I have a visual aid in terms of the process. I'm not going to burden the committee, Mr. Chairman, by submitting it for the record, but this is the Foreign Military Sales Manual, 642 pages.
Bless you for that.
I mean, this to me, this summarizes in many ways the problem of the process itself, which has impeded our ability to work with our allies. Now, it's been mentioned several times about a data czar, something like that. One of my principles of management is that you need one throat to choke. And there's nobody in the process that is responsible for the process. You've got the State Department, the Defense Department, and then all the other agencies that are involved. It seems to me that we should be talking about putting somebody in charge who can be held accountable. Ms. Manning, you suggested that in your testimony. Is that something we should be thinking about?
Yes. And that's really what our report focuses on. In particular, DSCA does have the responsibility to sort of wrangle all of the cats and dogs in this process, but they lack the authorities and the enforcement ability. They lack the transparency to kind of get to the crucial sort of choke points in the system. And so providing at least some sort of enforcement, accountability, authorities, I think would help them be able to do this job better.
Winston Churchill said after Gallipoli, you should never have responsibility without authority. And that's exactly what you're talking about. The other thing I understand, I had to slip out for a minute, that's been mentioned, but I think needs some more attention, is ITAR. As I've talked to people in other countries, scientists and people working on technology matters, ITAR is a real barrier. And again, we have some exemptions with Australia and Canada, but Mr. Webster, is ITAR something that we should be attending to as we are talking about rationalizing this process?
Yes, Senator. I think it comes back to all three of us recommending a list of countries with pre-approved capability to include cooperative R&D that's pre-approved. I mean, we really need to focus on...
And their scientists need to be able to share back and forth
They do. Now, we have laws that govern the control of data, technology, and capability. So those laws require a license of some sort. But to your point, we are actually moving forward. The AUKUS exemption, AUKUS paradigm is something that hopefully will proof a new way.
Will
and it
become an
can be
example of
expanded.
how to move forward.
That's right, and that could be expanded to include allies, other
Mr.
allies.
Greenwald, I can't leave you without, you mentioned one thing in your testimony, that a continuing resolution with more money and more flexibility might be okay. I would point out that would be the end of congressional authority. That would be the ultimate abdication of Congress's authority to appropriate a huge pot of money to the Pentagon and say, spend it as you will. So I just had to make that point.
Although there is a RAND report that shows, that supported the PPBE Commission, that showed the different types of authorities that are out there for different agencies. And frankly, the Department of Defense doesn't have many of the same authorities and flexibilities that other agencies have. So yes, the Congress could still essentially have its power of the purse and look over these things, but there are other authorities that could be given to DOD that perhaps are not, that other agencies haven't been.
As long as it doesn't usurp, depending on your point of view, abdicate or usurp congressional authority over the power of the purse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator King. Senator Budd.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony as well. Mr. Webster, we've talked a lot about staffing, but given these issues, are there ways that we can utilize artificial intelligence to, and including automation, to improve these processes and speed up implementation of foreign military sales?
Sir, absolutely. We have to explore automation to include AI. In industry, if you can't hire people or afford them, you automate. And that's where we really need to seriously look. What comes with that is a level of risk, an assumption of a level of risk that historically the system's been unwilling to assume. So when you automate and develop those processes, improve those processes, that's a level of risk that the system is historically not used to.
Can you be specific about the risk you're referring to?
Well, I mean, when you're automating a system, you're losing the human judgment and human touch from developing an FMS case, let's say. We automate that. So you have to ensure that the standard notes and other legal requirements are intact in that automation process, because a human will not be touching it theoretically. Does that make sense?
Completely. Thank you. Dr. Sam Manning, you know, last year I visited Israel, the UAE, and just last month I traveled with some of my colleagues to Taiwan, to the Philippines. And when we visit with them and with other allies and partners, they implore us to really speed up FMS. They give us case examples of years, in some cases more than a decade for programs, for delivery, when China is at the ready. Months. Now, they admit there's quality problems. It's not what they want, but they'll forgo some of that if they can get it now rather than sometime date unknown out in the future. So what can this committee particularly do? I know there's other committees that are involved here, but what can this committee do, whether it's through legislation, increased oversight, to get our international friends what they need more quickly?
I so wish I had the answer to that. I really, really do. What Congress can do is really look at what's out there already with recommendations of so many that have come before me, and ask why those haven't been implemented yet. What are the barriers, whether they're cultural or otherwise, why these recommendations haven't taken hold already?
So throw out the recommendations again, just the top ones. Sounds like you've given plenty of recommendations, whether it's RAND or AEI or Chamber. What are the top ones that you think that we should focus on?
So the top one, in my mind, is to give DSCA more sort of teeth so that they can direct the system, that they've got access to the data so they can understand where the choke points are, so that they can help facilitate those problems. That would be top of my list.
I'm seeing a theme here.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Webster, you know, we use the phrase industrial base a lot and how we can modernize the base, but could you go a little deeper in what aspects of the base do you think we need to fix or improve to most speed up FMS delivery? And you talked a little bit earlier about increasing production lines and them being willing to pour additional concrete. I mean, that's a major investment for these folks. And they got a business to run, I get that. But keeping that in mind and their economics and the incentives that we deliver, what would you suggest?
All right, first of all, I'm going to come back to a question that you just asked. Part of the problem that we have today in equipping allies quickly is we don't stockpile anymore. When I started in 1985, we had stockpiles all over the world of capability. It may not have been exactly what a customer or nation needed, but it was good enough and we could transfer it at speed. We've gone to a just-in-time scenario in industry, just like the commercial sector, where we don't have parts stocked, we don't have kit stocked. We need to spend money and create stockpiles like we used to have during the Cold War. That's issue number one, if I may. The issue of the industrial base, we can't do everything at this given moment. We have to prioritize what capability is most important to our forces and allied forces and focus on those capability stresses to include their supply chains. We can't do it all, but we can focus on precision fires, air defense, whatever it is that we decide is for our national security and for the security of our allies, assess that industrial base, primes, second, third tiers, and find out what needs to change, what money needs to be invested, who's going to invest it to increase that capability.
Thank you all, Chairman.
Dr. Greenwald, Mr. Webster says we need to resume stockpiling. Do you agree?
I do, and I think you have various authorities to do that. I think the SSTAF fund is one way to do that, but this committee has considered others in the past. About 10 years ago, there was a desire to create a precision-guided munitions fund to do exactly that. We have a just-in-time problem, which is essentially we have put off the ability to have a stockpile, and we desperately need a stockpile.
Thank you much. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of the witnesses. So as we sit here, once again, we're told that there have been many recommendations made over the years how to change the FMS process, make it better, faster, et cetera, but these things don't get implemented. And Dr. Saul Manning just said that one of the ways that we can do this is to just give DSCA the authority to do their jobs. So do the other two witnesses, Mr. Webster, Dr. Greenwald, do you agree that that would be one of the ways that we can get going in the kind of changes we need to make to the FMS process?
So when I started at the agency in 1992, we had all the authority that we needed, and it took leadership. So yes, revisit authorities because it's been a long time since 1992. Make sure they have the authorities. Make sure they have political top cover and interests. And that's why we've supported this proposal to create an Assistant Secretary of Defense to collapse international programs into. It needs to be a political appointee who can sit at the table among other assistant secretaries and argue the case and lead the community with authority and power that a political appointee, Senate confirmed, will have.
Do you agree, Dr. Greenwald?
I agree that for the need for leadership, and I think the leadership has to be even elevated above the undersecretaries.
So again, that seems to be something that we can actually maybe focus our minds on and create that situation. Because when we start talking about DoD contracting reform writ large, good luck to us on that. Because as Senator King just brought out, look at the hundreds and hundreds of pages of requirements that we impose on just every single contracting process that we have. So maybe this is one where we actually do, when we have these sales, we actually make money, and maybe we can bring more attention at a time also, though, with Elon Musk taking a hatchet to so many departments where we're losing, as Mr. Webster said, the bodies. Others of you have said we're losing knowledge, we're losing experience. In fact, the kind of cuts that are being made across the board to so many departments, for example, the weather department, I was told that there are more people retiring, being let go from that department in only, 100 days than in the last 15 years. And the loss of some 20 plus years of experience is going on throughout all of our agencies. So it doesn't help the FMS process is also undermanned. And as noted, we're losing there's a knowledge gap, and we're going to have a hard time recruiting and retaining the people that we need. But I would say that if this committee really wanted to focus on the kind of changes that might enable this process to be much more focused, than the suggestions that you all made to enable the DSCA to go about their business is, I think, really a good one. And I would suggest that we, this committee, focus on enabling such a process to occur. Now, Ms. Manning, you said that RAND could do a bit of a study on what the tariff situation could do. But without us even doing a study, don't you think that the ripple effect would be that it's going to cause even further delays in the FMS process and cost more money? I mean, couldn't you pretty much conclude that that's what's going to happen with all of this uncertainty around tariffs?
Well, I would say I would have to be heavily footnoted for me to say that, but in my own opinion, not speaking for Rand, yes, logically, that sounds like that would be the course.
Yeah. So I would agree. I don't know that we need another study to tell us that these tariffs are not a particularly good idea. So one more very brief question. For Dr. Greenwald and Mr. Webster, has the production capacity of the defense industrial base kept pace with the increased demand in foreign military sales over the last years? And what can we do? Very briefly, I'm assuming this is a problem. What can we do?
Okay, so
Very
fundamentally,
briefly.
I would say in select areas, the production capacity has not kept pace, and this has been compounded by the situation in Ukraine and the U.S. providing capability to Ukraine as well as our allies. So that stresses our industrial base to resupply us, resupply allies, keep supplying Ukraine, help Israel. It's very difficult. No, not at pace.
But it also it's difficult for the industry to know whether an FMN case is real, if they're actually going to actually implement some of these FMS cases. And because of that, it's hard to make those investments until there's a real demand signal and a contract in place.
Thank you very much. Senator Sheehy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does ITAR work as it's currently structured?
I think ITAR, yes. ITAR works for, I would say, the vast majority of countries that we need to do business with and work with. It works terribly with those countries that are our close allies that we need to cooperate with. And so it's one of those things where we have to differentiate between the UKs, the Australias, and perhaps over here on some of the countries that we don't have alliances with.
Right, but the paradigm of ITAR is, in the timeline of American 21st century technology, is ancient. I mean, ITAR is a relic of an era when the U.S. government actually had the best technology in the world, and we wanted to make sure other countries wouldn't buy that, acquire it, steal it, and get access to that same capability.
It still focuses on 1970s technology when the Arms Export Control Act of 1976 was passed. Yes.
If a country like India, right now we have an India-Pakistan challenge going on, which has been going on for decades, but we're in a flare-up. If India wants to buy a system that is as capable as a U.S. system, and we cannot sell it to them in a timely manner, will they get an equally capable system from somebody else?
I think they're going to try to do that. And I think if you've seen what Poland recently has done with South Korea, then yes, there are alternatives out there for many of these systems. And it's also kind of ironic that some of the most cutting-edge technologies, whether it's AI, robotics, data analytics, or so on, are not covered by ITAR. They're covered by the EAR.
And oftentimes the EAR, ITAR specifications will restrict us from selling. I used to sell cameras similar to Hensoldt, and I could buy a commercial camera at the Apple store that had more capability than an ITAR restricted camera I was going to make in a factory, because it was on an ITAR list 30 years ago, and the DSCA and the State Department didn't want to take the political risk of delisting that, we'd have a years-long delay, and a company like Hensoldt, who has operations in Africa and Europe, could sell that a similarly capable system far faster than we could. So I think we need a fundamental reimagination of ITAR for where we're at today. And I think we need to make sure that our allies can get equipment from us, because they need it from somebody. And recently speaking to some Ministry of Defense leads in the Middle East, they need the equipment, and if they can't get it from us, they'll buy it from China or Russia or Europe, hopefully, but probably not. So what can DSCA do specifically? DSCA doesn't have the authority, as you mentioned, but let's say we did give them the authority. How do we turn a round hole for a square peg? How do we make that fit with DSCA and the State Department? Because they're serving two bosses there that rarely agree. How do we square that and make sure that DSCA can make the decision and State Department doesn't veto something or simply just kill it bureaucratically that DSCA thinks should happen?
Well, that's a really good question. I think there's a role for U.S. Undersecretary of Defense policy. So I think policy has a role to play sort of as the arbitrator to kind of understand what the priorities are for state and to better sort of translate them, negotiate between the two. But I think they all three, I mean, they've got different priorities for good reasons. But I think there's a way to negotiate to yes for all three of them. And I think policy has an important role to play in that.
Should more authority be given to the in-country military liaison that is liaising with the customer government?
No, I think they've got the authorities that they need. I think sometimes there's confusion between Title 22 and Title 10 authorities. So I think a little bit more maybe input or maybe even into the training from State Department so that they can better articulate some of the authorities. So I think some of it comes down to training, not that they don't have it, the authority.
Well, we're emerging into an era of great power competition again, and we're going to depend on our allies to be able to hold the line in places where we can't or won't, and they need to have the tools to do this job. So this is a problem we have to solve, and it's going to start with this committee. Thanks for your testimony today.
I think you're on to something, Senator Sheehy. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the witnesses. This has been a very, very good hearing. I agree with my colleagues on that. I want to ask you about a topic that's just slightly adjacent to foreign military sales. So I'm a little bit worried if we make all the reforms we need to in the foreign military sales process, we will still have workforce and supply chain challenges here that will not enable us to maintain the production pace that we want to. So I'm grappling with this question of foreign military sales as one way to help allied nations or partner nations defend themselves and defend values that we share. But there's other ways to do that. And one is inspiring more domestic production in those nations of their own military capacities. Just using Ukraine as an example, that, you know, they've been using heavily 155 rounds. They didn't have much of a capacity to produce 155 rounds in Ukraine at the beginning of the war. They've grown that capacity. I heard a stat that the Ukraine defense industry was producing about $5 billion worth of, you know, material and armaments, and now they're about $30 billion. So they've gone up sixfold. They could do more. Related to sort of the FMS questions would be, if U.S. defense firms want to invest in Germany or Poland or Ukraine, or they want to invest in Australia to expand the production capacities of weapon systems in those nations, or if U.S. financial firms that aren't necessarily in the defense space but increasingly have shown a willingness to invest in port infrastructure or shipbuilding or other defense industries, if U.S. firms want to invest to accomplish increases in production in other countries, do we have the right legal framework to allow them to do that easily, or are there similar obstacles in the way that we ought to be considering diluting or bringing down? So that's the issue that I want to ask you about.
So many of those obstacles exist. I think you should talk to the Australians on how they're trying to do co-production, and have been trying to do this for about 5 years now, and have met all sorts of ITAR restrictions and other things in negotiating. So yes, it's very difficult to move overseas. I think there's this tsunami of potential allied defense expenditures coming. If they actually do increase their defense expenditures, 2 more percentage points of GDP, that's about $600 billion a year, which is twice what we spend on production and R&D. I don't know where they're going to do with that or how they're going to spend it, and they may not spend it wisely, but that's a potential huge market, and it would be much better for us to make those sales than have them create their own capabilities that will compete with us in the future.
Others who want to offer thoughts on my question, Mr. Webster?
So, I think it's important to recognize that our industries are global industries and global supply chains, so they know how to figure that out. Lockheed Martin F-35 is an excellent example where you have partner contributions. That was part of the deal of being a partner, was to have industrial participation. So our industries, where it is in their interest to seek technology they can't get here for a good price, where they can reduce production costs, and where the government will allow it, will go offshore. So the tools are there to accomplish what you envision. It just is a question of how is that incentivized.
Dr. Sam Manning.
And I will just say, I was not part of a study, but we just did a study on third-party suppliers. One of my colleagues, Aidan Nguyen, and her team looked at this and tried to think about how to do this responsibly, try to find suppliers that are, aligned with our strategic interests. Thinking about some of the criteria that would you think about when you'd want to kind of invest in and kind of shape what our allies, when we can't supply it, how they make their decisions elsewhere.
I'll take a look at that. I want to say in 45 seconds, something about tariffs. I was just in Germany, Poland, and Ukraine, and I heard over and over again, we are cooperating with you. We want to cooperate more. There's so much more we can do together. Tariffs are getting in the way. The German example was the most striking. A new government in Germany with a mandate to improve the economy, which has been in the doldrums since 2019. That is the mandate. The government is very pro-U.S., pro-transatlantic. They're pro-U.S. military, more U.S. troops in Germany than any nation other than Japan outside the United States. But they said tariffs are getting in the way of the primary goal of this new government, which is to improve the German economy. And if that's the case, I know you expect us to be great defense partners, but there's no such thing as a silo where half the relationship is really bad, but on the other half, we're going to be completely cooperative. We need to sort out this tariff madness. And using tariffs against adversaries, great, or in particular instances on particular trade barriers, of course. Using tariffs willy-nilly against allies is very destructive, both in the national security space and in the American economy. And that was the message I heard loud and clear from our allies. I yield back.
Thank you for that. Senator Scott.
Sure. Thank you all for being here. I just, about 3 weeks ago during a recess, I went to Denmark, Finland, and Estonia. And probably similar to Senator Kane, I get asked questions about Trump's position, on tariffs and NATO and things like that. And here's the way I explained it to him. I think Trump is going to try to make two things happen. Number one, if you're going to be an ally of the United States, you're going to build your own military first. We're not going to be your first line of defense. If you're not willing to defend your own country, if women don't want to serve and you don't want to go buy the equipment to be able to do it, America's not going to be your first line. Number two is, if you want to sell in our country, the best market in the world, then whether it's tariffs, whether it's other barriers, those barriers are going down. We've watched for decades where this country has allowed other countries to be able to sell into our country, and they put up barriers. Some of it's tariffs, some of it's regulation, some of it's permitting, some of all sorts of stuff. You can't even sell, which makes zero sense. I'm fine with everybody else's economy doing well, but I'm primarily responsible for American workers. But one thing we talked about when I talked to the military leaders in Europe and the political leaders is that they're frustrated they can't get an answer on foreign military sales. They had really two complaints. Number one is, why does it take so long? Why can't you get an answer? What's the process? Why is it a black hole? And number two is, why can't your defense contractors make things on time? And so what they said is, we're spending. They're for whatever reason, whether it's Putin invading Ukraine, they're spending their money now. But they can't get approvals, and they can't get, then our suppliers are not on time. The other thing they brought up is the fact that we have suppliers that my understanding is we paid for them to develop technology, and then our manufacturer owns the technology, and so nobody else can do it, which makes no sense in the world. So can you just talk about, why can't we have like a checklist like you do in any business of here's what has to get done, here's a time frame, we can, because some of the stuff should be simple, you should be able to do in days rather than years.
The last time I was in the Pentagon, which was 20 years ago, I think, Keith, we worked together. And the administration was trying to do that, to try to figure out, let's create a list of what we can sell out to our allies and kind of pre-approve it, so to speak. And this was a process I think we've all talked about called the ADRSIG. And unfortunately, that process never went forward. And even though it was a great idea 20 years ago, the idea of getting away from this transactional, everything is new once again, to basically say, this is the UK, we know what we need to sell with them, and here's the list, and let's just be done with it. And unfortunately, that type of thinking never really took hold, and we're back to just transactional. Every time we get a request, we go through it. It takes just as long to go through the process.
Okay, sir, the system was developed long ago for a case-by-case review. So every individual request by every individual country is reviewed on a case-by-case basis, whether it's a direct commercial sale license activity or a foreign military sales bilateral agreement. And that's where we're saying transformation needs to occur. There needs to be a positive list of countries, allies that are pre-approved for specific capability to remove ambiguity and remove this case-by-case process of review. That's really what we need. What was mentioned was Secretary Gates established the ADRSIG to develop anticipatory policy. The first and only policy developed was for UAS systems, and State Department would not partner on anticipatory policy because under Title 22, they have the authority to review each transfer on a case-by-case business, and they did not want to tie their hands on their authorities and their business. So it failed, but we need to fix that. Thanks.
So does anybody put anything out that they're gonna, is there any outside group that's put something out that said this would be the exact way you should do it, that we should rally behind?
I'm not aware of anything that's published, but I know we've all talked about it with previous administrations. We've talked about it with the new administration. We can help the administration develop that process. It'll take approval by state and its committees as well as this committee to agree to such a list to act upon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So being lethal on the battlefield means being scrappy. And when Russia first invaded Ukraine, we sat in the briefings when we were told by experts that Ukraine would only be able to hold out for a few weeks maximum. But over the past 3 years, Ukrainians have been incredibly innovative, especially in the deployment of drones, to keep Russian forces at bay. The U.S. military may not be nearly as agile. One problem, soldiers are not allowed to repair many of their own weapons. DoD spends billions of dollars buying all sorts of equipment, but then contractors impose restrictions on who can maintain systems and who can produce spare parts. Contractors rake in billions, but service members are not allowed to fix their own weapons when they break, even in the middle of life and death missions. That is the opposite of scrappy. So Dr. Saum Manning, you are an expert on building military capacity. How important is it for readiness for service members just to be able to repair their own weapons?
I mean, they are on the front lines and critical. When it comes to life and death decisions, I think you sort of overlook policy. That's what I would do if I were on the battlefield. Again, this is my personal opinion, not an opinion of Rand.
But I take it you think the right to repair is important to being able to do your job.
I do think it's important. That said, you have to know how to do it. And so I would want to make sure that they actually knew what they were doing.
Okay. The problem we've got is that too often when the U.S. military goes to contractors, they are told when there's something is broken, they're going to have to wait months for critical parts. In just one case that we have, the Army discovered that instead of waiting months, they could actually just use a 3D printer to print the safety clip they needed in less than an hour and for 1/100th of the cost that was being charged by the contractor. The administration took an important step toward making sure that U.S. soldiers can be just as scrappy as the Ukrainians. The Army's new transformation initiative requires new contracts to include a right to repair their own equipment, and they're also going back to review old contracts to add similar protections. I want to give a shout out to the new Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, for pushing this initiative. So, Dr. Saum Manning, would adopting this policy across the military services enhance innovation and help reduce costs?
Well, as all Rand good researchers say, we have to study that. This is very new. It's very exciting to see. When we were doing our study, Army was in the midst of their sort of transformation, and there was consensus opinion that it needed to change. And so it's exciting that they're innovating. We're watching it. It's definitely a great experiment to see if it happens and to see if we can apply these lessons elsewhere.
Well, you know, I would argue here on right to repair that it can also be used to help strengthen American allied forces as well. When our closest allies buy U.S. weapons, it can help enhance their capabilities, help them work better with our troops. We really like all of that. They can take missions off our plate, and they can support U.S. jobs. But our allies and partners have a lot of other companies that they can choose from, and they are willing to drive a harder bargain than we are. For example, a Canadian task force found that failing to acquire data rights hurt their ability to independently support their own equipment, right to repair. And they recommended prioritizing sustainability and competition. The bottom line, Lockheed Martin's higher repair costs meant that Lockheed Martin just wasn't competitive for the contract. So, Dr. Saum Manning, isn't the best outcome for us is not only if we can repair our own equipment, but also if our allies who are buying from U.S. contractors can repair their weapons in the field and have those weapons made in America?
Well, we have not studied that, but I would say that if we are sort of part of that process and can help train, help equip, help be there, help sustain, our partners need to actually be able to sustain the equipment that we give them. Those are priority decisions that need to be made prior to them actually getting on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, Army Secretary Driscoll has taken a necessary and overdue step, but we need all of the services and DOD to prioritize lethality. And that means commanders in the field should never have to beg a contractor to come repair a plane that the Air Force owns or that soldiers could fix themselves. Our Navy should never have to wonder if an ally won't show up because they're waiting months for a contractor to fix a fuel gauge. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to make sure that we aren't letting bad contracting practices limit our soldiers' ability to win on the battlefield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you, Senator Warren. Before we close, and really for the benefit of our stenographer, who does a wonderful job, Dr. Greenwald and Mr. Webster, you referred to Sig, and I'm told that stands for Arms Transfer Technology Review Senior Steering Group. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is.
All right, that's going to save her a little time there. And as far as we know, that group does not exist anymore. It was an effort that was abandoned. Is that right, Dr. Greenwald?
I believe it's still on DITS's, the Defense Technology Security Agency's website. Whether it's still active I do not know.
Well, we'll look into that. Thank you very much. And unless there are further questions, this hearing is closed. Thank you very, very much.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to today's pipeline safety hearing, where we will be examining ways to increase the safe and efficient movement of American energy. This is our first subcommittee hearing, and it's great to be with my colleague, Senator Peters. We've worked constructively on so many projects, and I think this is such an important one. So I'm especially appreciative of our witnesses today, so that you can help educate us on this important topic. Nearly 3.3 million miles of pipelines traverse our country, bringing essential resources to communities to ensure Americans receive basic needs like heat and electricity, and to drive economic activity and create the jobs we all care about. While this infrastructure is vital to the success of the American people, our economy and our national security, there are some inherent risks tied to such a vast ecosystem of pipeline networks. At the end of last year in Whiting, Indiana, a pipeline leak within the BP tank field occurred, generating concerns from many in the community. While the repercussions were limited, largely thanks to the quick work of emergency responders and talented technicians, not every leak has similarly fortunate outcomes. Pipelines are the safest and the most efficient way to transport materials, and the operators are obviously incentivized to keep the resources within the pipes. That being said, these instances should serve as a stark reminder that we must remain vigilant in our efforts to uphold the highest level of safety standards for our nation's pipeline network and secure the American people's trust in the operation of this critical infrastructure. Our subcommittee plays a vital role in this work, which is why we are here today examining the need to secure the safety and resiliency of our pipeline infrastructure. I'm hopeful this hearing will shine a light on areas Congress should focus on as we look to reauthorize and hopefully improve upon existing pipeline safety laws. Whether that is an examination of outstanding rulemakings, prohibitive processes and red tape for preventing advancements in industry, or inefficient tools for law enforcement to hold malicious actors accountable when they seek to harm our nation. I'm also hopeful that we can use this hearing to learn how emerging technologies can play a role in mitigating and preventing risks to pipeline infrastructure. For example, how might artificial intelligence be used to best detect areas of pipeline infrastructure that should be inspected after severe weather or shifts in environmental conditions like landslides or earthquakes, or where extensive strain or shifts in pressure have occurred? We don't know what incident may knock on our door next, but I believe investing in our country's ability to research and develop the next innovative application of technology or new technologies themselves will arm us with the tools to keep our pipelines and infrastructure safe. And we should be fostering an environment that allows industry to explore different means to keep pipelines safe. Indiana has been at the forefront of adopting innovative monitoring technologies and fostering partnerships between relevant parties to enhance safety and preparedness. But we need to ensure our country across the board can look forward and innovate new solutions to increase safety too. So thank you again to our witnesses for your expertise and willingness to contribute to this dialogue. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Peters.
Well, thank you, Chairman Young, and certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with you again on other issues, and I look forward to working on this one because it's particularly important, and that's why I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. And I can say for sure that this is an issue that hits home very directly for my state. In Michigan, we understand all too well the lasting damage an oil spill can cause. In 2010, a pipeline ruptured in Marshall, releasing over 1 million gallons of oil into the Kalamazoo River. This was the largest inland oil spill in the United States history, and it took years, as well as over $1 billion to clean up. As many of you know, Michigan is also home to Enbridge Line 5, a 70-year-old oil and gas pipeline that crosses through the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes is a source of drinking water for over 40 million people, and that line underneath the Straits of Mackinac is particularly concerning. In fact, a pipeline failure there would be nothing short of catastrophic. The University of Michigan experts have actually identified the Straits of Mackinac as the single worst place for an oil spill in the entire Great Lakes basin. And unfortunately, we've had some very close calls in the past. In 2014, Enbridge found gaps in the protective coating on a segment of the pipeline underneath the straits. In 2018, the pipeline was badly damaged by a boat anchor that was dragged along the lake bottom, resulting in 3 gouges to the pipeline. And in 2020, Enbridge discovered that a Line 5 anchor support had been mangled and that the pipeline had physically shifted, and that part of its protective coating had been completely removed, exposing bare metal. In the midst of these incidents, in 2017, the then Commandant of the Coast Guard told me flat out at a hearing when I asked him the question, he told me flat out that the agency was not prepared for an oil spill in the Great Lakes and that more research was needed to improve our response. That's when I led efforts to establish the Great Lakes Center of Expertise. The Center of Expertise will conduct research and develop responses to ensure that we're prepared to quickly and effectively address an oil spill in the Great Lakes. But rather than having to utilize the center's knowledge during a worst-case scenario, I'd certainly rather have a situation where we never have to deal with a spill in the first place and never have to respond to a Line 5 incident or another case like we saw in the Kalamazoo River. Simply put, we need standards. We need standards in place to ensure that these sorts of events never happen. And while pipelines are widely adopted mode of transporting hazardous materials, there are still safety concerns associated with their use. Over the past 20 years, the pipeline incidents have caused 257 deaths, over 1,000 injuries, and over $11 billion in damages. That's to say, we still have a heck of a lot of work to do when it comes to safety, because I don't think you'll find too many folks in Michigan that hear those numbers that in any way think we're at mission accomplished. They certainly want to make sure that their families and communities will be safe in the future. And that's why I hope we will all keep on top of mind during this hearing and throughout the pipeline safety reauthorization process that safety is always paramount. And as such, there can be no backsliding on safety in any reauthorization bill that we put forward. I look forward to working with Chairman Young as I have over the last few years. I look forward to working with our witnesses that are here today, FSMA, our state agencies, and other stakeholders to make sure that this pipeline safety reauthorization effort is better and it better protects Michigan, our Great Lakes, as well as the nation as a whole. And I'm certainly very optimistic we can do that. I yield back.
Well, thank you again, Senator Peters, for your leadership on this issue. I'm going to go ahead and introduce briefly each of our witnesses and then ask you to make your opening statements. They are, in order, Mr. Robin Roerick, Vice President of Midstream Policy at the American Petroleum Institute, Mr. Andrew J. Black, President and CEO of Liquid Energy Pipeline Association, Mr. Richard Ledger. How do you say it, sir? Mr. Richard, that was my second choice. Mr. Richard Leger, Senior Vice President of Natural Gas Business, CenterPoint Energy, on behalf of the American Gas Association. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Bill Karam.
Karam, you got it.
Yeah, okay. Executive Director, Pipeline Safety Trust. Thank you, sir. So I recognize Mr. Robin Roerick for your open statement. 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Young, Ranking Member Peters, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the invitation today. My name is Robin Roerick, and I'm Vice President of Midstream Policy at the American Petroleum Institute. API represents all segments of America's oil and natural gas industry, from integrated global companies to independent producers, supporting 11 million jobs across all 50 states. Pipelines make it possible to safely deliver the affordable energy our families, businesses, and economy rely on day and night. With over 3 million miles of pipelines crisscrossing America, the safe and reliable transport of oil and natural gas is essential not just to America's economy, but to our national security. Pipeline operators know safety must always come first. Our goal is clear: zero incidents. And we're making progress. Recent data from PHMSA confirms this. Between 2020 and 2024, liquid pipeline incidents affecting people or the environment dropped 13%. Incident rates per million barrels delivered fell by 33% since 2019, even as mileage and delivery volumes increased. Similarly, natural gas transmission incidents have declined 23% since 2020. These results did not happen by chance. A regulatory foundation, coupled with the adoption and continual updating of API's industry safety standards, has played a major role in this continuous improvement across the industry. In fact, API has developed more than 800 standards, many of which are used globally to improve pipeline safety and environmental protection. But to fully leverage their benefits, PHMSA must routinely and efficiently incorporate updated standards into federal regulations. Currently, approximately half of API standards cited in PHMSA rules are outdated. Congress should direct PHMSA to commit to reviewing and updating its references to standards every 3 years. If an updated standard isn't adopted, the agency should publicly explain why, to provide clarity on its perspective, and help industry determine a path forward to ideally avoid conflict between the standard and the regulation. More broadly, we appreciate PHMSA's recent efforts towards regulatory reform, in particular, the agency's consideration of updating and modernizing repair criteria for hazardous liquid and natural gas pipelines, and allowing for the use of risk-based inspections for PHMSA-regulated breakout tanks. But Congress can help accelerate further safety improvements on multiple fronts. First, Congress should direct PHMSA to update pipeline operating statuses. Today, pipelines are categorized only as active or abandoned. We need an official status for idled pipelines clearly defined using API's recommended practice 1181. This common sense update would allow pipeline operators to safely pause certain activities when risk levels are lower, aligning regulation with real-world operational needs. We also see significant room to standardize the damage prevention processes across the country by incorporating leading industry practices, reducing exemptions, and improving enforcement. There are also opportunities to streamline the regulatory process itself, especially in PHMSA's pipeline inspection program. Currently, operators often undergo repetitive inspections by multiple federal, state, and community authorities reviewing the same procedures. These redundant efforts consume valuable time and resources which could be better directed towards safety improvements. API supports an independent evaluation of PHMSA's inspection processes to identify ways to streamline inspections, improve collaboration, and maintain a laser focus on achieving safety outcomes. Beyond these priorities, several complementary regulatory improvements would enhance pipeline safety and operations, such as reforming PHMSA's special permit process, strengthening criminal penalties for vandalism, clarifying jurisdictional overlaps for in-plant piping, and ensuring responsible right-of-way maintenance through conservation and habitat management programs. In closing, I want to stress that America leads the world in oil and natural gas production, and pipelines are central to this success. The improvements we've seen in pipeline safety are significant, but our industry remains committed to doing even more. As Congress works to reauthorize PHMSA, API urges the adoption of smart, updated references to standards in their regulations, completion of overdue rulemakings, and streamlining inspections. These steps will help America safely meet growing energy demands and demonstrate leadership to the world. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to your questions and your continued bipartisan work to advance pipeline safety and elevate American energy leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Rorick. Mr. Black, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I'm Andy Black, President and CEO of the Liquid Energy Pipeline Association. LEPA represents pipeline owners and operators delivering transportation fuels like gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, transportation feedstocks like crude oil, home heating fuels like propane and heating oil, industrial feedstocks like ethane and butane, and low-carbon solutions like renewable diesel, LP gas, and carbon dioxide. We have over 50 member companies delivering over 20 billion barrels annually across our nearly 230,000-mile network of pipelines. The states of every member of this subcommittee play a role in delivering by pipeline the energy Americans need and want. Pipelines deliver energy from where it's produced, especially in states like Alaska, Texas, and New Mexico, to where that energy is turned into useful products like refineries in Michigan, Texas, Indiana, Mississippi, Ohio, Illinois, and New Jersey. Different liquid pipelines then carry those refined products to local regions across America. Pipelines serving America across states like South Dakota, Nebraska, and Missouri. Even if energy products travel those last miles by truck or ship to states like West Virginia, Hawaii, or Massachusetts, that energy had to travel at least some point on a pipeline. Indiana, the subcommittee chair's home state, is a terrific example of the importance of pipelines. As a crossroads for America, Indiana is also a crossroads of pipelines. Crude oil pipelines cross Indiana to deliver to refineries in Gary, Mount Vernon, and neighboring Ohio and Michigan. Refined products pipelines deliver gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel from these refineries to major population centers across Indiana. Natural gas liquids pipelines deliver propane from as far away as Texas to homes across rural Indiana and elsewhere. Pipeline-delivered propane is also vital to the farmers of Indiana and other states drying crops after harvest and keeping barns warm in the winter. As this committee considers the role of pipeline infrastructure and what changes to make to federal pipeline safety laws, it's important to recognize that pipelines are the safest way to deliver energy. More than 99.999% of crude oil and petroleum products delivered by pipeline reaches its destination safely. A report prepared for Congress by PHMSA analyzing 10 years of incident data found that pipelines were 13 times safer than both trains and trucks, with pipelines experiencing only one incident for every 720 million gallons delivered. An Obama administration analysis found that rejecting a major pipeline and shipping the same crude oil by rail would increase the risk of oil release by over 800 times and of barrels released by 2.6 times. Current PHMSA pipeline incident statistics also show that pipeline safety is improving. According to publicly available PHMSA data, total liquid pipeline incidents are down 13% over the last 5 years, and liquid pipeline incidents impacting people or the environment are also down 13% over the last 5 years. Declining pipeline incidents over the last 5 years supports a measured approach to reauthorizing pipeline safety laws without major changes or new mandates. LIPA believes Congress can do more to help modernize pipeline safety programs. Key parts of PHMSA's safety regulations are over 20 years old and do not reflect the latest advances in safety technology or know-how. LIPA recognizes that America is blessed with an abundance of energy. Smart pipeline policies will promote pipeline energy infrastructure needed to deliver American energy dominance. LIPA believes Congress can help PHMSA increase the effectiveness and transparency of its pipeline safety programs and requirements. We welcome the committee's interest in pipeline safety reauthorization. My written testimony details the many provisions LIPA supports. I'll name 5. Number 1, reforming PHMSA's special permit program. Number 2, strengthening penalties for pipeline safety violations that impair operation of facilities or damage construction sites. Number 3, establish inspection and maintenance required for idled pipelines after Congress directed PHMSA to do so, and it did not. Number 4, reauthorize, this time without extraneous conditions, a PHMSA technology demonstration pilot program to restore the will of Congress and harness the latest high-tech inspection technologies without bureaucratic red tape. And number 5, allow risk-based inspections of in-service breakout tanks to reduce worker safety threats, avoid air pollutant emissions, minimize unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions, and prevent creation of hazardous waste, conforming PHMSA's regulations with that of EPA. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you today on the benefits of pipelines, including their safety.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Laze, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Young, Ranking Member Peters, members of the subcommittee, I'm Richard Leger, Senior Vice President, Natural Gas Business for CenterPoint Energy, testifying on behalf of the American Natural Gas Association. AGA represents more than 200 utilities that deliver natural gas to 74 million customers. Natural gas pipelines deliver essential energy to 177 million Americans through a 2.5 million mile pipeline system, including 2.2 million miles of local distribution pipelines operated by natural gas utilities. An integral part of this nation's pipeline infrastructure, CenterPoint Energy operates 74,000 miles of distribution pipeline and is privileged to serve nearly 4 million customers in Indiana, Texas, Ohio, and Minnesota. We also manage nearly 1,100 miles of transmission lines and approximately 300 storage wells. In 2024, we delivered 571 BCF to our customers. And during the January 21st winter storm, where Minnesotans experienced 62 consecutive hours below zero, we successfully delivered at 1.5 BCF, which is the equivalent of 460 gigawatt hours of energy delivered, representing more than the electric capacity for the state of Minnesota. Gas utility distribution pipelines are the last critical link in the delivery chain that brings natural gas from the wellhead to the burner tip. Companies like CenterPoint Energy are the face of the natural gas industry. We live in the communities that we serve. We interact daily with both customers and state authorities who oversee pipeline safety locally. They are our customers, our neighbors, our friends, and our family. As such, pipeline safety is and must be our #1 priority. The primary safety tool for gas utility operators is a Distribution Integrity Management Program, or DIMP. DIMP is a regulatory process that allows an operator to develop a safety plan that addresses the unique operating characteristics of their individual gas system. From a CenterPoint perspective, each of our 4 systems have different operating environments, customer requirements, and infrastructure needs. DIMP allows us to appropriately plan and prioritize pipeline safety, resiliency, and reliability work that strengthens each of our unique individual systems. Upgrading distribution pipelines is also critical to pipeline safety. 43 states and the District of Columbia have expedited pipeline replacement programs. In the past 17 years, the amount of cast iron bare steel pipeline replacement in use has declined over 50%, replaced by newer technology pipelines, which increase system safety and reliability. CenterPoint Energy is investing hundreds of millions of dollars every year to modernize our gas systems to enhance safety and reliability. For example, we will eliminate cast iron and bare steel from our systems by the end of 2026, and we will modernize our remaining low-pressure systems by 2030. The natural gas distribution industry has proved it can simultaneously increase natural gas delivery and improve safety. But more needs to be done. CenterPoint natural gas utilities support the following concepts in upcoming pipeline safety reauthorization legislation, policy priorities that will measurably improve pipeline safety and industry operations. #1, limiting serious injuries and fatalities, property damage, and environmental impacts caused by unintended excavation damage incidents. #2, strengthening criminal penalties on those who purposely sabotage or intentionally damage pipeline operations. #3, identifying technology alternatives that, if utilized, will meet the intent of existing pipeline safety regulations and provide an equal or greater level of pipeline safety. #4, studying how natural gas hydrogen blending and distribution systems worldwide are safely operated. #5, creating a voluntary information sharing system to collect and share pipeline safety, operational best practices, and lessons learned with industry partners. And finally, #6, establishing a 4 or preferably 5-year reauthorization period so PHMSA and industry have sufficient time to complete work authorized by the previous reauthorization. CenterPoint Energy and AGA members support fact-based, reasonable, and practical updates to pipeline safety legislation that build upon lessons learned and evolving technologies. In that spirit, we look forward to our continued work with this committee, as well as your counterparts in the House of Representatives to help facilitate pipeline safety reauthorization legislation. Please use us as a technical resource whenever and wherever we can be helpful. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing, and I look forward to this conversation.
Thanks so much, Mr. Leger. Mr. Karam, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Young, Ranking Member Peters, and members of the subcommittee. I'm Bill Karam, Executive Director of the Pipeline Safety Trust, which was created after the 1999 Olympic pipeline tragedy in Bellingham, Washington, that killed 3 boys. We serve as an independent national watchdog over the pipeline industry and its regulators. On average, a significant pipeline incident occurs every 32 hours in America, nearly 1 every day. Since this subcommittee's last markup in July 2019, 67 people have been killed and 182 hospitalized from pipeline incidents. That's 67 families forever changed and 182 lives altered, many permanently. The past 2 years have been the deadliest in nearly 15, with 30 deaths, including a 5-year-old in Missouri, a 15-year-old in Utah, and an 82-year-old pastor's wife in Mississippi. Our shared goal of 0 incidents feels unreachable when we haven't yet been able to prevent these tragic deaths. Making a meaningful difference on pipeline safety will require 3 essential and interconnected elements: improved regulations, effective enforcement, and widespread adoption of pipeline safety management systems, or PSMS. In many cases, Congress has hamstrung PHMSA from developing effective regulations. Provisions in the pipeline safety statute, like the extra burdensome cost-benefit requirement, make it extremely difficult for PHMSA to develop life-saving regulations. Also, the non-application clause, which permanently exempts approximately half our nation's transmission pipelines, including some at the highest risk, from meeting some modern safety standards. There certainly are operators leading the way on safety, but this is not universal. We need regulations that allow flexibility for innovation while ensuring the product stays in the pipelines of all operators. I've included practical, common sense ideas for improving regulations that would make a real difference on safety in my written testimony, such as fire shutoff valves. These simple devices automatically close when exposed to heat, preventing gas from fueling house fires. They are inexpensive, require no ongoing maintenance, and can be easily installed on service lines. As recently recommended by the NTSB, natural gas alarms or methane detectors, if installed in homes and businesses with or near gas service, would undoubtedly save lives. We need modernized regulations for carbon dioxide and hydrogen-blended pipelines. Congress has incentivized this infrastructure without addressing the regulatory and research gaps that put communities on the front lines of significant safety risks. This year marks 5 years since the Denbury carbon dioxide failure in Satartia, Mississippi, that sent nearly 50 people to the hospital. That harrowing night laid bare many of the risks and regulatory shortfalls with these pipelines. Increasing authorized resources to PHMSA is also necessary. Not only has the agency been chronically underfunded, but the additional miles of jurisdictional pipe and the potential build-out of carbon dioxide and hydrogen pipelines demand an increase in resources from Congress, both to the agency and, just as significantly, to the state programs. Even the best regulations, however, can be meaningless without robust enforcement. When we try to chart penalties levied on operators against their quarterly earnings after tragic incidents, we often can't even visualize the penalty at such a tiny percentage of earnings, even when PHMSA is fully using its enforcement authority. Recently, PHMSA's enforcement shows a concerning trend. Enforcement case initiations have declined by as much as 90% compared to historical averages across multiple prior administrations. Meanwhile, incident rates remain relatively consistent. This enforcement gap warrants the subcommittee's attention. According to a recent PHMSA report to Congress on the adoption of pipeline safety management systems, or PSMS, among gas distribution operators, while most pipeline mileage is owned by operators committed to PSMS, only half of all operators have made this commitment. To improve safety, we need widespread industry adoption, all systems, all operators, large and small. This subcommittee has an opportunity to save lives and make a meaningful difference on pipeline safety by streamlining rule development, making enforcement more effective, and driving adoption of PSMS. As you discuss how to move forward on authorizing PHMSA's pipeline safety program and make improvements to the law, I implore you to think of the empty seats at dinner tables across the country because of pipeline failures. 30 dinner tables are missing someone from the last 2 years alone. I've been with families who've lost loved ones recently and some 25 years ago, and I can assure you the pain never goes away. Please ensure PHMSA meets its responsibility to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karam. I will now recognize Senator Cruz, full committee chairman, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Americans have been abundantly clear that they want cheaper, reliable, and safe energy. That's what we're here today to discuss. What federal policies would ensure that energy America needs is affordable, reliable, and safe? The Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, or PHMSA, is the agency within the Department of Transportation responsible for overseeing pipeline safety. This is no small task. With over 3 million miles of oil, natural gas, and other hazardous liquid pipelines all across this nation. Good federal policy would ensure that pipeline operators have a clear understanding of the safety requirements. Federal regulations are based on data and address risk appropriately, and the regulations are cost-effective. So what was the previous administration's policy on pipeline safety? One maxim of politics is that personnel is policy. If that's the case, then the Biden administration didn't give a damn about pipeline safety because they didn't nominate anyone to be the PHMSA administrator. That's right. It's not that they nominated someone who withdrew and then withdrew that person. They simply never bothered to nominate any human being to lead the pipeline safety agency. Instead, they relied on a deputy administrator for the entire 4 years, a position that is not confirmed by the United States Senate. That was a shameful dereliction of duty. Unfortunately, in that entire time, this committee never held a single hearing on pipeline safety for those entire 4 years, denying us any opportunity for oversight. So there was nobody nominated by the president in the position, nobody confirmed by the Senate in the position, and this committee held 0 hearings on pipeline safety. That gives you an indication of what priority they put on this topic. President Trump has corrected this error by nominating Paul Roberti to lead PHMSA. I hope to hold a hearing on his nomination very soon. The unaccountable Biden PHMSA also attempted to remake the Pipeline Safety Agency into a climate change agency, because every agency in the federal government under Biden was a climate change agency instead of doing what its damn purpose was. Not only duplicating the work of other agencies, but disregarding the explicit statutory language that Congress carefully negotiated. One egregious example of the Biden PHMSA's overreach is the natural gas leak detection and repair rule, in which PHMSA included the regulation of underground natural gas storage and liquefied natural gas facilities, despite the statute explicitly not including those among the list of facilities to be addressed by that rulemaking. It's notable that more actions finalized during the Biden PHMSA were overturned by a U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals than any other administration since Congress created the agency in 2004. Listen to that again. 21 years ago, Congress created that agency. The last 4 years under President Biden, they had more of their actions overturned by a federal court of appeals than any administration in history. I suppose that's not surprising, given that they didn't have anyone named to run the agency and they didn't have the Senate engaged in oversight on them. Fortunately, President Trump stopped the leak detection rule before it could be promulgated. This Congress, we have the opportunity to debate and to pass a pipeline safety reauthorization. Today's hearing is designed to help inform that discussion. One topic I expect to hear from the witnesses is the threat to pipeline safety from eco-terrorists. Though the current statute has penalties against individuals, quote, damaging or destroying an operational pipeline, it does not expressly address eco-terrorists who tamper with pipelines or damage pipelines under construction. The unauthorized turning of pipeline valves is a major safety concern that threatens the very environment that the eco-terrorists claim they're trying to protect. Pipeline operators have been forced to shut down their lines in response to threats from eco-terrorists. I'm proud to co-sponsor Senator Sheehy's Safe and Secure Transportation of Energy Act, which would close this gap in statute by adding, quote, vandalizing, tampering with, disrupting the operation or construction of, or preventing the operation or construction of a pipeline to the list of actions for which penalties could be applied. I also want to hear from the witnesses about ways that pipeline operators are seeking to improve the safe operation of their pipelines, but for which outdated or misguided regulations are currently barriers to greater safety. I look forward to the witnesses' testimony and their response to questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Senator Cruz, for that opening statement. We'll now move to member questions, and I'll begin with Mr. Leger. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I'm interested in using this PHMSA reauthorization to modernize our pipeline safety laws and to seize on opportunities that would allow industry to deploy innovative technologies to enhance safety within the broader ecosystem. Mr. Leger, can you provide an example of a promising safety technology and what legislative changes might be needed to promote further adoption of this technology or new technologies in general?
Absolutely, Senator Young. Thank you for the question. At CenterPoint Energy, we've certainly embraced new technology, as well as our other member companies that are associated with AGA. Have a couple of things that we work on. Number one of the things that I'm really most proud of that would certainly be helpful to have PHMSA weigh in on is we are currently deploying advanced metering technology. And that's a first in the industry. And we plan to install the 1 millionth meter of that this year. Over a 7-year period, we plan to replace every single one of our meters on our system with this advanced meter technology. So one of the things that this does, it is directly affects what you were talking about, is the safe operation of our system. So the meter that we are working with has a couple of sensors on the inside. One is a heat sensor. And if there's a fire on the inside of the house and the building wall gets to a certain temperature, it will automatically shut that meter off. Additionally, there's a flow sensor in there that when it gains flow that's excessive of what is normal through that meter, it will automatically shut that meter off, thereby providing safety features for the homeowner.
And so those are solutions, clearly, as you've articulated, they're designed to enhance safety. And sufficient incentive already exists, it seems, for your adoption, your deployment of those technologies. Are there any changes either to regulation or to our statutes that pertain to pipeline safety that you or perhaps other members think might be appropriate to enable adoption of those technologies or similar technologies?
I would say that legislation or rulemaking at the federal level that allows new technologies to be approved and the streamlined process approved at the PHMSA level only helps us at the local level to get them approved. And I'll give you, for instance, anytime we bring on a new technology, if it's not already approved by PHMSA, then I need to go to each and every state that I operate in and then individually get them approved. So it's efficiency.
Okay. Mr. Black?
In the 2020 PIPES Act, Congress authorized a technology pilot demonstration program for pipeline operators to show to PHMSA how new technologies should be reflected in pipeline repair criteria regulations, right? Pipelines are inspected from the inside, inline inspection, so-called smart pigs traveling inside the pipeline.
Right.
Collecting all that information. The pilot program authorized by Congress was time limited. PHMSA ruined it. PHMSA required it to go through the special permit process in the last administration, and they were going to apply NEPA reviews to what's an R&D project. We need Congress to reauthorize that and to tell PHMSA not to do that so that we can show PHMSA how
this is
to
a
benefit.
systemic issue within the federal government. We do pilot programs all the time. We defund the pilot programs before they played out. Sometimes we allow pilot programs to occur without a study to analyze how they've done. When there is a study and we have a very successful pilot program, we never scale I mean, who runs an organization like this? Well, it's a rhetorical question. So, Mr. Rourke, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that there are many improvements that can be made to existing regulations where we take a risk-based approach that allow us to use the latest technology. Mr. Black and Mr. Leger talked about some of those technologies, not only on pipelines, there also exists a lot of technologies that we can use, drones, robotics on tanks as well. You mentioned, Senator, the use of AI. There are huge opportunities to use AI, and industry is exploring the opportunities to use AI for data management, and then also use AI to help us to look at that data and then preemptively address issues. So we just need to free up the process to let us use these technologies.
Great. Very briefly, anything to add, Mr. Karam, on this topic? It's okay if not.
Very briefly, I'll just say, obviously we support technological innovation to improve safety. We understand the importance of having a good process in place if you're going to allow operators to not follow the current minimum safety regulations. Sure. There needs to be a robust process to make sure that technology is safe.
One very pointed point of clarification or perhaps education for me, Mr. Leger. Did you say cast iron belch?
I'm sorry, cast iron and bare steel.
And bare steel.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right. And so we have pipes that are not in the latest. They don't have the appropriate form of steel or the most modern and resilient steel. Unpack this for me.
Yes, sir.
Someone who doesn't make steel for a living.
Absolutely. So bare steel and cast iron are both pipes that have been in the ground for 60, 80, sometimes 100 years. And we've eliminated the vast majority of that in our system, and we'll have it out in 2026.
Why do we need to eliminate it?
Because it's not the safest and most modern technology that's available right now. And so we're putting that in with high-density plastic, and then also steel, properly coated steel.
All right. Well, we may have to follow up on that. I'm told they make some steel in the state of Indiana. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, state utility commissions and state pipeline inspectors oversee roughly 85% of the nation's pipeline infrastructure. This federal-state partnership is critical, as our state inspectors are usually intimately familiar with the local pipeline operations, and their work can lead to often more thorough and frequent inspections than PHMSA could possibly do by themselves. So to our industry panelists, Mr. Black, Mr. Leger, and Mr. Rourke, as the industry works towards zero incidents, can you speak to the important role that state agencies play in working with you to keep the pipeline system safe and operational? We'll start, Mr. Black.
Thank you, Senator. Two things come to mind on states. One, states maintain excavation damage programs where we're trying to protect underground pipelines and other utility infrastructure from damage. Those programs are weak if there are exemptions to parties that don't have to participate in the one-call program, or if those programs are inaccurately enforced. There's legislation that was introduced in a committee in the House last year that puts the right pressure on states to improve their excavation damage programs, and we call that to your attention. Second, as you mentioned, sometimes states are approved by PHMSA to inspect even interstate pipelines, and that helps free up resources. It doesn't help when there's duplication. We have operators sometimes being investigated by the feds and the states. If we can align that, we can spread those state and federal inspection resources more broadly.
But to the question, states do play a pretty important role.
Absolutely, Senator. Yes.
Mr. Leger?
Thank you.
States play an important role.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Peters. They absolutely do play an important role, and we work with our state regulators on a daily basis for pipeline safety. I do want to echo the damage prevention rules. I think that is something that is certainly that we can improve upon. And I only call to attention Chairman Young's state, Indiana, which is one of the top states in damage prevention, and you can see that by their damage prevention rates.
Thank you. Mr. Rourke?
Yeah, I would also agree, Senator. The points that Mr. Leger and Mr. Black raised on the damage prevention program, I don't think can't be emphasized enough. And I think there are opportunities to reduce some of the exemptions that occur to the damage prevention program, opportunities to improve the enforcement, and there's certainly opportunities to improve the coordination between the feds and the states for not only the inspections. States do have the authority to increase their regulations on pipelines. I think it's important, though, that the feds and the states work collaboratively to ensure that there's no conflict in those regulations and in the enforcement.
Sure. So work more collaboratively, but I think you all agree that states are an important part
Yes,
of this equation. So, Mr. Karam, I'm turning to you now because you raised this very topic in your written testimony. How would fully funding states at the allowed 80% serve to help the industry in achieving these zero incident targets that they all want to achieve?
Yes, thank you for that question. As mentioned, the majority of the nation's pipelines are under state oversight. They all need to follow minimum federal safety regulations set by PHMSA, but the inspection and enforcement in most of these pipelines is run by the state.
Committee on Homeland Security Subcommittee on Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. Purpose of this hearing is to examine the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015, or CISA 2015, which is up for reauthorization this year. We will evaluate the voluntary cybersecurity information sharing framework established by this legislation, assessing how it has influenced the way private entities share information today. This hearing will highlight the need to continue cybersecurity information sharing, given an increasingly complex threat environment, and will consider improvements to the legislation. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Information sharing is a critical component of our nation's defense against global cyber threats. From utility companies in rural areas to major banks on Wall Street, the private sector is on the front lines of the digital battlefield, frequently defending itself from malicious cyber actors. Securing the United States in cyberspace requires a whole-of-society approach, strong partnerships, and close coordination between industry and government at all levels. Our national resilience against cyber threats is reinforced by sharing threat information and best practices amongst all stakeholders. Nearly 10 years ago, Congress passed the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015, establishing a framework for the voluntary exchange of cybersecurity information between private entities and the federal government. By providing liability and privacy protections for information shared in accordance with the statute, CISA 2015 removed long-standing barriers to public-private collaboration in cybersecurity. Over the past decade, the threat landscape has evolved significantly, with sophisticated nation-state and criminal actors increasingly exploiting cyberspace to target infrastructure and individuals. As these threats continue to rise, CISA 2015 has become more vital than ever. The law has fostered a foundation of trust among cybersecurity stakeholders, making information sharing the default rather than an exception. A significant volume of critical cyber threat intelligence has been exchanged between industry and government under this law. For instance, just this year, a major organization shared 84 formal reports reaching thousands of partner organizations. This doesn't include the numerous informal daily exchanges that are also protected by the law. This September, CISA 2015 is set to expire unless Congress reauthorizes it. As we've heard from many stakeholders, the liability and privacy protections provided by the law have facilitated better information sharing, helped secure networks, and improved our overall cybersecurity posture. The Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, which this subcommittee oversees, has played a crucial role in fostering these information sharing partnerships, a mission I look forward to continuing under the new administration. There are valid concerns that without these protections, the private sector would be less willing to share cybersecurity information either amongst themselves or with the federal government. Without these safeguards, we can be certain that our nation would be more vulnerable to cyber threats. I strongly support reauthorizing CISA 2015. I've made it a top priority this year. I'm encouraged that just yesterday, Secretary Noem voiced similar support before the full committee. This hearing is a crucial step forward in the reauthorization process, and I look forward to incorporating feedback into a reauthorization bill. I'd like to thank our expert panel for being here. Your insights on how this law has been implemented across industry are invaluable. Some of you tracked or worked directly on this law since its inception. I look forward to exploring ways to maintain and potentially improve voluntary cybersecurity information sharing between the public and private sectors. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from California, Mrs. Swalwell, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. And I was a member of the Intelligence Committee back in 2015 when the CISA 15 was enacted, and it was apparent to me then, even in the midst of very intense, vigorous debate, that we needed greater public-private cybersecurity collaboration. So I want to first just thank the witnesses for coming today and sharing their perspective, their members' positions, their industries' concerns, because we want to get this right, and we want to build on the success that we have. So we're hearing about new cybersecurity attacks every day, yet the federal government at the time had very little visibility into what was happening on private networks. And the private sector was receiving very little information from the federal government on cyber threats. I would say that is probably still happening today, and the biggest complaint I hear from you all, especially on JCDC, is it's a one-way relationship, and I know we want to do more to increase what is shared with you in the private sector. But I laid out in the 2015 debate that there was at the time almost no cyber sharing between the public sector and the private sector. And CISA 2015 sought to change that, and it has changed that. It's provided the legal framework to facilitate cyber information sharing between the federal government and the private sector. It gives companies the confidence that they'll be legally protected if they voluntarily share cyber threat information with the Department of Homeland Security or with their competitors. It's rare that these days we see such a wide consensus on any topic, but on the issue of reauthorizing CISA 2015, I've received a very clear message from everyone I've talked to. Do not let it lapse. Stakeholders have consistently stated that CISA 2015 has drastically improved public-private collaboration, helping our cyber defenders better do their job. Of particular importance to me was that in 2015, that we addressed privacy and civil liberty protections and demonstrated that their effectiveness was in ensuring information shared with the government is protected and always used properly. As CISA 2015 was developed, I advocated for strong privacy protections, and I'm glad to see those statutory requirements have achieved their outcomes. We must move quickly to reauthorize CISA 2015 before it expires in September. Maybe we could change the name so it's not so confusing with the other CISA that we're working on. That is one change I think we would all welcome. A good name change. Yeah, a good name change. While it's reasonable to discuss if there are ways to strengthen the law going forward, we cannot allow such discussions with such an imminent timeline to delay reauthorization. It's also important to remember there are steps that Congress and the administration can take in the interim after reauthorization. While establishing the legal regime to facilitate cyber information sharing, the maturation of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the original CISA, has provided a central hub for public-private cyber collaboration across critical infrastructure sectors. If CISA lacks the people and forms necessary to receive, analyze, and share cyber threat information, CISA 2015's provisions will be rendered meaningless. One important step for Congress that I have been working with in this committee is to codify the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative and better define its mission and structure. And I hope we get a vote on that again this Congress. And the administration should restore the Critical Infrastructure Partnership Advocacy Council, also known as CPAC, or establish a similar new entity that provides a mechanism for critical infrastructure collaboration. Finally, we must continue to support CISA's efforts to improve automated indicator sharing and implement its Threat Intelligence Enterprise Services Program. Again, I thank the witnesses for participating in this. I expect I will hear across the board the value of CISA, that there are reforms that we can put in place, but if it's deciding between not authorizing and trying to find better reforms and risking this lapsing, or reauthorizing something clean and then fighting and working together collaboratively ultimately to get reforms in the future, I think that you would choose the latter. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I am pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. John Miller currently serves as the Senior Vice President of Policy for Trust, Data, and Technology and General Counsel for the Information Technology Industry Council. Mr. Miller is responsible for driving ITI's global strategy and advocacy on cybersecurity, technology, and digital policy issues, while also serving as the organization's chief legal officer. In addition to his work at ITI, his experience includes serving as co-chair of CISA's ICT Supply Chain Management Task Force, 3 terms as chair of the IT Sector Coordinating Council, and co-founder of the Council to Secure Digital Economy. Ms. Diane Ronaldo previously served on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, where she had first-hand experience working on CISA 2015. Ms. Ronaldo also held senior-level roles in the executive branch, serving as acting administrator of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration and as acting assistant secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information. She currently serves as the executive director of Open RAN Policy Coalition. Mr. Carl Schimmick currently serves as the executive vice president and chief information security officer of Northern Trust. He's also here on behalf of the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association, or SIFMA, where he previously served as the managing director of cybersecurity, business resiliency, and operational risk. At Northern Trust, he is responsible for designing and managing the strategy and operations of the bank's information security, cybersecurity, and data protection programs. Additionally, he serves on the board of directors of both Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center and the Cyber Risk Institute. Ms. Kate Keene serves on the board of directors and is CISO in residence at the National Technology Security Coalition, where she brings experience leading and advising cybersecurity, technology, innovative AI strategies, and teams to help shape the industry with better business security and risk decisions. In addition to her work at the NTSC, Ms. Keene serves on the board of directors for HYIS and Cybernetics. All right, wonderful. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Miller for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, on behalf of the Information Technology Industry Council, or ITI, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the critical need for Congress to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015, or CISA 15, before it is set to expire in just 4 months. ITI is a global trade association representing 80 of the world's leading tech companies, and I lead ITI's Trust, Data, and Technology Policy team, including our work on cybersecurity, AI, and privacy in the US and globally. I've worked on cyber policy issues for nearly 2 decades and have extensive experience partnering with DHS, CISA, and other federal government stakeholders to improve cyber and critical infrastructure security, including currently serving in the leadership of the IT Sector Coordinating Council and ICT Supply Chain Risk Management Task Force. I've had the honor of testifying before this subcommittee previously on the related topic of security incident notification, so I know you appreciate that sharing cyber threat information is vital to improving the nation's cyber resilience and security by increasing situational awareness across government and industry and driving more effective operational collaboration to prevent and respond to cyber threats. The same principles underlying CIRCIA motivated Congress to pass CISA 15, And that law is as fundamental to our collective cybersecurity today as it was back in 2015. I want to underscore that any lapse in CISA 15 authorities would be an unfortunate step backwards, an unforced error that only stands to benefit cyber criminals, including sophisticated nation-state threat actors such as China, Iran, and Russia. The axiom that cybersecurity is a team sport is no more self-evident than in the context of information sharing, which dictates that those experiencing or observing an incident, vulnerability, or other indicators that a network or device has been compromised should share that information. Sharing these indicators of compromise and other threat intelligence helps defenders team up to prevent potential targets from becoming future victims. The goal of CISA 15 and a central thrust of U.S. cyber policy over the years has been to foster cyber threat info sharing to increase real-time situational awareness of the threat landscape, to improve threat prevention, response, and mitigation efforts. CISA 15 sought to accomplish this goal by incentivizing and making it easier for companies to share threat intelligence, both with the government and with each other, without fear of lawsuits or liability, including as related to antitrust, information disclosure, or regulatory uses, provided the information shared adhered to privacy and civil liberties guardrails. It also required DHS to establish an automated process for sharing such information at scale. After nearly 5 years of debate and negotiation, the CISA 15 statute realized these goals. It included precisely scoped definitions of the information the bill authorized organizations to share and carefully negotiated and calibrated liability and privacy protections that balanced the competing and sometimes conflicting concerns of stakeholders, ranging from the intelligence community to privacy advocates. As a cyber policy expert and lawyer working on this issue at the time, I worked along with fellow witnesses on this panel and many others to help Congress strike a winning balance. While it was a messy and sometimes contentious process, Congress ultimately reached an effective compromise, and we are better off today from a cybersecurity standpoint than we were 10 years ago. The reality today is that organizations are benefiting more from cyber threat info sharing than they were before CISA 15 became law, and they are sharing and receiving via automated processes, not via spreadsheets. This is not to say that CISA 15 was perfectly designed or has been perfectly implemented or that it cannot be improved. But with a looming September deadline for CISA 15 reauthorization, we cannot allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Please do not jeopardize the cybersecurity improvements and partnerships that CISA 15 has catalyzed and that many now likely take for granted by letting the law lapse if that is the price of making changes. That said, the tech sector stands ready to work with Congress to update and improve upon the cyber threat info sharing ecosystem in the U.S. at any time. 3 targeted improvements worth considering include: 1, both the threat landscape and technology have changed over the past decade. From ransomware and operational technology to the explosion of generative AI, technologies and threats continue to evolve well beyond 2015, and hackers continue to adapt. One simple rubric Congress could use in considering changes to CISA 15 is to evaluate whether the statute as written effectively captures the sharing of information necessary to combat cyber threats in 2025. 2, given the rise of software supply chain attacks, I encourage Congress to examine whether definitions of terms such as cyber threat indicator can be updated to promote the sharing of information useful in preventing or mitigating threats to the ICT supply chain, such as information related to suspect suppliers. 3, Congress could consider including adjacent authorities which also support public-private information sharing and partnership, such as the currently suspended Critical Infrastructure Partnership Advisory Council, or CPAC, in a future iteration of CISA 15. While the administration has indicated it plans to reinstate CPAC authorities in some form, Congress could provide certainty by firmly codifying functionally equivalent authorities in statute. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. I now recognize Ms. Ronaldo for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
How's this? There we go. Okay. My name is Diane Ronaldo, and by way of background, I worked on the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act from its inception to passage into law as a staff member on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. I am grateful to speak to the urgent need for its reauthorization. This act remains a critical legislative framework that has enabled meaningful cooperation between the public and private sectors. Yet the threat environment has grown dramatically more complex, and our approach must evolve accordingly. Now, when the original legislation was drafted in 2012, growing concerns about the frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks were already taking shape. In hindsight, those early warnings significantly underestimated the scale and complexity of today's threat landscape. Over the past decade, threat actors have become more capable and emboldened, outpacing both legislative safeguards and defensive technologies. High-profile attacks such as Salt Typhoon and incursions on the U.S. government have made it abundantly clear no sector, private or public, are immune. At the heart of the legislation, and what remains just as urgent today, is China's unrelenting assault on the U.S. economy through cyber-enabled espionage. Chinese cyber hacking stands out as one of the most strategically dangerous and persistent threats to national security. For over a decade, state-sponsored actors have conducted a sweeping and coordinated cyber espionage campaign targeting U.S. companies, research institutions, and government agencies. These operations have resulted in the theft of massive troves of intellectual property and trade secrets. This is not random or opportunistic. It's a deliberate strategy to fuel China's economic and military ambitions, with cyber capabilities serving as a core instrument of statecraft and industrial policy. In this evolving threat environment, the need for a real-time, bi-directional information sharing between government and industry has never been more critical. The Cyber Information Act laid the foundation for improved collaboration between government agencies and private sector by creating a legal framework for voluntary information sharing. It offered liability protections to encourage private sector companies to share threat indicators and defensive measures with federal government and business to business. Our thought was simple: see something, say something. That framework helped normalize and destigmatize cyber threat information sharing across industry. The Department of Homeland Security's Automated Indicator Sharing Program and the role of ISACs is a direct result and outgrowth of this legislation. This legislation was the product of 4 years of intensive effort, including more than 100 meetings with stakeholders, ranging from Fortune 100 companies to small and medium-sized businesses, privacy advocates, and academic institutions. It also reflected countless consultations with government agencies and underwent 3 major rewrites based on the feedback that we received. From the outset, the committee recognized the critical need to strike the right balance between privacy and security. With so much at stake, we knew we had to get it right. However, while the law was forward-thinking at the time, the pace of technological change and the growing complexity of cyber threats have outpaced some of its precisions. Despite progress, some gaps still remain. It's limited participation, speed and relevance of information, lack of bidirectional flow, inconsistent standards, and a trust deficit. Reauthorizing information sharing gives Congress the opportunity to strengthen and scale its original vision. To strengthen national security, Congress should expand and clarify liability protections to encourage broader information sharing. Additionally, federal agencies such as CISA must be required, not merely allowed, to share timely, relevant, and declassified intelligence with the private sector. Trust and engagement improve significantly when companies see tangible reciprocity. Cybersecurity is no longer a technical issue. It's a national security imperative that requires whole-of-nation coordination. No single company, agency, or state can defend against these threats alone. The adversaries we face, whether criminal networks or foreign governments, exploit our silos. We must instead leverage our strengths, the diversity of talent, innovation, and democratic collaboration. In closing, I urge the committee to quickly reauthorize this critical function. Let us affirm the importance of information sharing, strengthen the incentives and protections for participants, and build the trusted, interoperable, and actionable threat ecosystem our future demands. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ronaldo. I now recognize Mr. Shimmick for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on a matter of critical national importance, the urgent need to reauthorize the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015. My name is Carl Shimmick. I serve as the Chief Information Security Officer at Northern Trust and serve on the Board of Directors of the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or the FSISAC. I'm here today on behalf of the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association, or SIFMA, where I sit on the Cybersecurity Committee. SIFMA is the leading trade association for broker-dealers, investment banks, and asset managers operating in the U.S. SIFMA advocates on legislation, regulation, and business policy affecting financial markets. I've spent much of my career focused on cybersecurity in the financial sector, and I was directly involved in the advocacy that helped shape CISA 2015. That law was a bipartisan achievement, and it remains one of the most important cybersecurity tools that we have and a cornerstone of our nation's cyber defense strategy. The threats we face today are not hypothetical. They are real, growing, and increasingly dangerous. Nation-state actors are conducting relentless cyber operations against our critical infrastructure: banking systems, communication networks, energy grids, and government agencies. These attacks are not just attempts to steal data. They are designed to disrupt, destabilize, and undermine confidence in our institutions. Put simply, cyber is now a national security domain, and the private sector is on the front lines. CISA 2015 provides the legal foundation that enables companies like mine to share threat intelligence quickly and confidently with the federal government and with one another. It creates the trust, structure, and legal protections required for real-time collaboration. Without the protections in the Act, protections against civil liability, regulatory action, and antitrust exposure, companies would hesitate. They would share less, and they would share more slowly. That hesitation would be a gift to our adversaries. When CISA passed, there were concerns about protecting the privacy of individuals. After 10 years of activity, there have been no known reports that PII not directly related to a cybersecurity incident has been shared. The participants in this system have a responsibility to ensure that the only information submitted is directly related to a cybersecurity threat. We take this responsibility seriously, and the unblemished track record demonstrates that commitment. Let me be clear. If the Act lapses, our nation will be more vulnerable to cyber attacks the very next day. Threat sharing saves time, and in cybersecurity, time is everything. It's the difference between stopping an attack at the perimeter or watching it spread across the system. It's the difference between a minor disruption and a systemic crisis. We often say that cybersecurity is a team sport, but that's only true if the rules allow us to play together. CISA 2015 makes teamwork possible. Recent events, including SolarWinds and CrowdStrike, clearly evidence the value of rapid information sharing, which helped to minimize the damage of these events. That's why we are calling on this subcommittee and the full Congress to act swiftly and decisively to reauthorize the Act, without delay and without changes. We cannot afford a gap in our defenses, not now, not with the threat landscape evolving by the day. We are not asking for new authorities. We are asking to preserve what already works, a proven framework that enables trust, protects privacy, and makes us all stronger. The Act is not just a legal mechanism, it's a force multiplier. It has created a trusted architecture for cyber collaboration. To let it expire would to be knowingly dismantle the critical defense layer at a precise moment when we need it most. In closing, I'll leave you with this. Cyber threats don't take breaks, and they don't wait for legislative calendars. If we hesitate, we expose ourselves. If we act, we protect the nation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. I now recognize Ms. Keene for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of reauthorizing the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015 and the importance of public-private partnerships in protecting our national security. My name is Catherine Keene, and I am a board member of the National Technology Security Coalition and serve as their CISO in residence. Established in 2016, the NTSC is a not-profit, nonpartisan organization that advocates for the Chief Information Security Officers, Chief Privacy Officers, and Senior Security Technology Executives. NTSC's mission is to advance cybersecurity policies that protect critical national infrastructure and foster strong collaboration between the public and private sectors to secure our digital landscape. As a part of this mission, we've been deeply involved in shaping the national conversation on cybersecurity, including advocacy for the creation of the Cybersecurity Advisory Committee. The Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act of 2015 has long been a cornerstone of our national cybersecurity strategy. Since its inception, this law has fostered collaboration between industry leaders and federal agencies, enabling the identification and mitigation of cybersecurity threats. The legal protections offered by CISA encourage private organizations to share information without fear of repercussions, enhancing the nation's ability to respond to cyber attacks. It facilitates the exchange of critical cyber information threats between private sector companies and federal government. CISA provides incentives for companies to share cybersecurity threat indicators, such as software vulnerabilities and malware, with the Department of Homeland Security, DHS. This collaboration is crucial for preventing data breaches and attacks from cyber criminals and foreign adversaries. This law has been pivotal in addressing some of the most significant cyber threats over the past decade, including high-profile incidents like the SolarWinds breach and more recent Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon campaigns. These attacks underscore the growing sophistication and scale of cyber threats we face today. As noted by Senators Gary Peters and Mike Rounds, allowing CISA 15 to lapse would significantly weaken our cybersecurity ecosystem and undermine the ability to address these sophisticated threats. Moreover, a lapse would remove essential liability protections and hinder defensive operations across critical sectors. The protections under CISA 15 have provided legal certainty for companies that might otherwise hesitate to share critical data threats. This safe harbor provision has been crucial in fostering a culture of trust and collaboration. With this legal protection, the flow of vital threat intelligence would slow, hindering both proactive and reactive cyber defense efforts. Cybersecurity is a team sport, one that requires collaboration between government and private sector. Information sharing is essential for national security as cyber threats become increasingly sophisticated. The current global cyber threat environment demands constant information exchange between these sectors to protect the nation's critical infrastructure. CISA 15 has been instrumental in supporting this collaboration, particularly through initiatives like the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative, which unites federal agencies and leading private sector companies. Unfortunately, the recent termination of the Critical Infrastructure Partnership Advisory Council, the disbandment of the Cyber Safety Review Board, and the dismissal of members of the Cybersecurity Advisory Committee have undermined public-private cooperation in cybersecurity. These advisory bodies have played crucial roles in fostering dialogue and sharing best practices between government and industry. Their loss has created a gap that must be addressed. The importance of public-private partnerships is further emphasized by the fact that critical infrastructure sectors, such as energy, finance, and healthcare, are predominantly managed by private companies. These industries rely on timely and accurate information to protect themselves against attacks from nation-state actors, cyber criminals. Information sharing is crucial for defending against complex state-sponsored attacks, such as those originating from Russia, China, and North Korea. The NTSC was directly involved in creating the Cybersecurity Advisory Committee, which was introduced in 2019 through bipartisan legislation. A bill aimed at establishing an advisory committee composed of highly skilled cybersecurity professionals responsible for protecting enterprises across all primary business sectors. The advisory committee would serve as a valuable cyber resource, providing unparalleled insight and expertise to the Director of Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency and Homeland Security. The NTSC, in collaboration with these members of Congress and this committee, proposed the idea for the advisory committee and played a central role in the establishment. In conclusion, the reauthorization of CISA 15 is crucial for maintaining the nation's cybersecurity and strengthening public-private partnerships in cybersecurity. The law has fostered a collaborative environment that enables real-time sharing of cyber intelligence and defends against attacks from sophisticated adversaries. We urge Congress to prioritize a clean reauthorization of CISA 15 and to ensure that we continue to look at areas we can focus on joint public-private cybersecurity collaboration. I thank you for your attention to this critical issue, and I look forward to addressing your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Keene. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. I want to remind everyone to please keep their questioning in 5 minutes. Yeah, sometimes we go over. It's okay. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, I understand the importance of reauthorizing, you know, that bill, but what is the state of the cyber threat today compared to what it was 10 years ago? Mr. Miller?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. You know, I think by any account, the state of the cyber threat today is that it is far more. There are far more threats. We're seeing, we have a different technology environment, including threats such as ransomware, which we weren't really talking about 10 years ago, threats to operational technology, and artificial intelligence, which is clearly on everyone's minds, and artificial intelligence can be used both as a sword and a shield, as it were. So and also I think it's fair to say that we have even more sophisticated nation-state threat actors, the usual suspects, of course, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. So I think when we look at it and we look at the cyber threat ecosystem in particular, there are a lot more threats. But the good news is, in large part, because of CISA 15, we're able to share much more information at scale to keep pace with the various different changes in technology today than we were 10 years ago. And that's why I think you hear unanimity on this panel that we need to.
There are a number of cybersecurity companies, right, that are contracted by different companies, et cetera, right? And so do you find that they share information freely, or do they try to keep their stuff proprietary and try to shield themselves from competition?
Well, I don't know that I could talk about individual companies' business practices, but I will say, generally speaking, that when we think about automated indicator sharing in particular, we have, yes, there are some very large, excellent cyber threat companies who are sharing information with their customers at scale. They're plugged into the AIS system.
I'm not talking about their customers. I'm talking about sharing it, throughout the nation. In other words, not just their customers. I'm talking about sharing information with other entities that may not be using the same company for cybersecurity. How is that? Is there still a barrier there? Are there barriers there, or are they freely sharing information across different companies and different platforms?
I think when we look at the information sharing and analysis centers, the ISACs, and I can most speak to the IT ISAC, but there are ISACs for all 16 critical infrastructure sectors. There are thousands of companies participating in those ISACs and sharing information, including the cybersecurity companies. So, as far as I know, there are not barriers to sharing there, and actually the fact that we are able to share at scale amongst all these different entities, is certainly a very good thing, because the cyber companies do participate in those sorts of sharing activities. There are other groups like the Cyber Threat Alliance, for instance. There are various other information and sharing and analysis organizations out there, and there's a lot of sharing going on, much more sharing than there was pre-CISA 15.
Thank you. You talked about artificial intelligence, that it could be a sword or it could be a shield. Who's winning?
I think I'd certainly like to think that the good guys are winning right now. It's probably
that's a matter of perspective. When we're trying to hack into somebody else, we're the good guys, so that's a sword. So who's winning, the sword or the shield? Who is keeping pace with who? Is the shield keeping pace with the sword?
I think it's hard to generalize, but I think that the way in which artificial intelligence technology is being used by defenders is proving quite effective today. But we really can't let our guard down, because again, the good guys are innovating, and so are the bad guys. So we really need to keep.
Do you think that it would be a wise move for Congress, for the government to invest in artificial intelligence as a shield? Because we're never going to match our adversaries in terms of the manpower that they pour into this effort. The only way that we can match that is through automation. And do you agree with that, Mr. Schmeck? Is that your name? Sorry.
That's correct. Yeah, similar to private sector companies, I think the U.S. government should be investing in artificial intelligence, improving its capabilities. We rely on the U.S. government and its capabilities in both offensive and defensive in nature to support us and protect us. So the more effective you can be, the better protected we're going to be in the end.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I always love when you ask questions. I never know where you're going to go.
I don't either until I get here.
I love it. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, leads our nation in securing businesses, critical infrastructure, and the government from cyber criminals, hackers, and adversarial countries. When U.S. businesses are attacked, CISA provides vital response and recovery. When there's an emerging cyber threat or a breach, CISA warns private industry about the threat and also provides training and education to the private sector, critical infrastructure operators, educational partners, and the general public. The absolutely vital work done at CISA makes our country safer from the growing threats in cyberspace. And I am glad that there is bipartisan interest in reauthorizing the Cyber Information Sharing Act of 2015 so that this work can continue. In part, though, the continued success of CISA and the hopefully growing success of CISA depends not just on this legislation being reauthorized, but in making sure that CISA is adequately resourced. And we need to ensure that the Trump and Musk administration doesn't cut CISA to the extent that they have announced they intend to do so. We should be investing in this space, not cutting back, because our adversaries are not cutting back. And if we're going to believe that the administration takes cybersecurity seriously, then we're going to need to see from them a reversal in their plan to cut nearly $500 million from CISA's budget, which is what was proposed in the administration's fiscal 26 budget. If the administration took cybersecurity seriously, they would be investing in CISA, not cutting it. So we need to talk about that, and then we need to talk about the alternative. How do we build CISA up to continue to be successful going forward in the context of a ever more complex and hostile threat environment targeting the United States? So I'll start with Ms. Kuhn. Did I pronounce that correctly? Kuhn? Keen. So in April, it was reported that the Trump administration plans to cut over 1,000 jobs at CISA, which is expected to impact a myriad of programs across the agency. Can you discuss what the impact of those kinds of workforce cuts would be and whether they are a good idea or not?
If we talk about the threats that we're facing right now, you were asking about adversaries earlier, and one of the critical roles that CISA is playing right now is that we really have, with the advent of AI and specifically generative and agentic AI, 3 types of threats right now. We have malicious, which we all understand, nation-state adversaries and criminals. We also have malfunction and mistake. So if we think about what happened this summer with CrowdStrike from a software incident perspective, and then also with AI, when all of a sudden an LM decides to go poorly. So CISA is playing a critical role. One, the public partnership groups that I discussed before, like JCDC and the Advisory Council, of helping share information between the companies that are on the front line from the private sector developing technologies and the government when things happen from a threat perspective. The other thing that's really critical is, we talk a lot about the private sector, but the reality is that a huge amount of our critical national infrastructure sits within medium and small businesses. Yeah. And they rely on CISA for things like the small company guidances that came out in the last few years with cyber.
Yeah, I think that's such an important point. I mean, one of the things that I think the general member of the public doesn't fully appreciate unless they're deep in this stuff is that, when our adversaries, particularly the state actors, China, Iran, North Korea, others, are trying to hack into U.S. systems, it's not just the big government agencies like the Pentagon or the big companies like Northern Trust, but small and medium-sized businesses, and also all of these local utilities and local governments all across the country. And, we hear about these cases in classified settings, but there are also plenty of cases that have been publicly reported of local water systems, local airports, et cetera. So again, just getting back to the issue of resources and workforce, CISA has, thousands and thousands of customers that it needs to interface with, small businesses, small localities. So again, how important is it that we maintain a strong workforce at CISA in that light?
So I'll give an example, and you talk about the small businesses and the importance of CISA. Not long ago, I was on a plane chatting with the woman next to me. She was on her way to Florida because she was meeting her husband and her grandkids, and her husband was retiring from his job. What do you do? Well, he was a concrete distributor in Dallas, and she explained to me that they were selling the company was going out of business basically, because she literally went, there was one of those ransomware attack things. He borrowed my phone and did something for business on my phone, and we had a ransomware thing. And there was a gang in Turkey, and this is her explaining this to me, who charged us $6 million. And it was just too hard to clean up. We don't have the ability of understanding the cybersecurity, and so we just gave up and we're closing the business and he's gonna retire. That's the issue we're facing here. Is that, while we can represent large organizations that can spend, millions and millions and millions on cybersecurity, there are exponentially more organizations out there, critical national infrastructure, small banks, grocery stores, you name it, that don't have the ability and need organizations like the program CISA provides in order to ensure that we have mature cybersecurity.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. I think, by and large, we all agree that CISA should be reauthorized. So then the question becomes, how do we make it better? I know there's been some calls, let's do a clean reauth and just get it out the door quickly. But, as we look at the landscape as we go forward, obviously, in battlefield terms, as warfare has changed, I would argue that one of those battlefields is in the cyber realm. So, Mr. Miller, I know you've had some suggestions, in particular, some of the definitions as it pertains to CISA. Any thoughts on how we can improve as we go into reauthorization to make it better, stronger, more robust?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yeah, I did include some recommendations in my statement. I do think, in general, the approach that we should be taking if we're looking at changes is to just ask a pretty simple question. Hey, what's changed in the past 10 years from a threat standpoint, from a technology standpoint? Are there very technical definitions that we have of cyber threat indicator and defensive measures in the bill? Do they really account for all the different types of attacks that companies are experiencing today? And are we sharing the types of threat information that we need to counteract those threats? I think one example of a relatively novel type of attack that's grown to prominence, someone mentioned SolarWinds earlier, right? Supply chain attacks, software supply chain attacks. Right now, if a company knows that there is a suspect supplier in its supply chain, it doesn't get the type of liability protections that CISA provides to share that sort of information, right? So if you were thinking about making surgical, precise, edits or changes to the bill, again, I would not open it up entirely, but you could look at things like the definition of cyber threat indicator, which has, 7 or 8 subparts, and you could perhaps add something like derogatory information about a supplier in your supply chain or something like that. And that's just an example, but that's the general type of approach I would take rather than making wholesale changes to update the law.
Well, kind of going back to Mr. Menez's point, I think one of the things we need to look at is better information sharing, broadening the scope of who might be included, but then with that, you probably need to your point, the liability protections to protect someone as they're sharing information that otherwise might be, So what about the JCDC? What role might they play as we go forward?
Yeah, as others have testified to, the JCDC is a very valuable, newer partnership that CISA has led, obviously. It's really focused on operational collaboration as opposed to simply sharing information, right? And that's really what this is all about. I will say, it is my understanding that you really could not have JCDC still, without the liability protections that exist in CISA 15, though, right? I mean, there are MOUs that companies that participate in JCDC sign, but that really deals more with information dissemination and adhering to pretty strict traffic light protocols. It doesn't have anything to do with the fundamental liability protections and authorizations that CISA provides for sharing the threat information in the first place, which at the end of the day is what underpins JCDC, I would.
Ms. Ronaldo, you touched on China in rather stark terms. You just want to give us a quick brief of, are we adequately protecting ourselves with CISA and the reauthorization as it pertains in terms of China and obviously their bad actions as it, in terms of this?
Absolutely. And when we were doing our fact-finding mission, as we were drafting the legislation, one thing that was very abundantly clear is that more than 90% of our networks are held by the private sector. So what can we do as a government to help protect the private sector? So the idea of information sharing and the importance of government to business, and I think, to your question to John, how do we improve the transport of information from the government to business? I would say that was one part that's lacking today, and not necessarily you don't need a congressional change to make that happen, just oversight. How could we stay on top of the agencies to make sure that they're pushing out information? And then I would also say security clearances is a big issue. You may have people that can get a clearance, go into a room, hear the information, but do you have the engineers that can actually act on it? So that's an important aspect as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm out of time, but I would just say to all the witnesses, if you have any suggestions or recommendations that might be specific as to how we make it better, now would be the time to provide that input. So if you would like to send that to my office or, of course, to anyone on the committee, the chairman, happy to take a look at that, incorporate it, because obviously, as we look to the future, as we look to the future of warfare, this is one of those battlefronts, and we need to be ready, we need to be proactive, we need to be ahead of the AI curve. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you for your graciousness.
Gentleman yields back. I second that thought, so that's great. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. And to follow what Ms. Ronaldo was saying about JCDC, Ms. Keem, can you discuss how JCDC facilitates information sharing? And to Ms. Ronaldo's point, how important is it for CISA 2015 to be effective that we have a mechanism like JCDC that facilitates cross-sector information sharing?
I think, how JCDC, disseminates today and the critical importance of it, and to your point that it's a relatively new program, one of the things about it is it allows for rapid distribution when threat happens between industry and government, so that we have, in essence, a real-time channel of things that are going on. From an industry perspective, it's really important that we even broaden the scope of it to work closer with the ISACs and to think about how we can distribute not just to, the top level of industry, but actually pull it down. From a JCDC perspective, I think it's one of the best things we've seen come out of CISA so far, and it's still evolving. But that ability to have information sharing without repercussion, I think, is one of the areas that we really need to focus on. And so that's why, looking at the in essence, reauthorization of this act is so important, because we're just at the beginning of where JCDC could go. And as we start to think about, we've mentioned China, but if we think about the Chinese threats that have come in from Volt Typhoon, Salt Typhoon, Black's Typhoon, Nylon Typhoon, there's a lot of typhoons right now. We're going to see, in essence, cross-pollination of those critical vulnerabilities exploits, and JCDC is going to be incredibly important to ensure we disseminate rapidly through that.
And to Ms. Ronaldo's point about security clearances, it's a frustration I share as well. My district is high-tech and biotech, 2 nuclear labs, and often I hear what Ms. Ronaldo was saying, which is yeah, the CEO is cleared, but he's not the engineer, and he doesn't understand. One, his time is limited, or her time is limited, and 2, he or she doesn't have the skill set to receive and understand the threat. But the problem on the government side is they're not really willing to clear that many individuals. And I just welcome your feedback on if you're seeing that, because if you remember 2 years ago, it was like a 19-year-old who was caught leaking Ukraine war plans, and it was a military service member, and you're wait, we have a 19-year-old basically the war plans for Ukraine, but we have 20-year professionals who we could give like one-day passes or more information to better protect critical infrastructure, and we're like cautious about that. So it just seems like we've got the priorities crosswise, but I'd welcome feedback from you, Ms. Keene, on that.
It's interesting, you know, I've been in cybersecurity for over 25 years, and some of the first attacks or hacks I dealt with were nation-state level attacks going around the financial services network. If you can imagine, I was 23 years old walking roofs with Scotland Yard and looking at data center break-ins. And then some of the first financial services attacks. I have never held security clearance in the United States. You know, been a risk executive of 2 Fortune, 25 companies. The reality is that we do need to re-examine how we look at clearance, but we also have to think about the fact that, cybersecurity is to some degree, and we talked about it, a team sport. I've known 15-year-olds who've had, inventions become state secrets and, housed in the NSA, and I've known, 90-year-olds who still sit on boards and talk about cybersecurity. We need to make it, the reality of today's risk is that cyber risk is now business risk. And it's a question of how we look at protecting all the different areas companies look at, risk from financial, operational, resilience perspective, everything. And so from a clearance perspective, it's getting the right individuals in an organization cleared to ensure they understand, but also to make it more of a common language so we understand the impact risk has on our organizations.
And, just as Mr. Ogle said, I welcome ideas, feedback. I'm a little hesitant to want to amend this at all at this point, at this late hour, risking that opening this up would not see it reauthorized. But I do agree that with Mr. Ogles that we need your feedback, and just because we reauthorize it, if we do it in a clean way, that doesn't mean we can't down the road, even right after reauthorization, have hearings and markups to make it even better. But avoiding a lapse is my priority, and it sounds like, Ms. Keene, you agree.
That would actually be my recommendation. I think that a reauthorization cleanly and then look at how we optimize and look at things down the road for a couple of reasons. We're at the beginning of AI. We're still trying to figure out some things regarding, the different types of attacks. Like I said, we have malicious mistake and malfunction, and I think there's a way we can strengthen public-private on the back of it, but I would recommend a clean authorization.
Great, thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. And I just want to say, since the beginning of Congress, we have been approached by countless stakeholders about the need to reauthorize this in 2015. In fact, we have 8 statements that we will be submitting for the record, one of which has 52 organizations as signatories. So I would like to, without objections, add these to the record. So done. Okay, wonderful. So ordered, yeah. That's great. I can do this by myself. Wonderful. You all have said reauth has to happen, so I'm going to start with that question. Everybody's saying that it has to happen. And it sounds like clean reauth is, everybody thinks is the best way to do it, just to get it, make sure it's done. What would happen if this did not get reauthorized? You can all jump in. I want to hear from everybody. I feel like we need to get on the record why it's so important this has to be reauthorized. What would happen if it wasn't reauthorized? We're going to start, Mr. Miller.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. I think if it was not reauthorized, there would be an immediate chilling effect, at least for some organizations, on their willingness and ability to share, because those express authorizations in the bill and those attendant liability protections would go away. This is not to say that information sharing itself would completely stop. Information sharing did occur before CISA 15, but a lot more of it is occurring after CISA 15. And in particular, automated sharing at scale, again, as I understand it, as a lawyer, not as a cybersecurity operator, didn't really exist in nearly the same way that it does today. And the bill should be credited for that. I personally think it's an open question, given what exactly the fate of, for instance, the automated indicator sharing program at CISA would be if the bill went away, because their authorization to run it would go away. It doesn't mean they would necessarily stop doing it. We don't have Homeland authorizations every year, as you know, but it would put things into question. And so I think this would undermine a lot of certainty across industry and government, and thus undermine the certainty that we have with the trusted sharing partnerships that have been built since CISA 15.
Ms. Ronaldo?
You're taking the decision from the CISO to the General Counsel's office, and that is going to slow everything.
Oh, yes. Us attorneys are the worst.
I didn't say that.
I can say that's okay. Mr. Schimmick?
Yeah, reiterate that. It's basically firms would immediately hesitate. There'd be uncertainty in what would be shared. Things would slow down. The other thing is you would very much be locking out the small and medium-sized businesses and companies and vendors. Like this would be a big firm-only play because we would be the only ones willing to try it, willing to evaluate it. And then you'd also, I think, you'd start to see what we saw previously, which is every firm building bilateral CRADAs with the U.S. government instead of going through this framework.
It's a very key point. Thank you for making that. Ms. Keene?
Just to reaffirm everything that everyone else has said, but you're right, there was information sharing before 2015. We did have it, but it was picking up the phone and kind of chatting and behind closed doors. And that's going to hinder, from both a proactive and a reactive, cyber defense strategy if we don't have those safe harbors. And to my fellow committee's point, it puts it in the hands of the lawyers. And the reality is that with AI coming in, with what we're seeing with the rapid spread of threat, we don't have time for it to go to the lawyers at this point. We have to be able to share information quickly.
Yeah, the slower we are, the more exposed we are.
100%.
And that information sharing is very important. Mr. Schimmick, I want to ask you, you worked with SIFMA for a while, and I wanted to know if you could specifically share some information with, or some anecdotal information about how your companies or other companies you've worked with have shared information under this law.
Sure. So what we'll use this for typically is we will provide the information via AIS. So we have that path of sharing the information with DHS when we need to. We also use other mechanisms, phone calls, email. DHS provides multiple ways for us to submit information, so it provides maximum flexibility for firms to go do that. But then it also enables us to go peer-to-peer. There is probably not a day that goes by that I'm not talking to a peer CISO out there on some issue that's going on, either emerging or on an active threat that we're dealing with. And this just provides us that flexibility to make sure that anything we're sharing, we're protected, we're doing it under the best intentions. And so it really allows us to, as we say in financial, this is a non-competitive topic for us. We want to make sure that the entire system is protected, because if there's an attack against one bank, it calls into question the entire system. And financial services, more than anything else, is built on trust.
I appreciate that. My time has expired. We're going to start a second round of questioning. I'm going to recognize for a second round of questioning the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez. 5 minutes.
Trying to figure out where I'm going to go.
Watch out.
I'm not so sure, I share the ranking member's problems with a 19-year-old. In Ender's Game, the guy was like 12 years old and he defeated an entire alien race. So, maybe the Ukrainians are onto something, So that's where I was going. So my question is, and anybody can answer this, are we as a country spending enough? Because I do believe that at the end, the solution is not going to be, we need a number of people, but with artificial intelligence, I can see the day that you're going to be both on the offensive and defensive side. You will have literally millions of attacks per minute being launched and counter-launched and defended against, and then the system's learning from each other and probing and defending, probing, and then basically almost at the speed of light, right? No, we can't have, there's no way we can ever fund that many people, right? And so are we investing enough as a country in artificial intelligence in order to protect us from what we know is going to be the threat, which is really artificial intelligence launched cyber attacks, on our country and our infrastructure and everything? Are we investing enough in artificial intelligence that will counter that?
I think, first of all, from the investment question, my other role is I'm head of global advocacy for cyber advocacy for a privately held company. And from an AI perspective, We've invested over $500 million and $1 billion in lab just to look at all the different technologies that are coming in right now, both from a proactive and a reactive AI perspective. What I would say is I think that we do need to invest more, but I think one of the critical areas is in public-private partnership, is getting closer with the organizations like NVIDIA and others that are on the front lines of creating AI, and also then the companies that are defending AI, which many of them are early-stage organizations. So the more we can strengthen the public-private partnership from government and industry to approach how we look at AI, how we look at, like I said, malicious, malfunction, mistake going in the future, it's going to have benefit across all areas of industry.
Are we unified in an approach, or is everybody just doing their own thing as individual companies? Is CISA doing its own thing? Is DoD doing its own thing? Is Oracle doing its own thing? Or would it be beneficial to maybe have some other different kind of legislation that kind of starts to focus it all? Because it's a mutual defense system that we really have to build here. Not just, gee, okay, DoD's protected, but gee, it's too bad that our critical infrastructure wasn't, right? So are we there? Where are we with that? Is everybody just developing their own, or do we have some kind of strategy to kind of focus in on that to develop, instead of the golden shield, right? This will be the cyber shield, right? Which is, it's going to be artificial intelligence. That's the way it's going to be. Where are we on that?
So I would say that different agencies are focusing on it for their specific needs. There's not one holistic approach to it, but more of a buckshot, if you will. I think there is more of a holistic approach to how we manage AI moving forward, but I think there's a lot of exciting applications. In my day job, I run a telecom trade association, and we're really focusing on 6G and how AI is going to shape sensing communications moving forward. So you're able to detect anomalies in a network, whether it be security, whether it be weather-related. You could tell a certain portion of the network is down, and that's all going to be done by AI. So there are a lot of great aspects of it, and I think it's really important for the different agencies to kind of focus and really hone in on their particular function.
Do you think our adversaries are somewhat scattered like we are, or do you think they're more focused on their goals?
I think China remains an existential threat to us on these issues.
Are they focused, or do they have a scattershot kind of approach to their development of AI?
So what we've seen, and from my work at the House Intel Committee on Huawei, is that China is especially focused on certain individual companies as opposed to we support sectors. And so they will want to see one individual company succeed globally while we push a sector. So in that instance, they are honed in.
Should we match that?
No.
No. Okay. My time's up. I wish I could go further, but I'm done. Thank you.
True innovation happens when you have multiple different companies competing.
Gentleman yields back, and consent of the ranking member. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogleser. 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I also sit on the Financial Services Committee, and Mr. Schmeck, I'd love to hear from you, as one of the things that concerns me is the sophistication of AI and how we're seeing that play out in the financial sector, and just the risks that that are involved there. And so, what are the next phases? Does this go far enough? Again, if we're going to come back and do a cleanup or revision of this at some later date, what needs to be included?
Yeah, so AI, obviously, it's an area of investment for financial services, both on the business side, but also on the security side as well. It very much still early days in regards to how we're going to embed that within our operations. But pretty much every firm has got a strategy around this and are making significant investments. To Mr. Jimenez's point, in regards to how this is going to affect CISA, I think we're not really sure how this is going to play out and how we're going to want to share information, whether it's going to be in agentic AI within a financial services agency and financial services firm sharing with another agentic AI within DHS or within another agency. So I think that's something we'll have to work out. And I think it goes to maybe some of the improvements we can have on the AIS system. So the AIS system was probably designed 10 years ago. It's operational, it accomplishes the mission, but it's definitely something that could be modernized, both with AI or even other opportunities to just improve the the level of detail and to just make it more consumable for us as both a submitter and a consumer of that information.
Ms. Keene, you mentioned the typhoon attacks. As a former county executive, one of the things that concerns me across our landscape isn't the larger companies. Obviously, they're a target and there's risk associated with it, but it's that critical infrastructure in rural Tennessee that supports hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people across this network. What's the end game there? How do we help these smaller communities that, quite frankly, so I'll give you an example. Take Metro Nashville or Memphis or even the suburb Williamson County, which is a very affluent county. They have the resources to have an IT department, right? If you go a little further south, east or west, the IT guy's probably also the HR guy, and they're not equipped to defend a county, the water system, the electrical grid from these types of attacks. So what do we do going forward?
I think part of it is, again, and I sound like a broken record, it's public-private partnerships. So the two attacks you just mentioned, I'll use Salt and Flax. Both of them are exploiting, critical vulnerability exploits that were back from like 2018, 2021 on known, basically antiquated network and technology gear. So it's, again, educating, smaller and mid-sized businesses. And to your point, I saw a statistic recently that 80% of critical national infrastructure is sitting in small and medium business. So working with those organizations to create modernization plans, working with the organizations that have the CVEs to help with creating, in essence, modernization, technology upgrade, helping small to medium businesses and critical national infrastructure organizations upgrade to technology that is not vulnerable anymore, and putting action plans together to do so. The typhoons they're not going to care whether you're a large or a small organization. They're going to care about the disruption that it causes to critical national infrastructure. And so it's going to take a shoulder-to-shoulder proactive measure between public and private to ensure that we don't have disruptive behavior from them.
And not that I want to be one of the members of Congress that authorizes Skynet, but it's almost like we need a cyber shield that is better equips our private and public partners in this space. But again, proceed with caution.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Swalwell from California, for the second 5 minutes of questions.
Great. Thank you, Chair. Ms. Keene, how has the loss of CPAC impacted information sharing?
I think when you look at, the loss of CPAC there's kind of two things, whether you're talking about CPAC or any of the councils. So from the advisory council perspective and then the safety review board, the work that it does is the education that we need. So from a CPAC perspective, having that collaboration of experts, both from public and private, and being able to look and give advice on things like we've talked about, the typhoons, about agentic AI, about even quant that are going on. Where should we be pointing our arrows? That's incredibly important for us to rely on. If we talk about the safety board, getting the revisions and understanding what happened on critical attacks, like the work that was being done on Salt Typhoon, there was the Microsoft vulnerabilities, there were others. It's a question of those type of information sharing allows us to go a step further than JCDC and really disseminate critical information about where we want to focus our attentions from public and private, and then also how we better protect ourselves.
Are you aware as to whether DHS has provided a timeline for when a CPAC replacement will be established or a process for how the private sector can provide feedback?
I am not aware at this point.
How would you structure a new CPAC?
From a CPAC perspective, I think that you have to look at, there's practitioners and operators in cybersecurity and in AI. And, as we think about it, we need a blend of, government, former government, the practitioner side, like the CISOs and the risk executives sitting here today, and then also operators who are the business risk side, from boards and CEOs, and understanding the cyber perspective from the business side. Because we're in the middle of a digital revolution. Cyber touches every area. Traditional technology, everything we do has technology in it, and there's a cyber component. So as we look at the new CPAC, we have to take into consideration that we're no longer just looking from an adversarial perspective. It's a business operational resiliency perspective, and we need to adjust accordingly.
Great. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for my second 5 minutes of questions. When the original CISA 2015 law was negotiated, significant privacy concerns were raised. As far as I'm aware, these concerns did not come to fruition. Ms. Ronaldo, you were there. Would you please walk us through the initial debates and how they were resolved dealing with privacy?
Absolutely. So during the 4 years, we had 3 different bills that were introduced. And from the first bill, which was a couple of pages, to the one that was signed into law, which was much, much bigger, we took a lot of the feedback from privacy industry, privacy groups and industry. John was instrumental in a lot of this work that we did. And we made changes. The information has to be anonymized. We want to make sure that what is actually being shared is the zeros and ones of it. And I know that the Inspector General has done a report recently and has determined that no privacy issues have arisen in the past 10 years. So the language and all the protections that we put in have been working.
That's great, because I'll tell you, other than the name, privacy concerns might be the biggest obstacle to getting this reauthorized. So the fact that you haven't, that report has 0 reports of privacy breaches is great. Mr. Miller, you were also instrumental, as we all just heard Mr. Ronaldo say. Have you heard of any privacy-related concerns over the last 10 years the law's been in effect?
No, and I think that's a pretty compelling evidence that the bill itself and the structure and the protections that were put in place to protect privacy and civil liberties worked. If I could add one other protection that I think was very important to what Diane said, actually having DHS serve as the central hub, what we kind of called a civilian interface at the time, was very important. If you think about what else was going on during this time, there was a lot of suspicion about sharing, and in particular about surveillance agencies in light of the Snowden disclosures, for instance. And so I think that the protections that Diane mentioned, requiring the stripping out of PII was very important, but also sharing through DHS and then having DHS share across the federal government was a good innovation, I think, of the time as well.
Mr. Shemek, anything to add there regarding privacy?
Just the only thing I would add to it is, number one is I made my statement, we have not had anything realized in regards to any disclosures. Also, from a financial services industry standpoint, we take privacy extremely seriously. It's something that's core to how our business operates. So having those protections in there and really the focus on it in the act and the bill is really important.
Ms. Keene?
I would agree. I think, that they've summed it up. There really has not been any, to my knowledge, concerns from a privacy perspective. And I think that that's one of the reasons that a clean authorization of it, from a renewal standpoint, is just critical. We can change what we need to change later, but what's working right now from a fundamental perspective is working.
And that was my follow-up question, and you said clean reauth, which means you would all agree that there was no need to change the language when it comes to privacy, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They all said yes, for the record. Thank you very much for that. I do want to get to one more because we're talking about information sharing with the government, private to government. But can you all talk about some reflections on how this legislation changed information sharing amongst private to private entities and how it fostered that information sharing? Feel free to jump in, whoever wants to.
I'll jump in. Talking to, for instance, the executive director of the ITI-SAC recently, it does seem like, and talking about some of the types of things that CISA 15 really has allowed the private sector to do. I think there are criticisms of whether the private government sharing can be better. We've heard some of those already today. But the private to private sharing is really a critical and maybe sometimes overlooked aspect of what CISA 15 really enabled. Again, if you look at the ISACs, again, some of the ISACs have less than 100 people. Some of them have thousands of companies involved. You look at the National Council of ISACs, the state and local tribal territorial ISAC. All of these ISACs allow, it's kind of a concept of the few protecting the many, and they're very important in particular for those small and medium-sized businesses who can perhaps participate through ISACs because they don't have $1 million budgets to spend on cybersecurity. So I think there's really been a pretty dramatic increase in private-to-private sharing that has been enabled because of CISA 15.
Wonderful. All right, well, I'm now out of time. I really want to thank you all for being here, and I think you can tell by the fact that we all stayed for our second round, and we have such a big crowd in the back that this is a very important hearing, and people understand its importance. Again, I said it was wonderful that the Secretary mentioned it yesterday, that she wants to see reauthorization. That's the second time I've heard her publicly say that, which is great. So I want to thank you all for your valuable testimony, and for the members for their questions. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for you all, and we would ask you to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 7 days. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
How we doing, American warriors? What an absolute honor it is to be here amongst America's best alongside our allies. I look out into this audience and I truly see the eyes of American strength, the eyes of American deterrence, the eyes of Americans who put America first. So on behalf of a grateful nation, I want to thank you for your willingness to take the prime of your life to raise your right hand to defend our Constitution and our great nation. We salute you, we thank you and your families these 6,000 or 7,000 miles away. You know, I have the distinct privilege every day of watching President Donald Trump put America first. From the Oval Office to foreign trips, every single moment he has the best interests of our warfighters in mind. He wants to ensure in every situation, in every scenario, in every conflict, we have your back. And that's his message to me. He says, Pete, we better have their back as warfighters every time. We have three things at the Department of Defense that we're doing to ensure we achieve peace through strength and put America first. Number one, we're restoring the warrior ethos. No more political correctness, gender pronouns, DEI, CRT, or climate change. We're in the business of warfighting, accountabilities, standards, warriors, and lethality. And the American people have responded. The young people of America have signed up in historic numbers, which is why you've seen recruiting skyrocket across the country in historic ways, responding to their commander-in-chief, Donald Trump. You've also seen retention in our ranks at historic numbers as well. We're restoring the warrior ethos. We're also rebuilding our military. President Trump has committed a $1 trillion defense budget, a historic budget unlike any before, a generational rebuilding of our capabilities. We will have the best ships, the best subs, the best planes, the best fighters, the best drones, missiles, air defense, space defense, border security, Golden Dome, you name it. America will be stronger than ever before under our commander-in-chief, Donald Trump. He is committed to that. And number three, we are reestablishing deterrence. Sadly, over the last 4 years, we saw a collapse in Afghanistan, what happened on October 7th, the war in Ukraine, violence unleashed by wokeness and weakness. But under President Trump, we're seeing a renaissance of peace through strength. Our enemies know that we mean business, and our allies like Qatar here know that we will stand beside them. That projection of strength, that recognition of American leadership is what unleashes peace. You see, my first motto as a platoon leader was those for my platoon, Charlie Company, 2nd of the 113th, was those who long for peace must prepare for war. We are warfighters, standing behind this commander-in-chief, prepared to deliver peace and security for the American people. And we have the greatest commander-in-chief possible in the Oval Office and here with us today. It's always my message to the troops, this man has your back. And that is why it is a distinct honor to introduce to you the 45th and 47th President of the United States, our Commander-in-Chief, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. What a beautiful group of people you are. You are good. I wish I looked like you. I would have been president 20 years ago if I looked like you. But I want to give a special hello to Al Udeid Air Base, sometimes referred to as the deed. That's a little sinister term, the deed. Today, we can all relax and be at ease, and we're going to have a little fun. I have nothing else to do, so let's have a little fun, right? So I'm thrilled to be here with the men and women who embody American strength and pride, the warriors of the United States Armed Forces. It's an amazing group of people. You are, without a doubt, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world. That's the way it is. I said it last night. I said it strong. We have the strongest military in the world. There's not even a contest. We have the best equipment. Nobody has equipment like us. Nobody has the planes or the missiles or anything else. And as your commander-in-chief, I'm here to say that America's military will soon be bigger, better, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. We just did a budget. The budget was the highest by far, over $1 trillion. That's a lot. That's a lot of stuff. And hopefully it's peace through strength. Hopefully we don't have to use it. Because if you use it, I feel sorry for the other guy, but we don't want to have to use it. I want to recognize a true warrior, and that's our Secretary of Defense. They put him through hell, the radical left did, and he's incredible. You know, he went to the best schools, he did the best stuff. He's a smart guy, and he's a great guy, and I just listened to his words standing backstage when he was speaking, and he really has it right on the peg. Pete Hegseth, he's going to be great. You're going to love this guy. You're going to love him. And I also want to influence you to clap for a man who's a great influencer. In fact, my son, Barron, said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with somebody I hadn't heard of." But my son knew very well. He knows everyone. He said, "Dad," this is before the election. You know, we won in a landslide, in case you hadn't known. But he said, "Dad, you got to do an interview with a guy named Theo Vaughn." I said, "Who the hell is Theo Vaughn?" He said, "Dad, he's such a big guy. You got to do an interview." So he knew all the names. I didn't know the names. And where is Theo? He's around here someplace, I think. Theo, thank you very much. That's Barron. You know Barron. He said, "You got to do with them." We had a good time, right? Had a good time. We had like 270 million people that listened. So you know what? I think Barron was right. Thank you for being here, Theo. Appreciate it. Also, Lee Greenwood, right from the beginning, that song went on. And you know, that song was a successful song, but we made it the most, number one. We made that song, it's the top of the list of that type of song. That's a pretty big, I don't want to go into the list because you'll get upset with me if I do. Like the national anthem and things. It's like, and it became unbelievable. And I was saying you could get Elvis or anybody else to do a song. There's nothing, that was my intro song right from the beginning. Because as you know, we won 3 elections, okay? And some people want us to do a 4th. I don't know, we'll have to think about that. You saw the new hat. The hottest hat is, it says, Trump 2028. We're driving the left crazy when you see that. We didn't need that hat, but it's been an amazing period of time. And when Lee Greenwood did that song, it went from the first day. I came out, we played it. It was a great song, but we didn't know. And then I did it a second time, a third time. And that was 968 rallies ago. Can you believe that? We did 968 rallies. Another hat says 968. I said, what the hell does that mean? That's the number of rallies. I said, you have to be kidding. But from the very beginning, and we played Lee's song, and it was the walk-on. And then for the last inauguration, I had all the big singers, they wanted to do a song for me, and they wanted to have me walk on to their song, and my people, oh, that would be nice, that would be nice. And when I heard about it, we were all set. We had a lot of them, and I heard about it. I said, I'm not switching. Are you kidding me? I'm not switching. So we stick with Lee, but there's nobody could have done better than Lee. And he's been so loyal and so great. And it's been really about 9 years of that stuff. And, you know, we had really, honestly, we had 3 unbelievable campaigns, and it's been an honor. And there's nobody been stronger than the military in terms of backing us, nobody. So I just want to thank you all very much. Great honor. Thank you very much. And also with us today is really a great talent and somebody who's one of the most popular television hosts in history. Still looks young to me, but he's been doing it a long time, but he's an incredible man. He's always seems to take my side, and therefore I like him even more. But he has common sense. We talk about common sense all the time, but he's one of the biggest in the history of television. The great Sean Hannity. He's here someplace. Sean, stand up wherever you are. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Where is he? Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. He was a little shy for a change. I've never seen that. We're also grateful to have a very excellent ambassador, Timmy Davis. Everybody loves him. Timmy, thank you very much. Thank you, Timmy. Along with your great military leaders, these are real leaders, these are real tough cookies. Lieutenant General Derek Trapper France, Major General David Shoemaker, Brigadier General Richard Deuce Dickens, Chief Master Sergeants Chris Murphy and Joshua Wiener, and Colonel Brian Ellis. We want to thank you, amazing people. They're real leaders, and this is one of the great bases anywhere in the world, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you very much, fellas. And a very special thanks as well to our partners from the Qatar Army and Armed Forces. Let's give them a really special hand. They are so great. They are so great. And in particular, we want to give a little special applause for somebody that's been so good. Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister, Saud. Where are you, Saud? Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor. Yesterday, we signed an agreement for Qatar to purchase $42 billion worth of the finest American military hardware, including THAAD missile batteries, Pegasus refueling aircraft, Desert Vipers, light armored vehicles, amphibious combat vehicles, the MQ-9B, and the Sky Guardian drones. That's all the best stuff. If it isn't, please stand up and tell me and we'll get something else. But I believe it's the best. Qatar will also be investing $10 billion to support this massive base in the coming years, and there's no place like it, they say. And a man, the leader, Amir, he's been a special friend of mine for a long time. Long before I did the political thing, when he was a novice, he was a young guy, and we got to know each other, and we liked each other and got along long before I ever thought of running for president. And it's nice when you have that kind of a relationship. We got along right from the beginning. He's a special guy. He's a great leader of your country. So I want to just congratulate you on that, and all the Qatari people. A spectacular group, and it's an honor, and I don't think our friendship's ever been stronger than it is right now. It's you had the last administration. I don't know if they knew too much about what was happening, but this administration does, and you will never see anything like the relationship that we have. We just left Saudi Arabia, as you know, and you have a fantastic crown prince. He is a fantastic guy likewise, and we're going from here, we're going to UAE, and United Arab Emirates, and we're going to see another leader. We have, it's an amazing part of the world, and our relationship has never been stronger. And you're going to see that as time goes by, but with us, it's not words. As you know, I'm in the midst of a very historic trip, visiting the key partners in the Gulf. We had just some incredible stopovers and a wonderful day. Yesterday, we had the dinner, however, with His Highness, the Emir, and he is, I'm going to see him in a little while. I'm going to be saying goodbye to him, but we'll be saying hello again very, very soon. But no visit to the Gulf would be complete without stopping to salute the people who keep America safe, strong, and free, and the patriots of the United States Army, Navy, Space Force. I love Space Force. That's I have to say, that's my little baby. You know, I started that. They said, that will never work. Oh, it worked. You know, we were way behind Russia and China, and now we're way, way ahead of everybody. So Space Force, I'm very happy. That was my, you know, not since the Air Force has that happened. So we created a force, and it's a big force, and it's a brilliant force. So Space Force, thank you for doing such a great job. The Marines, and of course, the United States Air Force. Al Udeid is the home of the legendary 379th Air Expeditionary Wing, known as the Grand Slam Wing. We also have the 1st Expeditionary Theater Support Group. You got them all. And let's not forget the top-notch Army soldiers from the 11th Air Defense Artillery, the Imperial Brigade. Thank you, fellas. That's great. We also have the 8th Expeditionary Air Mobility Squadron, known as Mighty Ochos. Where are the Ochos? We don't want to fight with them. All of you are the tip of the spear. You're the finest we have. Anywhere in the world, you're the finest we have. You're the finest anyone has in the fight against the enemies of civilization. You're the people that are defeating chaos, combating terror, defending our interests, supporting our allies, securing our homeland, and making America incredibly proud. And you know what? Making America great again. That's what's happened. It's happened very fast. Happened very fast. As president, my priority is to end conflicts, not start them, but I will never hesitate to wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States of America or our partners. And this is one of our great partners right here. When we're threatened, America's military will answer our enemies without even thinking about it. We have overwhelming strength and devastating force. And we had people that didn't like to talk about that, you know? They didn't want to talk about the level of quality that we have. They didn't want to talk about anything. They didn't. We're going to have a big parade this year, you know, in Washington, D.C., a real parade. And I'll tell you just a little story. A week ago, May 8th, I'd call up a certain country, and they said, oh, we're celebrating the victory of World War II today, sir. Oh, really? I'd speak to one of the presidents or prime ministers or whatever. And they were so busy, oh, yes, we're celebrating the victory of World War II. Then I speak to another one that they were celebrating. And the fact is, Russia was celebrating, France was celebrating, everybody was celebrating but us. And we're the ones that won the war. We won the war. And they helped. But without us, they don't win the war. We're all speaking German. You know that, right? Without us, they're speaking German, maybe a little Japanese too. We won the war, and we're the only ones that didn't celebrate. So what I did is I got my crack staff over there, and we did it every time. We have May 8th, and we also have the date in November, that sacred date in November for World War I, because we won that war too. But think of it, I'm calling. Now, we love France, right? But I think we did a little more to win the war than France did. Do we agree? You know, I don't want to be a wise guy. But when Hitler made his speech at the Eiffel Tower, I would say that wasn't exactly ideal. And I called up the president, Macron, good guy, by the way. Donald, we are celebrating our victory over the Germans. Oh, that's wonderful. no, we don't take credit for what we do. And I said, what the hell? Every country I've spoken to in the last week is celebrating the war but us. Isn't that terrible? So we're going to be doing holidays, but I said it has to be a working holiday because you can only do so many of them. We have a lot of holidays. I'm not so sure we should have them, and you don't have to go to work. Our country has to go to work. So we're going to have a working holiday for each one of those 2 dates. And we're going to be celebrating, too, because we should celebrate more than anybody else. And others did help a lot, but nobody helped like us. We wouldn't have won. I mean, the fact is, not winnable without us. And now we're stronger than ever before. You know, I rebuilt the military in my first term. We had a great first term everywhere. We had the greatest economy ever, stock market up 88%, the biggest rise ever, all of that stuff. But the second term is going to be even better. We have over $10 trillion going to be invested in our country. And this little tour didn't hurt, I will tell you, between the 3 great places. I recently announced that I'll approve an unprecedented $1 trillion, as I told you. It's going to end up going higher investment in the U.S. Armed Forces, and that's a record as part of that effort. I signed an order to build the Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our country from missile attack. Is everybody okay with that? It was called the Iron Dome, but I changed it to the Golden Dome. I thought it was a little more beautiful, maybe a little more modern or something. But we're going to have it, and it's amazing, actually, what they do. It's going to cost many billions of dollars, all made in the USA. I want it all made in the USA. The days of making our parts all over the world because we have wonderful partners. No, it's America first now, America first. We're going to make it all in the USA. And we're going to, by the way, it's America first, but we're going to take care of other countries. We're going to have plenty left over because we're doing things now. You know, 6 months ago, our country was laughed at. Now our country is respected again at a level that it hasn't seen in a long, long time, and we're going to keep it that way. And our Air Force will soon have the world's first and only 6th-generation fighter jet, the F-47. Why did they name it 47? Does anybody know? I don't know. That was a nice thing, but it's quite the plane. They say it's there's never been anything done, but we're also looking at an increased version of the F-35. I think we're going to call it the F-55, which will be a double-engine plane. I like 2 engines on a plane. I'm sorry if I say that. But does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody agree? General, do you agree with that? I like it. Thank you. So many of you, sir, this engine is infallible. No engine is infallible. I like 2 engines on a plane. Should have been made with 2 engines. If I were here, you would have had 2 engines, and you would have had a lot of other victories, by the way. But we're going to do, when you think of it, Russia, Ukraine would have never started. October 7th, Israel would have never happened because Iran, as you know, was broke. They were unable to fund Hamas or anything else. It wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have had the disaster of Afghanistan, the leaving. We were getting out, but we're getting out with dignity and strength. We're going to keep Bagram Air Base. We weren't going to give that up because it's 1 hour away from China. 1 hour. You know who occupies it now? China. The damage that administration did to this country is legendary, allowing 21 million people through an open border where anybody could walk into the United States of America is something that will never be forgiven. Grossly incompetent and evil, bad people too, bad people. But the real strength of our military doesn't come from its fighter jets. It really comes from our people. That's you. It comes from our people. You're unbelievable people. The aptitude and all of the things you have to do what you do. You know, I look at some of those engines, and I'm a pretty smart cookie. I would tell you I'm real smart. And I look at you, and you take those engines apart and put them back together, blindfolded, and fix them up. It's amazing what you're able to do. And then to fly them, just incredible. You're incredible. You're a very special group of people. And that's why in my 2026 budget includes a across the board. Maybe you don't want it. Look, for the good of the country, you don't have to take it. Pay raises for each and every one of you, substantial pay raises. But you don't have to take it. You don't have to take it. You can go to your commanding officer and say, sir, I'd rather not take that pay. I love my country, sir. I refuse to take it. Anybody here, raise your hand, please, if you refuse to take it. Let's see here. All right. Well, at least we have smart people. That's good. So you do your duty for us, and as Commander-in-Chief, I will always do and fulfill my duty to you. That's what I'm doing. Under the Trump administration, we're liberating everything in our armed forces from really radical social experiments carried out under the previous administration and beyond that, and actually beyond that, and restoring the strong and fierce spirit of the American warrior and the American fighter. On day one, I signed an executive order stopping our service members from being forced to endure endless training sessions on political correctness. We don't care if you're politically correct. And I directed the reinstatement of all patriots expelled from our military by the COVID vaccine mandate, which should have never happened. They're being returned at their former rank with full back pay. Very important. After years of not making our enrollment targets, to me, this is the biggest thing. Our military suddenly has the best recruiting numbers that perhaps they've ever had, but certainly in 30 years. Think of that. You go back 6 months ago, we couldn't get people to join the military. Nobody wanted your job. Now everybody wants your job. So we went from having the worst numbers we've ever had in terms of recruitment. That included police officers also, firefighters, but police officers. But in the military, think of that. You couldn't get people to join the military, and now we're brimming over. We have the highest numbers we probably, minimum 30 years, but probably have ever had, because there's such an incredible spirit now in our country. We have a whole new spirit, and it began on a date, November 5th. That was Election Day. Under the Trump administration, America is back, and America's military is back, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Since my inauguration, service members stationed throughout this region have terminated 83 major terrorists operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia, including the #2 just recently global leader of ISIS. And I knocked out ISIS, as you know, in my term. They said it was going to take 4 years. I said, why 4 years? That's a long time. And then I met a General Raisin Kane. He's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? And he was great. He said, we can do it in 3 weeks, sir. I said, well, I was told 4 years, General, by your television generals in Washington, D.C., and he didn't want to be disrespectful to them. He said, sir, I'm telling you, if you want, we can do it in 3 weeks. And that's what he did. He knocked out 100% of the ISIS caliphate in 3 weeks. Should I tell you a little long, boring story about that? Yes? Okay, some of you have heard it because it's sort of a cool story, but I was wondering why we couldn't defeat, ISIS. We have this great military, all these great jets that we have, new all over the place, the best in the world, the fastest, the best. And I went out and I said to a certain general in Washington, D.C., a television general, not much. There's a real general on television. You have the television guys and you have the real generals. And I said, General, how long will it take us? Because it doesn't make sense. We're spending a lot of money on defeating ISIS, and they don't have great equipment. They, in many cases, don't even have equipment. They're vicious, and they are good fighters. We always have to respect that. Sir, it'll take at least 5 years, sir. I said, 5 years? That's a long time. You mean we have jets, they have knives, and it's going to take 5 years? Yes, sir. I said, I don't really believe that. So I did something that I've never done before. I said, I want to go to Iraq. and I want to meet with the people in Iraq because maybe they're different, but I couldn't understand how a large and powerful terror group could last so long. And so I scheduled a flight, meaning I left at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was pitch black. We left very, very under guard. We traveled through Washington, D.C. There was nobody around. Got to the hangar at about 3:15. Air Force One was waiting for us. Pilots, best-looking human beings I've ever seen. Even better looking than Tom Cruise, and he's a friend of mine, okay? These guys were central casting, and they could also fly. And we headed out about 3:30 in the morning, pitch black. We headed for Iraq, and nobody knew I was going, nobody. And we're flying, and we're starting to get close. And they come to see me, and they say, "Sir, we have a problem." "What?" "We're flying over enemy territory very soon, sir. Could we please turn off your lights?" I said, "My lights? We're flying in Air Force One. We just spent trillions of dollars on fighting, and you can't fly in with lights on?" "No, sir, it's very, very dangerous out there." So I said, "Oh, obviously turn them off." Then he comes in addition to the lights, we want to turn down the shades. So I said, "You mean not even shades?" "Okay, we turn down the shades." They said, "I want to go upstairs." This is 747, 2 levels, beautiful plane. Just ordered new ones, by the way, beautiful new ones. And Boeing just, by the way, did the biggest order in the history of Boeing. Just did with your beautiful territory right here. They ordered, I think, 160 planes. I think it's the largest order ever for aircraft. So I salute the people from Boeing, Kelly, and everybody, and General Electric. The engines are General Electric Super Prime, and I really think it's great. Congratulations. But I go up to see the pilots because I love sitting with the pilots. I admire their skill. I really do. And amazing, especially at a certain level. And when you fly Air Force One, supposedly you're the best pilot. So I hope that's true, by the way. But it seems to be. I have no complaints. We land, it's like always landing like glass. I've had pilots where when you land, it's not a pretty picture. In fact, you admire the plane so much for being able to keep apart. You know, I mean, sometimes I land with some of these guys. You're bouncing down the runway. I'm saying these planes are amazing that they don't crack up. But these pilots land, I mean, and the 747's a hard one to land, but they're great. So I go up, I see the pilots, I say, "Hi, Captain." The guy's a handsome guy. We've got a blonde flat top. I'd like to have a flat top like that. I don't know if the hair's good enough for that. I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to try it either. But perfect person, and I look at the right, he's perfect. Everybody was perfect. I like perfect human beings. I said, "How we doing, Captain?" "We're doing fine, sir. We'll be there in half hour, sir." I said, "They want the lights turned off, Captain." And they do, "Yes, sir, they're doing the right thing." "Oh, that's great, Captain. It's great." So now we're 15 more minutes, and all of a sudden, and most of you know this sound because that's what you do, but you have the computer voice, a beautiful voice where it says 1,900. They're talking about feet. So when you're in the big planes and sophisticated planes, the voice comes on, and I'm sitting back there watching them fly it beautifully, and I'm still not 100% happy with the statement that he agrees that the lights should be turned off. I would have preferred that he said, "No, there's no problem." But that's not what he said. So we're going through, and it goes 1,900, 800, 700. Talking about feet. Now, 700 is getting pretty close to the ground. I don't see a thing. There's no lights, there's no runway, and I've done this a lot, and I always see the runway in the distance. I have fairly good eyes. I'd say for my age, extremely good eyes. And I don't see a runway. 600, 500. "Captain, are we okay?" "Yes, sir. We'll be landing in just a few minutes, sir." 400. "Captain, are we okay?" "I don't see a runway up there, Captain." "Oh, we're fine, sir. No problem, sir." 300, 200. I'm saying, "Captain, you sure we're okay here?" And he said, "We're fine, sir." And then, boom, just lands that thing so beautifully, and I see they had no light, they had no nothing. I don't know how the hell they do it, okay? All I know is we landed And for him, it was routine. And I'm trying to pretend I'm cool as a cucumber. You know, I'm your president. I'm supposed to be cool as a cucumber. And I'm like, you know, I'm like, I'm not happy. But after we land, I actually went to my people and I said, I want to ask you a question. I did a very brave thing just there. Is the president allowed to designate himself for the Congressional Medal of Honor? And they said, sir, honestly, that wouldn't be good. I said, okay. So anyway, we get it. I kid. You know, I have to say I kid because the fake news is back there, and they'll actually, no, it's true. And they'll say that the president wanted to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was talked out of it by his staff. So anyway, so I get, the door opens, we have a platform, and I see down, I look down, and I see these are all specimens, just like you guys are all perfect people. And I'm seeing a couple of generals, a couple of staff sergeants, and drill sergeants, but everybody's like from a movie. And I walk out of the plane and meet the first gentleman. And I said, what's your name? He said, Kane, sir, my name is Kane. And I said, hello, Kane, what's your first name? Well, they call me Raisin. I said, wait a minute, Raisin, you mean like Raisin Kane? Yes, sir, that's what they call me. General, I love you. You're the guy I'm looking for, General. You're the guy I'm looking for. So is Raisin Kane. It's Daniel Kane, but Raisin Kane, that's what they call him. Then I met another general. I met a colonel. I met a sergeant. They said, sir, would you like to rest? He said, what do you mean rest? I've been resting on the plane. I don't want to rest. What do I have to rest for? He was thinking about Biden to come, okay? Biden would have rested the entire trip. He wouldn't, first of all, he wouldn't have made the trip. But if he landed, he would have been rested for about 5 days before he had the first meeting. I said, no, let's go have the meeting because I want to find out what's going on over here. We're spending a lot of money and people are being killed. I want to find out why it's taking so long. So let's go right away. So we went to almost like just a very secure room that was in the form of a boardroom. Very professional, however. It was very highly sophisticated with the equipment. Best you can buy. We have the best you can buy all the time. But I went into the room and I said, General, so they tell me in Washington it would take 4 to 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I want to know from you, is that true? Or is that, no, sir. But it's not my place to say, sir, because they are the ones that call the shots. I said, well, if you disagreed, it's not the military way, sir. You have to listen to them. That's a chain of command. I said, oh, that's great. I'm not sure I like that system. But how long do you think it would take you if I gave you total authority to go in and knock the hell out of them? So it would take approximately 3 weeks. I say, say it again, General. I was told 5 years. Sir, it'll take 3 weeks and you'll have time left over. I said, you got to be kidding me. Where the hell have you been? And then I sort of was really in disbelief because I said, you know, I've been hearing for so long, and we've been fighting it. How long will we fight him? 18 years or something? And here's a guy telling me 3 weeks. So I said, General, how do you do it in 3 weeks? He says, well, sir, I don't like saying this because I do have people in Washington, but I'm going to say it. We have portable stations, we have portable runways, we have runways all over the place, we have other bases, and we're being forced to fight them from a very far away, distant base, which is right here. And by the time we get there, we have to come back because there's no fuel, and we're way too far away, sir, and they're over here, and he shows me a map, and we're over here, and we're all the way here, sir. I said, why didn't they use the other bases? Well, they didn't want to disturb the country where those bases were located. I said, we give those countries billions of dollars. We can disturb them a little bit. They wouldn't know what we're doing anyway. Are they going to know where the planes are going? Not really, sir. I said, so what would you do different? He said, well, sir, I'd start from here, and he went through a whole thing. And I'd hit him from the left. I'd hit him from the right. I'd hit him from underneath. I'd hit him from the top. I'd hit him from every angle, sir. I'd hit him so hard and so fast they wouldn't know what the hell is happening. I said, and you think you can do that in 3 weeks? Yes, sir, and we're going to have time left over. And I said, let me think about it, General. I went back to Washington, and I spoke to a couple of people, and they said, I don't think so, sir. I think you're talking about years of fighting. And then I called the general and I said, so General, you still think you can do it in 3 weeks? A lot of people think you can't even come close to that. Sir, we'll have time left over. I said, go to it, General, go to it. Thank you, sir. And he hit the hell out of him. He hit the hell out of him. And he calls me up, sir, we have a lot of these people, and if you want, I can finish it off right now, sir. I said, well, I don't know, that's a lot. It's a lot of people. Well, these people are not good people, sir. These are not good people. You'll feel better about it. Well, they're not good people, but they're people, aren't they? And he goes, I said, you know what? Why don't you buzz them for a little while, and maybe after a day or two of buzzing them, they'll surrender. They don't know about surrendering, sir. Well, maybe they'll raise the white flag. They don't have a white flag, sir. I said, well, give it a shot anyway. He said, all we're going to do is take a couple of bullet holes in our wings. You guys know about that, right? And I said, well, let's give it a shot. And he calls up and says, let me do the job, sir. I said, all right, do the job. And we defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate in just a very short little period of time, totally different from what I was told in Washington, D.C. by a bunch of frickin' losers, okay? Losers. And that's the beginning. And I took that general and made him the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as I told you. And he's going to be great, and he's highly respected by everybody. Just a different kind of respect, too. It's a real respect. But we can do our job better than anybody in the world, but you have to have the leadership of the top at the top. And we're doing that. We're finding, we let a lot of 4-stars go. A lot of we had more 4-stars. We had, I think, 425 4-stars. In World War II, which, by the way, we won, in World War II, we had 187 generals. And we had like 425 generals now, without really a war. And so we made a lot of changes, and we have the best. We have the best. We worked hard to figure the best, the real ones. We want the real generals, not the fake generals, and not the political generals, too. So we have something that's special, but it can show you really what happened. We also just apprehended, as an example, the ISIS terrorist of the Al-Baghdad, the one that caused all of the problems in Afghanistan, caused unbelievable destruction. We lost 13 great soldiers. I got to know the parents and the families of those soldiers. But you know what they don't say is the ones who were so horribly wounded, which were many. And hundreds of people were killed from the other side. I always include that. That should have never happened. That whole mess should have never happened. I think it was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And we're not going to have things like that happen anymore. And again, we should have kept the air base. We should have kept it. We let it go. And we left, and it was a very embarrassing moment in the history of our country. That'll never happen again. There are a lot of people that said that Russia went into Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, wow, we didn't think that was possible, but it's not possible any longer, I can tell you. That's another one would have never happened if I were president. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. All of those things, they would have never happened. But the Afghanistan withdrawal, not the fact that they withdrew, but the fact that the way they did it was so horrible and so embarrassing. So we brought this horrible person to justice, to American justice. We caught the person that set off that bomb. And all of this is possible because of the work that you do with partnerships that you forge. In this case, it was Pakistan. And by the way, I don't want to say I did, but I sure as hell helped settle the problem between Pakistan and India last week, which was getting more and more hostile. And all of a sudden, you'll start seeing missiles of a different type. And we got it settled. I hope I don't walk out of here and 2 days later find out that it's not settled, but I think it is settled. And we talked to them about trade. Let's do trade instead of do war. And Pakistan was very happy with that, and India was very happy with that. And I think they're on the way. You know, they have been fighting for about 1,000 years, in all fairness. So I said, I could settle that up. I can settle anything. Let me settle it up. Let's get them all together. How long have you been fighting? About 1,000 years. Oh, that's a lot. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about settling. That's a tough one. They've been fighting for a long time. But we got that settled. Boy, everybody was very happy, I'll tell you. That looked like it was really going to be escalating out of control. But with us today is the first sergeant of the 379th Wing, Master Sergeant Patrick Elders. Patrick, wherever you may be. Where are you, Patrick? Handsome guy. Wow. I'm looking at him from here, and it says after having served 22 years, he's a lot. How long have you been in, Patrick? Wow, that's amazing. It looks like he's like 25 years old. I'm saying 22 years. They said, we must have this mixed up. We don't have it mixed up. I guess when you love what you do, you stay young, right? And he loves what he does, no doubt about it. But having served over 22 years in the Air Force, he's one of his, right now, this is his 6th deployment. But this time it's a little different because his stepson, Airman First Class Ashton Inman, is on his own first ever deployment nearby in Kuwait, right now in Kuwait, which is really incredible. Master Sergeant Elders is proud that 2 generations of his family are now serving the same mission in the same theater, protecting the same great American flag. So say hello to him. Thank you very much. Very nice. A lot of stories like that. A lot of stories like that, and I want to thank Airman First Class Inman also very much. That's a great story. That's a great story, and we have many of them. I guarantee in this room right now there are many such stories. There are several married couples serving side by side in uniform at this base, including Staff Sergeants Tyler and Paige Duck. Where is Tyler and Paige? For years, they grew their relationship while Paige was deployed in the UK and Tyler was halfway around the world at Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson in Alaska, conquering a 14-hour time difference. That's a lot of time difference. And now they're together at Al Udeid, and it's really great. So Staff Sergeants, congratulations. It's fantastic. The American people never forget that our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices each and every day so that all Americans can be safe and be free, and we love our amazing military families. Our military families are as good as you can get. The men and women here today are part of a noble tradition of service that has been passed down from one generation of Americans to the next, and your spirit and courage and sacrifice has always been there when we needed you the most. You're always there when we need you the most. With us today is Master Sergeant Michael Schlow, who happens to be from a small town in a place called Butler, Pennsylvania. Has anybody heard of Butler, Pennsylvania? Yeah. Michael is a member of the Air Force Reserve as well as Butler County Corrections Officer. And last July 13th, he attended the rally where an assassin tried to take my life. He gave it a shot. Not good. That was someday. As soon as the shots were fired, Michael raced to direct law enforcement toward the sniper's perch, then worked to evacuate the rest of the crowd in a very safe manner. But Master Sergeant Schlow would be the first to tell you who the real hero was that day. He personally knew and really liked veteran firefighter, also a veteran of the military, great veteran of the military, who laid down his life for his country, really laid down his life for his country. His whole life was about his country. Corey Comparator, and he's become somewhat of a legend, I will tell you. He took a hard shot. He took a hard shot guarding his family. Master Sergeant Schlow, your commitment represents the very best in America. Thank you for your incredible service that day and forever, because that day was a horrible day, but you acted with incredible bravery. We've got reports about what you did. It was really amazing, and I personally appreciated it. That was a It was a rough day. We don't want to have days like that. But Corey was an incredible guy, lost his life, guarding his wife and children. Every American warrior here today inherits a legacy of exceptional patriots who have defended our freedom for nearly 250 years. You carry on the glorious tradition of the heroes of Lexington and Concord, Gettysburg and Belleau Wood, Normandy and Midway. You embody the spirit of the soldiers who hoisted the flag over Fort McHenry and the Marines who planted the stars and stripes on the summit to Iwo Jima. That was a rough attack. You carry forward the mission of generations of Americans before you who marched through halls of gunfire, trekked over rugged mountains, stormed across scorching deserts, sailed through hostile waters, conquered unknown dangers, and poured out their blood and guts on battlefields all over the world. The military is incredible, and we won our independence. We preserved our union, protected our way of life, defeated fascism, crushed terrorism, liberated millions and millions of people from bondage, and brought communism to its knees. It's what we did. And now we're going to defend America from all enemies, overcome all obstacles and dangers, and as one nation, we're going to build a future of peace and prosperity for generations to come. Together we will stand strong, we will stand proud, we will live free, and we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. So my trip is 4.5 days, but this is the one I was so looking forward because I'm with the people that I really love and respect. And we love and respect you. This is what you're doing, the service you do for your country. You keep us safe. There is no more important profession. And I was so proud to see those reports coming in just a few days ago saying that the enrollment is at the highest level ever, especially when I had to suffer running against a group of people that were very inappropriate, where they allowed that reputation of what you stood for and what you stand for to deteriorate to a point where we weren't able to recruit. So just remember this, you have a job now that everybody wants. Everybody wants to be doing what you're doing. It's a special job. And I'm so proud. When I saw those numbers come across the board that we set the record for enrollment in the military, and we took that from the exact opposite just 6 months before, I was very, very proud of that. We have a great country. We have a proud country. We have a country that's respected all over the world. And as I said before, a year ago we were laughed at, but nobody's laughing at our country anymore. We're the most respected country anywhere in the world. And thank you very much, and enjoy your lives, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The EPA has ballooned in size over the last several years because the agency received $100 billion in supplemental funding outside of the annual appropriations process. That's more than 10 times their annual funding for the entire agency. And we are now starting to learn from your work, Administrator Zeldin, that there are serious questions about where some of this funding has gone. Specifically, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund recipients with potential conflicts of interest and other program integrity concerns that several news outlets as well as the Wall Street Journal have reported. The agency has also hired more than 1,300 additional FTEs with this supplemental funding. We told them not to do that, not to hire permanent employees with this supplemental one-time funding. I have concerns about the potential staffing cliff when this supplemental funding runs out, which means absorbing the supplemental FTEs in our discretionary budget. Administrator Zeldin, I know you're well aware of this issue. Additionally, the EPA has doubled down on its regulatory footprint over the last few years. The EPA regulations from the Biden administrations have made it harder for industry to thrive and sometimes even survive. Even though those very industries have made great strides in reducing their environmental footprint. The administration is taking a hard look at the EPA's funding priorities and regulatory overreach, which I believe is much needed. I want clean air and clean water just as much as anyone does, but we must find an appropriate balance that also continues to promote economic growth and jobs here at home. Administrator Zeldin, I have been following your actions to reduce regulatory burdens and right-size the agency, and implement common-sense solutions to lower costs and increase American competitiveness. I hear often from various industries in Idaho, from farmers to manufacturers to chemical producers, that they are looking for regulatory certainty. I hope that this hearing today will assure my constituents and industries in Idaho and across the country that the EPA has plans to provide this certainty, whether it's rewriting rules or processing chemical or pesticide applications within the statutory deadlines. This hearing will also give us an opportunity to hear about how the skinny budget comports with the administration's goals for the agency, including returning EPA to its statutory functions. The request provides $4.2 billion for the EPA, which is $5 billion below the FY25 continuing resolution. It proposes deep cuts to state and tribal assistance grants, which we likely cannot agree to in this bill, but I look forward to hearing from you as part of the initial steps in this budget process. I'm ready to have the necessary and tough deliberations about how best to limit federal spending resources in order to ensure our natural resources, our lands and waters in Idaho and across the country are protected and preserved while still promoting economic development and job creation. Thank you for being here today, Administrator, and we look forward to this discussion, and I'd like to yield to my ranking member, Ms. Pingree.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Administrator Zeldin, for being here today. Welcome back to the House. So the mission of the EPA is to protect human health and the environment, not to serve industry. But so far, under your leadership, the agency has undertaken a series of actions that weaken environmental protection and harm public health to the benefit of polluters. In the first 100 days of this administration, you have worked to systematically dismantle the EPA, implement Project 2025, going along with the questionable activities of DOGE, all to the detriment of the American public. Under your direction, the EPA has illegally frozen funding for the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to lower energy costs and terminated grants to ensure that all people are equally protected from environmental and health hazards. You are pursuing a massive reorganization that would eliminate EPA's science research arm and shuffle highly specialized scientists off to process chemical reviews for industry. The work done by the Office of Research and Development provides the foundation for credible decision-making to safeguard human health and ecosystems from environmental pollutants. It is critical to informing agency decisions on things like environmental and health risks of PFAS. Destroying this office will cause irreparable harm that may take decades to reverse and reduce America's standing as a world leader in environmental health research. I am sorry to say that seems to be the goal. I am sorry to say that seems to be the goal of this administration, to hobble environmental protection. This is certainly evident by the fiscal year 2026 budget, which proposes to cut the EPA by almost 55%. Under this budget, states would suffer catastrophic cuts. The budget proposes to all but eliminate categorical grants, which states use to run their environmental programs. The Environmental Council of the States, which is a nonpartisan association of state environmental agency leaders, sent you a letter that stated that these cuts will devastate economic development, critical infrastructure, and environmental protections across the nation. Destroying the EPA and eliminating funding for states would create the perfect storm, leaving our country without any environmental protection and giving a free pass to polluters. Finally, the budget characterizes EPA's climate change work as unnecessary and radical. Climate change is the greatest environmental threat facing our planet, with profound consequences for public health and the well-being of future generations. Ignoring and denying its existence does not make the problem go away. In 3 years, the U.S. has experienced 73 weather and climate-related disasters, each causing over $1 billion in damages. This is an average cost of $157 billion a year. You've seen firsthand what an existential threat climate change is to our future. During your tenure, the EPA conducted a hazardous waste material removal effort following the Los Angeles County wildfires. In the 5th National Climate Assessment, experts concluded that fires in California and the rest of the Southwest have become larger and more severe, and that human-caused warming is playing a significant part in those trends. And you agreed in your confirmation hearing that climate change is an urgent issue that must be addressed. But your actions as an administrator suggest otherwise. And instead of constructive leadership and action, the budget proposes to eliminate the office tasked with much of EPA's climate work. These actions are harming the health of our children and our grandchildren and jeopardizing the environment we will leave them. Your leadership decisions are endangering the health of millions of Americans, jeopardizing the quality of our air and water, and threatening to wreak havoc on our economy. I hope you will reverse your course, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Now I'd like to yield to the Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Cole.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to tell you what a pleasure it is to see you back here and have you in this capacity. You're somebody we know, you're somebody we trust, you're somebody we got to work with, all of us, and whose integrity has always been above question. So it's a very good choice by the President, and I'm very, very pleased and proud that you decided to accept it and serve in this capacity. Sort of speaking off the cuff, and then I'll get to my prepared remarks. I find myself sort of agreeing with both my chairman and my ranking member simultaneously in different ways. Look, I agree very much with what Chairman Simpson had to say in terms of the corrective, to the overreach and honestly bloated budget that the EPA was given. There's no question about that. Reorganizing the agency is giving, as my friend pointed out, an $11 billion agency $100 billion. That's reorganizing the agency. And so I think it was used inappropriately under the last administration. I'm glad to see this administration, honestly, is returning it to its normal role. At the same time, there are important functions here that we do worry about and are concerned about, one of which is actually in my district. So, as you may know, I'm very proud to represent Kerr Environmental Research Center in Ada, Oklahoma. It's not a climate change research center. It's a groundwater research agency. For over 50 years, Kerr Lab, which leads the United States in research and advancements on groundwater, aquifer recharge, and agricultural soil health, has established itself to be a premier EPA research center. Kerr's record of scientific achievements proves that the lab is well positioned to take on additional research opportunities to address growing environmental challenges and statutory mandates from Congress. Kerr Lab also plays a pivotal role in the local rural community by providing jobs, partnering with local universities and tribal nations, and serving as a strong economic driver. I hope we can welcome you back to the Sooner State at some point to see firsthand the important work Kerr Lab is carrying out to advance the agency's mission. I was pleased to see the budget prioritizes funding for tribes to maintain and improve water infrastructure throughout Indian country. As certainly my friends on this committee, and I have to compliment both my chairman and ranking member who have worked together so well on Native American issues, whatever the other differences they have in this area. It's been a place where we've cooperated, but both of them know how challenging water infrastructure is in remote locations and amongst tribal nations, and so we would ask you to look for that. But investments like these are critical to ensuring the federal government is upholding its trust responsibility to Native Americans to provide basic services and resources. Administrator Zeldin, I look forward to working together to reduce red tape, provide regulatory certainty, and improve environmental health while also protecting American jobs and lowering energy costs. As EPA Administrator, you play a key role in strengthening our national security by unleashing domestic energy production, and I look forward to discussing where resources can be applied for all these efforts in the full FY26 budget request. Let me end with this, and I do not direct this at you. This is a concern I've expressed in multiple hearings and directly to OMB. We need a lot more detail than we've been given so far. That's not your responsibility, but I will tell you, we're running out of time to get a presidential budget that's detailed. The skinny budget gives us some view into what's going on, but we don't have what we need to make intelligent and balanced decisions. I know this is a new administration. I am always very forgiving. I was with the Biden administration, and we give you an impossible deadline to give us a full budget, which is February 15th. No new administration can do that. You don't even have your people in place by February 15th. But we do have a fiscal year timeline of September 30th to get, and I've got to get all these bills out of here, by honestly the August break, and we have to be voting on some of them probably in June and July. And that's a big task when we don't have the president's full budget. So I just say that to my friends in the administration. Sooner is better. Again, these are discussions I've had with my friend, the director at OMB, so it's not meant antagonistically. It's just, if you want to avoid a CR, if you want the work done on time and you want it done well, we've got to get more information out of the administration than we've gotten so far. And I know there's a lot of internal debates and discussions. You've probably been on one side or other of those. And those are none of our business. You guys make collective decisions, and then we take the information, add it to the other stuff, and try to come to a consensus. But we do need the information. And at the end of the day, appropriations is very different than what we're going through up here on the Hill, and you know this. Reconciliation is a partisan exercise. It doesn't matter if Democrats are doing it or Republicans are doing it. Appropriation in the end is bipartisan. We don't have the ability to pass stuff with 51 votes in the United States Senate, so there's going to be Democratic participation there, and eventually to come to a deal, there will be over here. So the quicker we can get the information we need out of the administration, the quicker we can get you what you need, which is a budget that's been thought through and worked through and arrived at cooperatively with the administration participating. But again, let me end where I started. It is really good to have you at that agency. We are very proud of what you've done so far. I'm particularly pleased with some of the, measures you highlighted where I think we had abuse in the last administration, and EPA was not being used as it should be used. It was being used in some cases to funnel money to favorite organizations in a very inappropriate way. And I'm glad you stopped it and put attention on it. It's a great act of public service on your part. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back. But again, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, Administrator Zeldin, you may proceed with your opening statement. Your official submitted testimony will be included in the record.
Well, it's so great to be back at the Rayburn office building. First time in 2.5 years since I left the House. And it's great to see all of you. Chairman Simpson, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member Pingree, members of the subcommittee, thank you for coming together here to discuss the President's fiscal year 2026 budget request for the United States Environmental Protection Agency. EPA has wasted no time advancing President Trump's directive to help deliver clean air, land, and water for all Americans while restoring common sense, accountability, and cooperative federalism to environmental policy. We're fulfilling our core mission of protecting human health and the environment while powering the great American comeback and removing unnecessary barriers that have burdened American families and businesses for far too long. We hit the ground running immediately upon President Trump's inauguration, completing the largest wildfire cleanup in agency history in less than 30 days after the catastrophic Los Angeles wildfires. We are taking bold steps to combat PFAS contamination and have advanced redevelopment at 21 Superfund sites across 13 states, delisting all or parts of 4 sites from the national priorities list. We've also completed 25 state implementation plans, 16 of which were backlogged from the prior administration. With this renewed focus and commitment, the EPA is proudly working for the American people. We are revising the Waters of the United States definition to align with the Supreme Court decision in Sackett, and have issued immediate action items for Mexico to permanently and urgently end the Tijuana River sewage crisis that has plagued Southern California for decades. Following my trip to St. Louis, we cut nearly 2 years from the cleanup timeline at the Westlake Superfund site, which has been contaminated by nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project. In fact, to mark the 100th day of the Trump presidency, EPA released a list of 100 environmental actions we took during those first 100 days, a pace that motivates us to keep up each and every day. Together, these actions reflect the administration's commitment to environmental stewardship, cooperative federalism, and delivering results that make a real difference in people's lives. In lockstep with the president's agenda, EPA is also helping to unleash American energy, pursue permitting reform, make America the AI capital of the world, and bring back American auto jobs. We've eliminated waste and abuse in areas like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, reversed unlawful overreach like the so-called, quote, good neighbor rule, and begun reconsidering many overreaching rules, including power plant and EV-related regulation that threaten grid reliability, energy affordability, and consumer choice. These historic actions will reduce regulatory costs, which act as invisible taxes on Americans. We'll make it more affordable to own a car, heat homes, operate a business, and bring manufacturing back to local communities. By reducing the EPA's budget by billions of dollars, the President's FY 2026 budget demands maximum efficiency from the EPA, while we continue to fulfill all of our statutory obligations. Also included in the President's proposal is an additional $9 million above FY 2025 enacted levels to equip EPA with funds to respond to drinking water disasters. There's also a $27 million increase in funding for tribes to address drinking water and wastewater infrastructure on their lands. As I've stated in the past, at the Trump EPA, we will not view the status quo as a sacred cow that is untouchable. We will not consider the Biden-era regulations we inherited as being etched in stone, and we absolutely refuse to waste even a penny of tax dollars. Under the President's leadership and with the support of Congress, we will continue to deliver real results with greater accountability and a stronger environmental return on investment per dollar spent. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Administrator, and again, thank you for being here today. And I would say ditto to what Chairman Cole said earlier. And we're proud to have you there and the job that you're doing. I'm going to turn first to Chairman Cole. You're a busy man and have things to do, so we'll let you get your questions out first.
What could be better than being in this room, which was my favorite hearing room, with my old friend and mentor? I do, as I mentioned in my opening statement, obviously I've got a parochial interest in what they do at Kerr Labs in Ada, Oklahoma. It's the lead groundwater research center, and over 90% of rural communities across America actually depend on groundwater for their water supply. So the research they do there is pretty pivotal. Can you take a moment to discuss how the research carried on at Kerr actually would inform some of the EPA's statutory functions and decisions that you have to make, as well as assist rural communities around the country?
The work that is done at Ada Lab, Chairman, is very important. And they have a strong and a passionate fighter on their behalf, and you, Chairman Cole. There's no way that we'd be able to walk onto this side of the Capitol and to any of these buildings to discuss EPA without you being present to fight for Ada Lab. The work that is done there is important. The investment that's being made in Ada Lab is critical for the future of the lab. The Office of Water has great pride in the work that is done there, and it's work that should be enhanced. It's work that is used to help inform regulatory decisions to fulfill our statutory obligations. And for anyone else here in Congress who may not be familiar with what's being done at Ada Lab, or anyone out in the public who might not live in Oklahoma, you should take great pride in knowing the good work that is being done there that helps our Office of Water to be successful in what we do, and the investment should increase.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I also asked you a broader question just about your approach. One of the things, actually, I think EPA, when it's at its best, can do very well is actually forge relationships with state and local authorities, tribal nations, and work collaboratively. I'd like to get just sort of your overall philosophy on how you'll build relationships, because obviously the decisions you make are so critical, at the state and federal, local level, as to what's possible. So, how are you going to approach working with, again, all these various entities out there that literally the decisions you make impact what they can do and recommend the direction in which they should go?
Chairman, the third pillar of Powering the Great American Comeback, our initiative at EPA, beyond permitting reform, is advancing cooperative federalism. One of my first visits after being confirmed was to Indian country. I've also just recently was in Oklahoma and had a great visit there. I look forward to coming back. Somehow, as we were staffing up at EPA, we were loaded up with great talent from Oklahoma. So the ranks of our team we came in include some of the brightest that you all have, and we're grateful to all those people who have stepped up to serve at EPA. Advancing cooperative federalism as it relates to the tribal community is about treating them as another government, to treat them with respect, to consult with them when decisions are made that impact them, and to try to build a relationship. And we have had a lot of members of our team out present throughout the country, meeting with different regions of tribal leadership when they gather to consult and discuss the important topics of the day. We want to make sure that they have an open door at EPA, and that includes at the regions, where in Region 6, our regional administrator is from the tribal community in Oklahoma. Or if they come to Washington, D.C., maybe to meet with the president's nominee to head the Office of International and Tribal Affairs, who's from the tribal community in Oklahoma. Or maybe they want to meet with the deputy in that office who's from the tribal community in Oklahoma. So we want to make sure that a strong message is sent that we want to work with everyone.
Boy, I really liked what I'm hearing. But again, I just want to thank you for taking on this incredibly important task. And I appreciate New York has obviously significant Native American presence of its own, which a lot of Americans don't realize how strong those tribal communities are and how resilient they've been over many, many years. So it's not a world you're unfamiliar with, having been a member from New York. So again, thank you very much. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I was kind of excited when I read what was going to be talked about when I heard about the Ada Labs. And I go, how the hell did I not know about the Ada Labs? I mean, Ada County is where Boise and Boise State University are located. And I thought Tom was taking an interest in Boise all of a sudden.
Only in football.
Yeah, only in football. Shelley?
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving us some insights into the Oklahoma Mafia that actually rules all that we do. It's good to get a little sense of that. So yeah, I've got a couple of questions for you, and thanks for being here. As I talked about in my opening statement, your budget proposes to eliminate categorical grants to states, which go toward funding state environmental agencies. The justification provided for the cut is that, quote, EPA's categorical grant programs have become a crutch for the states at the expense of taxpayers, many of whom receive no benefit from these grants. And it also says states and local governments should be capable and empowered to fund their own programs in order to comply with the law. In truth, states carry out more than 90% of the nation's federal environmental programs. So I would say that taxpayers actually receive a tremendous benefit. In fact, states are doing this work because the EPA has delegated the authority to them because it would be too much for federal government to handle. Without federal financial support through these grants, it is reasonable to believe that states may need to return program implementation to the EPA. So if your budget eliminates categorical grants, effectively forcing states to shoulder the full cost of critical environmental programs, how do you plan to handle the fallout when states return these responsibilities to the EPA? With a workforce already stretched thin, how will the agency manage the surge in permitting and enforcement without these partnerships?
Thank you, Ranking Member, for your question. There have been a lot of primacy applications that have been submitted to our agency, including one that I'll be signing off on this afternoon for one state. And I just signed off on West Virginia primacy. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I've signed off on 25 state implementation plans and inherited quite a backlog, but we're working through it as quickly as we possibly can. We want to be able to work with states to be able to hear their feedback, but at the moment, the requests coming in as it relates to cooperative federalism have been coming in from all across the country. We want to be able to grant those primacy applications. At the moment, we don't have any requests to give back primacy, and we're not anticipating them at this particular moment. And as we go through the budget process, maybe you'll hear from someone from your home state talking about how an impact of a particular proposal might change the course of decisions for them to make in the future. But right now, the momentum is for states to grab more primacy, not less.
Yeah, and I understand this is about future budgeting change, but I'm just going to put down a little marker there. I see a deeply troubling shift to the states in this federal budget that we're looking at. Having sat through last night's SNAP cut hearing and talking about Medicaid cuts, much of which will be returned to the states, I know that's a bigger question than just you and your agency, but I think for all of us as appropriators, we're going to see a big shift of costs back to the states. I want to talk to you about one other thing right now. And thank you. I know you've shown interest in the concerns related to PFAS, and that's been something that you dealt with back in your home state when you were a member of Congress, and I just want to ask some questions about that. PFAS continues to be a serious problem for Americans, impacting our water, our land, and our health. In my home state of Maine, we've been leading the way on addressing PFAS contamination and hope to continue to work with the EPA to ensure all Americans are protected from PFAS pollution. The most recent PFAS drinking water standard will go far to protect Americans from PFAS contamination, but there still are challenges to these standards in court, and just yesterday, the agency announced steps to weaken the rule by rescinding the regulation on 4 types of PFAS, developing an exemption framework and delaying compliance. The science is sound, and there's no question that PFAS is harmful to human health, so why is the EPA not fully committed to defending all PFAS rules? Why would the agency consider an exemption to harmful pollutants in our drinking water? And how will the integrity and innovation of research for PFAS be upheld in an agency that is reducing its scientific capacity?
Thank you, Ranking Member. When I served in the House, I was a member of the PFAS Task Force, representing the district with a lot of PFAS issues, voted for the PFAS Action Act. The agency, since over the course of multiple administrations now, have been working on this important issue. 2 things as it relates to yesterday morning's announcement, because it was involving 6 chemicals. As it relates to PFOS and PFOA, the drinking water standard that was set at 4 parts per trillion is staying. There is litigation, as you pointed out. And as a consequence of that litigation, we're reminded how important it is when going through a regulatory process that the agency and agencies must follow the law for how to make a regulation. There was a procedural error with regards to how the agency had set the drinking water standard as it relates to 4 of the chemicals which you referenced. They combined the preliminary regulatory determination with the proposed rule, which means that the EPA skipped a traditional step in the rulemaking process by issuing the proposed drinking water standard at the same time that it proposed the formal decision to regulate PFAS, rather than doing those steps separately. Now, here's the thing for somebody like you who would want to see the agency go after these 4 chemicals. As a result of this process, the drinking water standard might be lower. The number, which is 4 parts per trillion, may end up being 2 at the end of this process. So the public reporting for some in the media that would see our announcement from yesterday morning and say they're rolling back the standards, they're weakening the limit. Hopefully those people are also willing to write a follow-up to their story just to put out accurate information. Now, you talked about, you referenced the exemption, and thank you for referencing it. The way that process had started when I was going through the confirmation process, and I was meeting with members of Congress, there was concern being expressed to me about passive receivers where local drinking water systems would have to hit a particular date. The cost to be able to bring their drinking water system into compliance was going to get passed off to their customers. So individuals, Americans, would have to pay to clean up their own water. And that was something members of Congress were saying that they want the agency to look at and address. And the second thing is that they were speaking up on behalf of local drinking water systems that are concerned about their ability to be able to meet the compliance deadline. We can help with technical assistance. And also, I will say that the agency is receiving a lot of people who are reaching out to us with all sorts of new technologies to clean up this PFAS contamination. So hopefully, as we're going through, the coming months and years, as these local drinking water systems are coming into compliance, that the costs go down, and the costs maybe from November, December of 24 are not as high as when they go back and try to develop a plan in June of 2025.
Well, I certainly hope that we are developing new methods to clean up PFAS because there are so many of these harmful chemicals in there, so ever present in our environment. So I'll certainly stay in touch about that. And let me just ask one last, hopefully little question. Since this is a priority for the agency, I want to ask about 3 PFAS grants that were awarded and worked on in Maine. We just heard last evening that 2 of them have been terminated, and I'd love to get an update on the 3rd one as well. The terminated grants were awarded to the University of Virginia with a subaward to Maine, the Central Aroostook Soil and Water Conservation District, and the other was awarded to the University of Maine, and the 3rd grant was awarded to the Passamaquoddy tribe. All were working on PFAS and their impacts to human health, and our food supply is important work, and they're all a top priority. Since these grants are consistent with the EPA's priorities, do you know why they were terminated and what the status is of the Passamaquoddy tribe grant?
Thank you, Ranking Member. I'm familiar with these grants. It's an important program. It's something that's congressionally appropriated. The agency is going through a reorg, so the way that the program and these grants are going to get administered are going to be different going forward. But these are important grants. I look forward to working with you and your team as we're able to continue that good work going forward. And I know that and I appreciate the fact that your office reached out before today's hearing, as opposed to asking about a grant for the first time at a hearing where I might not have the details on me. But as I was talking to the team about the request that you sent in, the feedback that I got is that it was an important program, and as we're able to implement the reorg, the office inside of the agency that's going to be administering it is going to be different, and we're looking forward to being able to move forward from there.
Okay, well, we will stay in close touch about that, and certainly on all of these issues related to PFAS. I know it's not something we're all tackling, but we certainly want to make sure we don't lose any ground here on the enforcement and the research. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield that.
Thank you. Kind of following up on what Ms. Pingree asked from a different perspective. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the President's skinny budget request proposes deep cuts in the EPA that might not be able to be fully replicated. I'm not opposed to significantly reducing the size of the EPA. My House bill last year cut the EPA by nearly 20%. The first budget requested by President Trump in his first term was a 30% reduction of the EPA. A 54% cut may be bridged too far to be able to achieve, but we'll see. I just wanted to start off with a question about this. If Congress chooses to provide discretionary appropriations for the agency that are at levels above the President's budget request, how would you handle that? In other words, would you spend the amounts provided in the enacted bill and for the specific programs that Congress identifies in the bill?
Yes, we will absolutely follow the law. It's also my commitment to Congress that we have a zero tolerance policy towards wasting any tax dollars. So we also want to make sure that every dollar that's appropriated by Congress is spent efficiently. We don't want to spend money just to spend it. We want to make sure that if I'm coming back before this committee, that I'm able to explain how the money is getting spent. We're not going to just spend it to spend it, but we will follow the law.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Now I want to ask you about the Rural Drinking Water Technical Assistance Program. I have supported this program for many years because it works for Idahoans and I think across especially rural America. EPA funding goes directly to rural water technical assistance providers that are located across the country to help rural water systems comply with federal statutes to ensure safe and clean water and to evaluate system needs and to access funding opportunities. And because these TAs providers are state-based at rural system operators is talking to someone who is from their state and is well-suited to help solve the unique challenges of that town or service area. Prior budget requests from both Democratic and Republican administrations have eliminated funding for this program. I think that's because it's an easy money saver in the budget request, and Congress always restores funding for it because it has such strong bipartisan support. I hope that when we see the full budget request, we'll be seeing funding for this program. Over the years, I've worked to address some of the issues in this program, like pushing back against efforts to shift the model of the program to a nationwide call center in which someone based in New York could be assigned to a rural Idaho town, and opposing proposals to shift away from awarding this funding on an annual basis. Can you commit to the following congressional direction as it relates to this program, including selecting awardees that are the most qualified and experienced in providing training and technical assistance to small public water systems and awarding funding on an annual basis?
Yes, I can commit to that, Chairman.
Is the full year continuing resolution, which provided government funding for the remainder of the fiscal year 2025, Congress included an additional $17 million for the EPA to modernize its IT systems that were used to process chemical risk assessments under the TSCA program. Can you give us an example of what is the outdated system and what it means that the agency is increasing their IT?
Chairman, the system has been unstable. The system will crash. It's outdated, and the investment will be used to help obviously address those concerns as it relates to stability, but also to make sure that the agency is operating more efficiently. We inherited a lot of different backlogs. I mentioned earlier the state implementation plans. We inherited a missed deadline as it relates to biofuels. We inherited a big backlog on the pesticide program, new chemicals, office, and we want to work through all of that. And the reorg is going to help us get through these backlogs, and this funding appropriation that you all included is going to help in dealing with our IT concerns.
Thank you. Ms. McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a couple of general comments. First, thank you so much for bringing up rural water. It might sound odd coming from me, but being in the Dakotas, Montana, other places like that, I know how important it is and how important it is to the rural communities in Minnesota. And they're really struggling to have, people even available to do some of the technical work on that. So thank you for bringing that up. A comment on PFAS. So one of the reasons why I got myself on the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee was to work on PFAS, because the department, as you know, the DOD has a lot of cleanup to do. I'd just like to make a comment. The state of Minnesota, where 3M's company's headquarters in, 3M has been the only company to date that has stood up and put anything towards cleanup, whether in communities or to do things. And I think that the EPA has a role to play with some other companies that have. They testified back a couple years ago in front of government oversight to do their fair share of cleanup on that too. So I look forward to staying tuned as to exactly what's going to happen with water quality regulations. At this point, I'm going to give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, but I'm going to stay on top of that. I'm going to talk about something that everybody's avoided talking about right now, environmental justice grants. You oversee the legal cancellation, more than 400 environmental justice grants that were brought forward by Musk and Doge. So most of those grantees already had contracts that the government had signed, and then the EPA walked away from them. But I'm going to give two examples of where I really think there was a failure. And as the chairman and the ranking member know, we work on tribal issues together. I'm glad Oklahoma's taken care of. I'm about to talk about what's happening to the Sioux Nations and the Anishinaabe in Minnesota when it comes to DEI now. The Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe was awarded a grant to rebuild a tribal resiliency hub, which would allow them to relocate their current resource management facility from where it sits on an EPA Superfund site. The facility was going to serve as a center for emergency response coordination and staging as a temporary shelter during extreme weather, which we have a lot of. Leech Lake is far from the only tribe that I'm aware of, and I'm sure there's other tribes when you go back looking at it that have been affected by the cancellation of environmental justice grants. Thousands of grants to tribal nations, they've just been cut off. Tribes were told to apply to the EPA's Community Change Grant Program to meet some of their unfulfilled trust and treaty obligations. Now the EPA, they're caught in this quagmire, is pulling many of those back. Both Health and Human Service Secretary Secretary Kennedy and Interior Secretary Burgum have issued statements affirming that funding for community tribal programs will not be considered DEI. Can you maybe tell us what you're going to be doing to correct this situation so that these grants, in some cases, which were signed off on, will go back to the tribes? Another one that I just wanted to bring up, and we didn't have a chance to talk before. I'm not playing gotcha. As you heard me say, come back and talk to the committee, talk to me about this. I want to highlight a second example of a cancellation grant in Minnesota. The University of Minnesota was awarded to serve our region in the Great Lakes Environmental Justice Technical Assistance. The purpose of these and other centers were to identify and assist communities that could benefit to build capacity to access funds to implement programs. They were helping communities to obtain funding because many of these rural communities and tribes don't have professional grant writers at their disposal, so they work with universities to figure out how to become more resilient and healthier communities for where they're going through. So I'm concerned about the improvement to human health in this particular environment, and there's a grant that I just mentioned with the Great Lakes Environmental Justice Technical Grant Assistance Center. Just because the word environmental justice is in something, I hope, and I just came from the Department of Defense, where they're going through and they're looking at things very, very carefully, at least that's what they told me, to make sure that somebody isn't caught in the quagmire of a label that it was given. Can we have your commitment to do that with the tribal nations and for those centers that are assisting rural communities, in particular communities like tribal communities that don't have the expertise on board, nor can they afford it for grant writers?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for your question. With I'll talk about both of those grants individually. First point. To help make the point is that a definition of environmental justice, that there are communities that have been left behind that need help, is a way to describe an effort that might be able to get just about everyone in America to say, yes, I agree with that. The problem that we inherited coming in is that in the name of environmental justice, tens of billions of dollars have gone out the door. And we believe, like, for example, I canceled a $50 million grant to a group called Climate Justice Alliance. They say climate justice wants to free Palestine.
Mr. Administrator, I appreciate what you're
here's the
about to say. My question was on tribal nations.
So University of Minnesota grant. The grant isn't to remediate environmental issue. This administration believes that we can spend $1 to remediate environmental issues should go towards spending it. The University of Minnesota grant gives money to a group to spend money to get an advocacy group to come ask for money from the federal government instead of.
I have
giving money
limited time. Let us focus. Let us focus on the tribes.
No, that's a problem. And then the second grant.
You canceled.
I did.
A grant to the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe.
That grant, which is different than the University of Minnesota example, is
that's why I want to let's just focus on tribal grants where I think there's common ground.
Yes, and that's something that we're going to be able to work together on.
Okay.
There was aspects of that grant that was built into a prior infrastructure EPA that does not exist anymore. It includes the Justice 40 application and other EJ components that do not exist at EPA. I would look forward to an opportunity for us to be able to work together, for our offices to work together on that grant, specifically to be able to get it built into the infrastructure of EPA. We are going to continue to spend the money appropriated by Congress. We are in the middle of the fiscal year having this conversation, and I think there's time for us to work through that grant together.
I look forward to that because they had a signed contract, and I know that sometimes when DOJ went through, they went through at the speed of lightning, and you didn't have a chance to react then. And I hear you saying that you want the chance to make things right when they can be, especially for the tribal communities in Oklahoma and all across this nation. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elsie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I tell you what, after years and years of talking about WOTUS and coming from a rural community where there's a lot of farmers, most of whom aren't attorneys, and I know you were the youngest attorney in New York at the age of 23, so you know you're the perfect guy to start defining WOTUS in a way that is actually applicable based on the Sackett ruling. Would you describe a little bit of what you're changing on waters of the U.S. to help our farmers throughout the country?
It is very easy for us now to revise the definition to follow the simple prescriptive definition that the Supreme Court laid out in Sackett. All we're looking to do is to be in line with the Supreme Court decision. Our goal is that the map of the United States has all 50 states following one definition. Right now, they don't follow just one definition. Our goal is that any of your farmers, ranchers, landowners are able to look at a water on their property and they are able to determine on their own whether or not that is a water of the United States that's going to be regulated by the federal government. They should not have to go out and hire some lawyer or some consultant to be able to tell them whether or not that waterway is a water of the U.S. We want to do it that is durable, where no matter what would happen in a presidential election in the future, in November of 28 or November of 2032, that the definition doesn't have to change again. We believe that it's very easy to have a simple, straightforward, prescriptive definition of water in the United States. And I think it's also important to note that just because a water doesn't fall under a definition of water of the United States doesn't mean that it's not going to be regulated by the state government, local government. This has to do with the water of the United States regulated by the federal government.
Standardization and predictability is all that anybody's asking for, so thanks for doing that. I want to talk about your 100 environmental actions and brag on you a little bit about things that the EPA has actually done that weren't done for many years prior to that. Number one, immediate action items for Mexico to permanently end the Tijuana River sewage crisis we'll address later, but nobody had done anything on that for years. Advance the Navajo Nation's first in the country water permitting, and in 30 days, you essentially cleaned up Los Angeles from the wildfire disaster. The definition of wildfire, if you leave fuel on the ground the way that California has, you're going to have wildfires, especially when you have high winds. And you guys cleaned it up in 30 days. You oversaw the Navy's time-critical removal of 20,000 cubic yards of contaminated soil in Newport, Rhode Island at NETSI Superfund Site, Naval Education Training Center. You cut 2 years from the cleanup timeline at Westlake Landfill, a Superfund site in St. Louis, Missouri, in 100 days. Oversaw Navy cleanup operations at Red Hill Fuel Facility in Hawaii, which has been a big deal for years, including removal of all sludge and pressure washing at two 12.5 million gallon tanks. You guys have actually been doing the job that is set forth as the EPA is supposed to be doing. So instead of concentrating on things like cutting staff and cutting money and cutting grants, you're actually doing the job. Would you describe exactly what's going on in Tijuana River and how long that's been going on?
It's been going on for decades. And the people of California they're out of patience. And so we came in. I had a visit to San Diego a few weeks ago. Part of it, actually the first meeting when I came in, was at the consulate with the Mexican Environmental Secretary, the Consul General, the Mexican Commissioner of the IBWC. There was a Mexican delegation, a U.S. delegation. The conversation was good. There have been a lot of aspects of this previously agreed upon. However, it's very important that on the Mexican side that they factor in the population growth in Tijuana, because you need to make sure that the solution is not just a solution for 2025. It's a solution for 2035. You don't want to spend the next 10 years getting to that answer today and then it's, oh, well, we didn't factor in the population growth. The other thing is that it's not a 100% solution as is with what Mexico has agreed upon. It's a lot. Mexican has agreed on a lot of projects. They just finished the San Antonio de los Buenos treatment plant. That's significant. When we met, we talked about diverting 10 million gallons per day from the Tijuana River to the Tijuana Dam. During the conversation, we moved the timeline up from 2027 to 2026 to be completed. So part of this is not only getting them on the same page with the 100% solution, but also pressure testing every single timeline to get everything done as quickly as we can. We submitted last week to Mexico what the United States believes to be the 100% solution for the future. And we're looking forward to working with Mexico in the coming days and weeks. We don't want this to draw out over months and years. We want to know whether or not they agree to the 100% solution. If they don't, is there anything that they propose that would still be a 100% solution? And then we get to yes and everyone's happy. If they're only willing to agree to an 80% solution, well, we're not there yet, and we're going to have to use other tactics to get a 100% solution done, because the Americans on our side of the border, they're fed up and they don't want a 90% solution, they want a 100% solution.
And that affects a lot of folks in Southern California, and I might add that is where my friend Mr. Zinke did his SEAL training. So this affects our preeminent warriors in the Navy and the health risks. Now, they are, the command does do what they can to stay away from that, but it affects everybody up that coastline. And I don't know if he's been affected by it. He would probably say he has been, but I'm glad you're taking those actions.
I'm a living example.
I was going to let him say that, but thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Harder.
Administrator, thank you so much for being here. I want to talk about air pollution. So my community in California, San Joaquin Valley, is the asthma capital of the world. My brother and I both grew up with childhood asthma, and I know what it's like to be more worried about packing my inhaler for school than my homework. I now have my two daughters, Lillian and Karina, and I'm scared that they're going to be exposed to the same toxic air that I had growing up. So first off, Administrator, yes or no, do you agree that toxic air quality is a problem and making our families sicker?
Yes.
Great. We are 100% aligned. And in fact, I actually know that we agree on this because you voted for multiple bills in the House that would help lower emissions, including one that started a fantastic program, the Diesel Emissions Reduction Grant Program, HR 1768 in 2019. I love this program. It's helped some of my local farmers buy new low-emissions tractors. But here's where I'm stuck. Something has clearly changed in the last couple of years because your budget completely eliminates this program. It's been incredibly successful. It's prevented over 2,300 premature deaths. It's created $19 billion in monetized health benefits. And it has an ROI by outside observers of $30 for every single $1 that we spend. To me, it seems like a no-brainer. So, Administrator, can you help me understand what changed between your vote in 2019 and why you're eliminating this program right now?
Well, first off, when I was serving as one of 435 members of the House, I got my card, never gave it to anyone else as a proxy, and I would vote at that time, being the representative for the 1st Congressional District of New York. Right now, with the EPA, we go through a collaborative process internally. We get external feedback, and we develop a skinny budget. The concerns that have been expressed as it relates to the DERA program, as outlined in the skinny budget, relate to a distortion as far as in the market, selecting certain technologies and picking winners and losers. That is the concern that is expressed most often with DERA, and that's part of how we got to where we are today.
I think the winners of the DERA program are our kids who are breathing better air quality. There are 2 grants that came in the San Joaquin Valley under this program recently. $4.5 million to replace 18 on-road trucks with zero emissions trucks, and another $4.5 million to replace 100 agricultural off-road diesel tractors with mobile off-road agricultural tractors with lower emissions. I'm really struggling that how actually allowing more air pollution and getting our kids more sick, more asthma, more emergency room visits, how can that possibly save us money?
Those 2 specific grants, I don't have the details here in front of me. Are you saying that the grants were canceled?
No, I'm saying that's the type of thing that this program funds. How does this sort of thing being eliminated save us money?
Sure. The concern that's been expressed as it relates to the DERA program is what I stated in my last answer. The other thing is when you have to craft a budget that is $4.1 billion. This is how we crafted a budget that's $4.1 billion.
But Administrator, doesn't that feel like putting the cart before the horse? Shouldn't we be thinking about ROI and making sure that our dollars are going to programs that work? Shouldn't that be our first goal?
If Congress wants this to be a statutory obligation of EPA, it should make it a statutory obligation of EPA. Right now, it's not.
Can you understand? Can you help me explain why you don't want this program to exist now and why you're eliminating it in your budget? You're telling me that it costs too much money. I'm telling you this program has worked, it's succeeded, it saves $30 for every $1 spent. Again, I don't really understand how cutting and eliminating a program like this is going to save us money.
Yeah, at risk of repeating my last answer, that would be my answer again. And I would also emphasize once more that if it's Congress's intent to make this into a statutory obligation of the EPA, then that's something for Congress to do. As far at EPA, our priority is on fulfilling all statutory obligations. We get a certain amount of resources. We have felt when we came in, we had fallen behind on so many statutory obligations that Congress had set, while we are also dedicating resources towards all sorts of other things that are not statutory obligations. So our priority right now is getting caught up on all of our different backlogs and fulfilling our statutory obligations. On this program, though, the reasoning that I stated earlier is the reasoning of the administration.
I'm not sure I really heard a justification for eliminating this program in all of those words, Administrator. I think really this is an absolute no-brainer. This is a program that works, that supports farmers in my district, and most importantly, makes our kids healthier. And I think we really want to make sure that our kids' health comes above the political games that are being played in D.C. So I hope you rethink the decision to eliminate this program and look forward to working with us to fix our air quality before it's too late. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Cloud.
Hello, Administrator Zeldin, good to see you here back on the Hill. And I do want to say it's been awesome to watch you in your new role and to see all the great work that's been done. On behalf of the American people, it's great to see an EPA that's working for the American people. And certainly as you talk to people working in industries and the like, they appreciate an EPA that's working to make things happen, trying to get the yes where it's appropriate, working to create a stable regulatory environment that's predictable and one that's sensible, as opposed to one that's being used as a cudgel to find every reason to say no. It really makes a tremendous difference. I wanted to ask you about a couple things in relation to one of the big things we've seen. I have a number of petrochemical facilities in my district, and a lot of times what we'd get from the regulatory impact, it was almost as if there were kids coming out of college who'd never worked in the industry, setting standards that were unreasonable, some regulations that were more stringent than what appeals in nature, conflicting regulatory environments that make it difficult to figure out in the workplace what you're really supposed to do. Wondering what you're working to do to remedy that. And one of the things that we've contemplated in our office is how we could potentially write legislation that would require real-world work experience. If you're going to regulate in a field, it seems like you should have worked in that field before. What you might be doing in the EPA to fix that scenario, what we could do to help support you in that effort.
We believe at EPA that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy. And we shouldn't have to choose between the two. We don't have to choose between the two. There were a lot of regulations that were finalized in 2023 and 2024 that we inherited when we came in. When we announced on March 12th that we were going to be reconsidering a lot of regulations from the end of the Biden administration, some people reported on that with stories and pictures of water quality from 50 years ago,
right,
as if we got rid of a rule from last year, that the water quality goes back to 1970. And the hysteria, the overreaction is irresponsible. Yeah. When we announce a reconsideration, by the way, that includes a process where I don't prejudge outcomes. There's a public comment period, not allowed to by law, prejudge outcomes. We'll go through a public comment period, and then we make a decision at the end of that period. There's a lot of feedback that we've gotten as it relates to those individual rules. We continue to solicit more, and we want ideas from Americans on more that we can do to be able to get things right. And as far as the staff at EPA working on the rulemakings, I have found them to be very capable, very talented. I have a lot of faith in them. These are dedicated career staffers who I've gotten to know and interact with. I have a lot of confidence in their ability, and I would encourage them internally and your constituents externally to be able to participate in that process to make sure we get it right.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you as well, one of the big issues in Texas, of course, is water shortage. And the EPA recently approved desal permits for work in Corpus Christi. What you all are doing is you restructure the EPA to ensure you're still able to work with states and on these water issues and communities.
Correct. The Office of Water is going to be led by Jessica Kramer, who's the president's nominee to be the assistant administrator. The Office of Water is extremely capable to be able to tackle these issues. I've spoken to Jessica specifically about the issue that you referenced, and I feel very good about the direction of that office. They are going to be plussed up with some talented staff from other aspects of the agency, and I'm excited about the work that's ahead inside the Office of Water, including an increased focus and attention on issues and research related to PFAS.
One more thing I just wanted to do, and one of the biggest things we need to do big picture is to right our fiscal ship, to signal to the bond markets that we're serious about correcting course, to strengthen the dollar, do everything we need to spur our economy. One of the things that used to be understood as part of sustainability is the economics of sustainability as well. And so I appreciate you having an understanding of that. But also wanted to thank you for what you've done to rein in some of the frivolous spending that happened at the end of the Biden administration, and also taking a look at the environmental justice grants, because we all want clean air, water for all of our kids, regardless of where people are. But there's a difference between working to meet that need and then casing that kind of activity in Marxist ideology of oppressor versus oppressed, as opposed to just working on that, and especially reining in the taxpayer-funded lobbying. I don't think people sitting at home working really hard think that their tax dollars should be going to pay for lobbying. So thank you for what you're doing to rein in the waste, fraud, and abuse. It's really helpful as we try to right the ship on the big picture.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up a few important points. As I was referencing earlier during an interaction with one of your colleagues, we believe that if you're going to spend $1 to deliver clean air, land, and water, that the dollar should get spent directly on remediating the environmental issue you used to get that dollar appropriated in the first place. We shouldn't spend that dollar on a group that's going to tell us that the next dollar should get spent on remediating the environmental issue. So as I started to reference as an example, this Climate Justice Alliance, which received a $50 million grant, they say that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. Now, Americans who are out there listening to that say, I don't want $50 million to be going towards a group that says that climate justice runs through a free Palestine. I would say that if $50 million was going to get spent in the name of remediating some environmental issue in a community left behind, spend the money directly on remediating that environmental issue. And the zero tolerance policy towards wasting a penny, if someone comes to me and they have an idea of how to save $5,000, that's a lot of money for our taxpayers. It all adds up.
Yeah.
Whether it's 5,000, it's $1 million, it's $1 billion. One of my frustrations during my 8 years in the House is how you could talk about saving $1 billion, and it was like $1 billion and $1 million. There's no difference.
Right.
Like, oh, the $1 billion is 0.0003% of some larger number. But that's our responsibility to save whatever we can, to operate as efficiently as we can.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Vice Chair Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Administrator Zeldin, for being here. I had several things I was going to ask you about, and you've already answered some of them, so I'm going to be a lot more efficient than I thought I would. Thank you for being in Utah last month. It was good to see you there, and good to see how responsive you were to our state leaders. They've mentioned how grateful they are for that in several forums I've been in. I just want to reiterate an offer the state made that day to pilot any new programs you're looking at. If you need to stand something up and have a proof of concept, we're ready to do that. And I know the governor sent you a letter with the state's priorities. I just want to quickly mention our PM 2.5 ozone and regional haze issues that we urgently need help from the EPA on. So I was going to ask about WOTUS. I'm also an attorney, and I don't know how many hours of my life I've spent poring over WOTUS documents and trying to figure out how we could survive with a WOTUS rule. So thank you for a simplified WOTUS rule that an average person can understand. And I want to echo Chairman Simpson's concerns about SRF and rural drinking water funding. It's another thing I was going to ask about, and you've already answered it. So thank you for the commitment you gave him to help us with that. Guidance letters. Agencies have gotten in the habit of issuing guidance letters, and because they are neither rules nor regulations, they don't go through the regular process. But the industries feel beholden to comply with guidance letters, and there's no process for challenging them, for getting rid of them. It feels a little bit like an old-fashioned shakedown. You know, it's a really nice industry you've got there. It'd be a pity if we had to come shut it down. What are you doing moving forward to either get rid of guidance letters or change the way they're done?
Well, one of the examples of us getting rid of a guidance letter was in response to a request that came in from your home state. It also came in from Arizona. Not a partisan request by any means, but it's related to international air impacts and the inability of Arizona or Utah to be able to be in compliance. And whether I'm speaking to Celeste Malloy of Utah or I'm speaking to Mark Kelly of Arizona, whether it's your governor or it's the governor of Arizona, there was this request to take down the guidance letter, which we did. And we were happy to do so, to be able to be as responsive as possible to these requests coming in from the state. And especially when you give an example of how a community cannot come into compliance even if they removed all of their vehicles off the road, even if they had no emissions, they still could not come into compliance, which you have some unique issues in Utah that you're leading and you're the tip of the spear of addressing, and we're happy to do so. I wish that we didn't come together on the circumstances that we did this, and I'll say it briefly, and I apologize for taking a few seconds of your time. I came into Congress with Ryan Zinke and Mia Love. We got together that morning for her funeral. She's deeply missed. She served with all of us, and while it was very tough circumstances that got together, it was a pleasure to be able to spend part of that day and that afternoon being able to meet with your other elected officials and to address these concerns.
It meant a lot that you were there. Thank you. Previous EPA regulations have weakened the U.S. electrical grid, especially when it comes to fossil fuels. What's your plan for regulating fossil fuels moving forward, since we still need them to be part of our electric portfolio?
Powering the Great American Comeback has 5 pillars. Pillar one, clean air, land, and water for all Americans. It gets to the heart of the core mission of EPA. Number 2 is unleashing energy dominance. I mentioned earlier, number 3, with permitting reform and advancing cooperative federalism. Number 4 is making America the AI capital of the world. And 5 is about bringing back American auto jobs. I referenced all of this earlier. This is a mandate from the American public. This is the demand of the American public. They want agencies here to be cognizant of their economic pain and their concern and their priorities. And in order to be able to deliver on their demands, we have to unleash more American energy production. We do it better than so many other countries around the world. Emissions have been down over the course of the last couple of decades. Innovation is up, and we have resources that if we tap into, we will do so better for the environment than so many other countries around the world. It's better for our national security, and it's better for our economy. And if you care about grid reliability, if you care about making America the AI capital of the world, you care about those jobs, you want to make it affordable to both fill up your refrigerator with your groceries, to be able to get the prescription drugs that you need to survive and heat your home. This is something that agencies of the federal government need to lean into. The president created a National Energy Dominance Council. These agencies work together more closely than ever before, and it's a top priority of the Trump administration, as I know it is of yours.
Thank you. Okay, the last thing I've got, registering pesticides. The EPA does the risk assessments for registrations, and pesticides have helped America produce affordable food for almost 100 years. Will the MAHA Commission be making any claims about the impacts of pesticides on Americans' health?
Well, I would have to, I'm not the chair of the MAHA Commission. As far as the position of other members of the cabinet or other members of the commission, best directed to them. I would say specifically as the administrator of EPA and speaking for myself, I would say it's important to understand as a need for farmers, for agriculture, for our food supply. It's important that we follow the science, that we use sound science in making decisions, and that we understand and carefully deliberate and are thoughtful at EPA on this front. We, as I mentioned earlier, we inherited a big backlog on the pesticides review, 14,000. 14,000. We've gotten through a little over 2,300 since we've come in. Chairman Simpson asked about some of the IT improvements, which are important. We're leaning into AI in a way that is going to help bring it down, and we're using FTEs to help bring that backlog down further. We also released our insecticide strategy just a couple of weeks ago as a result of feedback from the community. This is a strategy that if anyone has any good idea, we can update the strategy as the time moves forward. But as far as a crop protection tool, hearing the merits of those who ask for it, and at the end of the day, making our decisions based on sound science, I believe is an important to keep in mind as far as the path forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, and I agree with everything you said. We need to be able to make sure our food's healthy and safe, but I've been concerned about the backlog of approving new pesticides that might be an improvement. So thank you for your time. I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for stepping up and serving again. It's not an easy task, and I know it well, but thank you for going the front line again. Just to follow up on the Tijuana sloughs, as you know, if the currents and tides are right, it exits the Tijuana River, and then it in a big eddy, and if the tide is right, it goes into the bay, and the SEALs aren't going to move training. As far as the congressional side of funding, I've seen figures from $350 million to $700 million on what our piece is. Do you have an estimate of what we need to fund on that side to have, and I agree with your 100% solution, do you have an estimate on what Congress needs to put forth on our funding side?
So I don't have in front of me the skinny budget for anything other than EPA. So I don't know if there's a line in there or lines in there as it relates to IBWC and South Bay. There has been hundreds of millions of dollars appropriated by Congress towards upgrading the treatment plant. That is important, and that's a key aspect of the 100% solution. Getting more capacity into South Bay, not just at the end of the project, but also in between, to be able to boost 5-10 million gallons per day before completing the full project. Being able to do that soon would be very helpful. I would say that it's coming from Mexico, and the idea that we're just going to allow the raw sewage to come into the United States and we're just going to deal with everything at the U.S. taxpayer expense on our side is the wrong answer. That's not the message that should be sent to Americans. It's not the message that should be sent to Mexicans. It's important for Mexico to clean up the raw sewage coming from Mexico. And Congress has already appropriated hundreds of millions of dollars. But again, I don't have the skinny budget in front of me. I want to clear up one other point that's important to you, I'm sure. When I was in San Diego, I visited the Naval Special Warfare School, and it was briefed on the latest. The Navy SEALs are not swimming in raw sewage and getting sick from raw sewage. However, what is happening is that there are training impacts. So where they would go out into the water, as you were pointing out with the flows, they may have to do something else with their training. Maybe they're swimming in their pool or some other location instead of being in the water. So that's one of the misunderstandings that's out there. Maybe that's based off of information in the past, but to be able to give the most accurate, real-time info from that visit when I was there a couple weeks ago, the commander made it very clear that he does not have his Navy SEALs swimming in raw sewage. They keep an eye on the water quality, and if they feel like it's not safe, they find some other way to train those sailors in order to hit their requirements. And again, at risk, I know this is your time and not mine, but when we came in that freshman class, there were two last names in that freshman office lottery, and I just want to apologize right now on the record because there were two numbers that were left, 10 and 41, and I left you a really bad office when I pulled that 10. So my formal apology here on the record, Congressman.
But there's also, I was in charge of SEAL training, and there's flesh-eating diseases, and you have things coming out of that river that aren't necessarily sewage. And as a surfer, Tijuana Sloughs is a great surfing spot, and that's a problem too. But I also want to thank you for rescinding the rule on particulate on Colstrip. The former administration targeted Colstrip. Then Colstrip is our key energy producer on the east side of Montana. Without it, lights are going to go off. But it was really a rule to target it on particulate. That the Colstrip facility meets the toxins and the mercury standards, which we agree with, but particulate is dust. And there's more dust going up a road in Montana on gravel than there is coming on at stacks, but I greatly appreciate it on behalf of Montanans. And lastly, unfunded mandates. There's a lot of little communities out there that are struggling with unfunded mandates when the agency comes across, and in some cases, our drinking water, because we do have a lot of minerals in our drinking water. Sometimes the standard leaving these facilities is greater than the input. I mean, if you're getting water out of a stream or a source, these small communities are mandated to clean the water up more than the input. Are you looking at the unfunded mandates that the states have to face, particularly rural America?
Sure, Congressman. When EPA engages in these primacy requests, these state implementation plans, the requests that come in from states, we want to partner with states. We are not in any of these conversations trying to bring down a heavy hand of government to have an unrealistic, unobtainable decision where the local government is unable to be able to hit that demand that's coming from Washington, D.C. This gets to an exchange that I had earlier with the ranking member on PFAS, where it's a very important concern that Americans have as it relates to PFAS contamination in their drinking water, but a small local drinking water system is coming through their member of Congress and saying, we can't hit that date in your regulation. However, if we had 2 more years, this is our plan to hit it. And having that type of flexibility and also providing technical assistance is something that EPA has many tools to be able to assist with.
I appreciate it. I appreciate your sensitivity on it because, rural America does things a little different. Out there, and we're not Washington D.C. and sometimes a holding pond is great. It's been out there since 50, 60 years, and that's probably the best, most efficient way to handle it. So I greatly appreciate again your time and being here and your honesty, and you're willing to work with us on it. And if you do have any idea and can find your staff what an obligation on the congressional side for appropriations would look like on San Diego, then we would love that number. And thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And go Army.
You just have to say that.
Sorry, your time's expired.
We were trying to make this a non-controversial hearing, but
Just as Mr. Chairman, if I may, the Constitution maintain a Navy and raise an Army. You might want to think about that.
Ms. Binkley.
Thank you for that. My partner is a West Point grad. My brother's a Navy veteran, so my family's always in conflict. I understand that one. And I guess I just have to say on this question of unfunded mandates, we used to talk about those a lot when I was a state legislator. We were constantly concerned about the unfunded mandates that come from Washington. And this is more of a just overall statement. Looking at the skinny budget, we'll soon see hopefully a serious budget, but this level of cuts to state government, which I think goes throughout this administration's, will be nothing but an unfunded mandate, because if you stick with your basic principles of wanting to have clean air and clean water, yet we don't fund the states to do the work that has to be done, whether it's permitting or enforcement or technical assistance, and we make the cuts to your agency that have already been done, we are looking at an unfunded mandate from the federal government at all levels in magnitudes we've never seen before. I just think that's a concern for appropriators. We're not there in many ways yet because we haven't experienced this budget cut, but I'm just saying I don't know how this happens. I just want to follow up on one last thing about climate change. Climate change is a serious threat to our environment, our health, our economy, and you yourself has said climate change is something we need to take seriously. Yet, from my perspective, almost every action you have taken at the EPA does not take this threat seriously and is only going to exacerbate climate change. You are reconsidering the endangerment finding. You're giving free passes to polluters. You're shutting down EPA offices that did much of the work. So I'm just curious, what specifically under your leadership will you do to combat climate change and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Part of the reorganization that we announced actually create a couple of new offices inside of the Office of Air and Radiation. One gets to the heart of the initial point you made, and also what I was just discussing with Congressman Zinke that you referenced, a new Office of State Partnerships that's going to be housed inside the Office of Air and Radiation specifically. As it relates to state implementation plans, we want to be able to work with states on their air issues. When you put these regulations together, whether it's, say, you take particulate matter 2.5 and exceptional events, then you have a state concerned about if they were to do some forest management, then they're going to create an issue where they might go into non-attainment, and that might impact the federal funding that they receive. And it's important that we have and the state has the flexibility to work directly on these issues because the states also want clean air, land, and water. And we don't want to have a one-size-fits-all solution. Something that happened during the Biden administration was they created a federal implementation plan and rejected a lot of the state implementation plans, and a lot of the state implementation plan requests were not granted, and the backlog was significant. So the key, I believe, is in working with states, and I think that new office, which is one of more than one office inside the Office of Air and Radiation, is going to help with achieving that goal.
I will just say that for all of us, whatever side of the aisle you're on, there are always moments where we say, yeah, we need more flexibility in how we implement these laws. We need reorganization and big bureaus of the federal government. I understand the value of doing that. But I am just deeply, deeply concerned about the possibility of doing that and stripping so much funding away, both from the federal government and the states, losing valuable employees who have the expertise to do what needs to be done, pushing back on industry, making it too easy for them, making it too easy for the polluters. I am just very worried about the path that the EPA is going down. I appreciate your being here with us today and the answers that you've given us, but I'm just going to say I'm incredibly concerned and worried about what we're doing for our children's future.
And just to, Ranking Member, if I may, just to give some insight, our Office of Enforcement and Compliance, I pulled up the numbers from inauguration date of May 7th of FY25, and I asked our team to compare it to the same period of fiscal year 2024, January 20th to May 7th, so the same time frame. And in 2024, we obtained $15 million in criminal fines and restitution, $15 million. In FY25, a year later, we received $534 million. In FY24, we received $0 in criminal forfeiture. In 25, received over $1 billion in criminal forfeiture. And as far as cleanup of contaminated soil and water, in the same period of 24, it was 64,000 cubic yards. From January 20th to May 7th of 2025, it was 701,000 cubic yards. So I just want to say that our Office of Enforcement and Compliance has a lot of men and women who are working hard on these cases. You mentioned in your opening statement and your first round and your second round concerns related to that, so I just wanted to add some stats and color. And there's more stats that are similar just to show that they are hard at work.
Well, thank you for that information. I appreciate hearing those numbers, would be happy to hear more, and we'll really look forward to seeing the full budget and an opportunity to have more transparency into the agency, into your reorganization, into the downsizing of staff. I think that will help us to figure out exactly where our concerns are and see if there are ways we can work together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Couple of other questions I want to ask about. As you know, the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention also regulates the manufacture and use of all pesticides in this country. I hear from our farmers and pesticide manufacturers about delays in the agency's processing of pesticide applications. I know the agency is moving forward with the third-party assessment required by PREA 5. Can you provide an update on this third-party assessment and when we could expect it to be completed?
So the audit was delayed when we had come in. We have it moving forward now. There was a meeting on April 7th. There have been weekly meetings since April 7th as far as completing the audit with what you referenced. I can't speak to the delay before we came in, but it's something that we are addressing.
Will we expect to see that soon?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Another issue I often hear about in both the pesticide and chemical program is the need for more staff and staff that are highly qualified. I know that the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention is part of EPA's most recent reorganization plan. I understand that there are going to be increases in FTEs to this office in order to address the backlog of chemical and pesticide applications. Is this increase going to come from moving functions and staff that already exist within the agency into OC-SPP? Or from hiring new staff that do not currently work at the EPA, or a combination of the two?
We are plussing up the Office of Chemical Safety from inside of the agency. We have received thousands of requests through the portal as this became open as an opportunity for agency employees to be able to apply for. By the way, the expected delivery on the audit, I believe, is by the end of the fiscal year, at the end of September. As to your last question, as I was just kidding around with Congressman Zinke, our backgrounds in the military are a bit different than some of the other agencies, but for me, I found excitement in being able to go do something else, inside of the Department of Defense, and we're seeing many people apply with enthusiasm for some of these positions that are available because they were doing something for a very long time, and now they're able to do something else that they also care about. But to answer your question again, it's specific to inside of the agency and anyone. We're seeing applications come in from all sorts of different offices inside of the agency.
Okay, it would be helpful probably if we could see a reorganizational chart that would result. If this is going to be a net increase in FTEs and how many employees you think or FTEs would be available in each of these different departments or after the reorganization. We've already discussed waters of the United States thoroughly. Thank you for taking that on. I hope we get this settled. It's been a 20-year issue with me. And every administration rewrites the WOTUS rule. Let's make one that's enduring and lasting, that is dependable with some certainty in it for individuals, and I know that's what you're working on. Last question, renewable fuel standards, small refinery exemptions. As you know, there are more than 130 outstanding small refinery exemptions petitions under the renewable fuel standard. This backlog is the consequence of the Biden administration's flawed approach to solving SRE petitions. Small refineries deserve to be heard, and they deserve to have their petitions fairly considered under the law, which requires that the EPA resolve petitions within 90 days following their submission to the agency. I would appreciate your commitment to the EPA to begin open, fair, and be forthcoming as it's processed to quickly resolve these issues.
Very, very important. Actually, none of these were getting approved at all.
Yeah.
In the last administration. So we want to get caught up. We want to get caught up as quickly as we can, and we're hearing from members of Congress who share that concern.
Thank you. Ms. Loy? Do you have anything else, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Administrator Zeldin. It's good to hear, good to see you again, and thanks for coming today to discuss your budget. We look forward to hearing, as the Chairman Cole said, the full budget that has the budget justifications and stuff, and then actually we'll know more when we read the justifications, and maybe we'll have, I'm sure we will have discussions about some of those things as we move this forward. But we look forward to working with you to make these changes at the EPA. Thank you. Hearing's adjourned.